but I want to get your perspective on Fluminense and this Club World Cup. I mean, what would it mean for the tournament if Flu make it past Chelsea into a final?
Well, I think that's a great question, Mike. I think firstly for the tournament, I think it would mean it's a success. I think until this point, it has already been a success. But I think to see a team that's outside of Europe make it that far after so much time in Club World Cups, I think the last victory by a Brazilian was in 2012, I think Corinthians. And just to see that there's football all over the world, I think would be a huge plus for FIFA and for football. From the Brazilian landscape, I think it may be hyperbole, but I think Fluminense in the final reignites Brazil's belief in their potential to compete at the highest level and perhaps restore some self-image, some self-esteem amidst some difficulties at the Seleção. I don't think their Carioca and Rio de Janeiro rivals would see Fluminense's success as such, but I think outside of that city, I think for the rest of us, they are certainly carrying Brazil's flag, and we're delighted to see how well they're doing, and certainly do hope that they make it into the final.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the likes of Botafogo, of Flamengo, of the Brazilian teams that were in this Club World Cup, Fluminense in Bizo probably was the one on the outside looking in because they have the least budget from everybody else. But I kind of like the storyline going into this game because Renato Gaucho, their manager, has been like the defiant Latino against the Europeans at this Club World Cup. He historically has dismerited the Italian football when he played there, saying that it's pure catenaccio. They just loft it forward and drop back. He manages to progress into the semi-finals. So it does feel like this is a refreshing take from Renato going into the semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely. And you have to remember that, Fluminense is not even the best team in Brazil, as you mentioned, very much an outsider, nor do they currently have the best Brazilian players, in my opinion. And they're competing against some of the best from other countries, national team players. And of course, football is a lot more complex than that, but there is certainly a psychological impact there. However, I would advise Renato to take it back a notch because he's actually been winning, or rather been progressing with something that's close to and similar to catenaccio, because Fluminense has done this with very little possession. I mean, am I right? They suffered versus Sundowns with very little possession. They suffered versus Inter with the same. They had less possession than Al Hilal and Dortmund, but the point is they're getting the job done. And I think their experience has been invaluable. His experience as well has been invaluable. His temperament, his perspective, and his defiance is the word that I think you used, which is a perfect description.
Well, he's doing it in a different way. This Flu side, if you're seeing, age is just a number. Well, they have one of the oldest sides in the Club World Cup. I think 6 of their players in their 11 are, 34 and older. They're going against a Chelsea side that they're the young bucks of this Club World Cup. I mean, what sort of advantage does age and the experience of this togetherness of this Flu side that's been there and done that, Libertadores, have potentially against Chelsea?
Yes, spot on there, Mikey. I once discussed my concern about Fluminense's age on Galazzo. I referred to it as a retirement home with a lot of players coming back from Europe. And last year they actually struggled in the Brazilian league. And I think that was perhaps because of how many games they had and the age and the wear and tear. They've been a bit better this year. And I think it's because they have played less games. And of course, contrary to most public intimations, Brazilian teams play more football than European teams. And so that has really worn on them, I think, when they've been playing down here in Brazil. But in the World Club Cup, this experience, this wisdom, it's been extremely valuable. I mean, if you think about how Thiago Silva was able to change the game versus Al Hilal and advise Renato Gaucho on what he believes the tactical approach should be because of what's happening on the field. I mean, these are things that you can only get from experienced, from older players who are all understanding, who have all been been through this. And again, like I said, when you're at that age where you've been through so much, you not only know how to play, but you also know how to soak up pressure and how to suffer. Down here in Brazil, they refer to teams being able to suffer to get the victory. It's a very Libertadores type approach, type idea to getting the job done, even when the football is not so beautiful. And I think Fluminense has been able to do that, while also demonstrating that they do have talent, they do have players, they do have football, and they are Brazilian after all.
Yeah, listen, and talk about Libertadores. And Renato's been to a Libertadores final not once, but twice. The very first time with Grêmio, taking them all the way, right? It was pretty impressive. And you talk about that experience. I look at a guy like Thiago Silva, not only the experience, but the leadership qualities as well. Getting everybody to believe in that dressing room, get on board. You look at a guy like Germán Cano, which we haven't mentioned, their goal scorer, a record-breaking goal scorer for Fluminense, arguably in the best form of his career in his late 30s, right? So it's just pretty incredible to see how it all kind of comes together with Fluminense. But then you pair it with a guy like John Arias, for example, on Fluminense, a younger Colombian player that's kind of starting to really make a name for himself. Already been on the national team, but he's really that difference maker. In Spanish, I really like the word that we use, el diferente, the different one. Who's gonna be that? O diferenciado in Portuguese. Who's gonna be that guy? And oftentimes for Fluminense, if it's gonna be anybody in Bizo, it's gonna be John Arias.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, he's demonstrated his quality. I've been a huge fan of his for quite some time. And down here, people already know of his talent, know of his quality. In fact, many Brazilian fans might argue that he's the best player in the Brazilian league at the moment. I'm not so sure that I would necessarily share that perspective, but he's certainly among the top ones. So his performances, for us who are familiar with his game, has not been surprising. So like I said, there is talent, not just in Brazil, but all over the world, and that's been on display vis-a-vis teams like Fluminense, vis-a-vis teams like Sundowns, who perhaps fell out, but certainly demonstrated that they can play against the best.
Now, when we get to knockout competition, yes, strikers win you matches, but goalkeepers and center backs, they're usually the difference. And Flu, they have a very experienced goalkeeper in Fabio. I mean, the guy's defying father time. He keeps getting better and better with each match that he plays, and he's on the verge of achieving history within the calendar year. I mean, he's 8 shy of equaling Peter Shilton, I believe, his all-time professional appearance record. I mean, what would it be and what would it mean for a goalkeeper like that, not just to get this record, but to put in another stellar performance against the likes of Chelsea?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's the oldest goalkeeper in the world, right? Something like over 1,300 matches, 150 for Fluminense, some 790 for Cruzeiro, which a lot of people forget is one of the giants of Brazilian football. He's certainly not a household name, but he is among the legends of Brazilian football. And he actually does join along an illustrious list of players who've never played for the Seleção, despite having such an incredible body of work. He joins the likes of Alex, Marcelinho Carioca, Neto, who just simply never had space. But again, despite his comparative lack of fame, he's one of Brazil's greatest goalkeepers of all time. But it is also, I think, important to note and put in perspective that in Brazil, there's always existed this dichotomy of young and old, which Fluminense is demonstrating for us at this cup. Players in their prime from Brazil are exported to Europe. It's still one of the largest exporters of footballers on the globe. And so you have your young, talented, and some of the best going to Europe. But then you have some of these older players who are either returning from Europe or who've spent their entirety of their career here in Brazil. And you'll have this, there's this 16-year-old, 17-year-old who's coming into the limelight. And then you'll have this 44-year-old, 45-year-old who's now at the end of his career, but has done incredible things and is helping the clubs continue to rise. And so it's such a typical demonstration of what it means to be a Brazilian football, for what it means to be a player in Brazil. And it's just beautiful to see. And we all obviously hope that he does smash any records that are still left to hit.
Yeah, he's still got a lot of football left to be played. And Bizo, thank you very much. Obrigado, that's right?
Obrigado muito.
Valeu.
Valeu. Obrigado, valeu. Okay.
Wonderful, boys.
That's
Wonderful.
CBS Sports Brazilian football analyst Mbizo Zamani. Thank you as always. Now, Nico, we're going to do a little bit of all 22, and you're really high on this flu side. And you talked about some of the big storylines, so take us through it.
Yeah, I think the biggest storyline of them all is Martinelli suspended, right? A center midfielder that would pop in there where Hercules is at the moment. I go back to that Fluminense side that won the Copa Libertadores 2 seasons ago, and the midfield pair was Andre, who's now at Wolves, and Martinelli. They were very positional-based Fluminense that loved to keep the ball, and I would imagine they're going to do a little bit of holding down the fort against Chelsea. But obviously, we spoke about those difference makers right here in John Arias and Germán Cano, the goal scorer and the playmaker. If they're going to have any sort of surprise here, it's going to come down to those two on top of an incredible defensive performance.
Yeah, Thiago Silva has been outstanding, as you said. No Fuentes, so Fuentes, I think that's going to be the back four that we see right there. They could also play this back five that's made the difference.
Yeah,
on the opposite side.
More than a back, I think it would be more of a back five against Chelsea.
Yeah.
Personally.
Look, on the opposite side, the big question mark for Chelsea is who's going to fill in for Liam Delap? Joao Pedro, or is it Nicholas Jackson, who's back from being on the naughty list? I think Joao Pedro, he's going to be the guy, although he just came off the beach as well. What I saw from him in his cameo, that he came off the bench, there was an urgency, there was a sense of setting the press, and he's that sort of player that if you want to unlock Cole Palmer, as we saw in the first goal, I think you put him up there because he can float between the gaps. He can get the likes of Pedro Neto, who's been excellent this tournament, and Christopher Nkunku looks like he might have a future with some of the transfer speculation on Noni Madueke at Chelsea.
Crazy to think that Nico Jackson started in this Club World Cup on match day 1, and by the end of it might be the third string striker on this team. The other big note for Chelsea is that Moises Caicedo is back from suspension, right? And that partnership with Enzo Fernandez, this holding midfielder position, it could be some of the best in the Premier League. Moises Caicedo was Chelsea's best player last season. You know, he has lived up to that price tag. And when you say, what, $100+ million defensive midfielder, what can he give you to live up to that price tag? Masterful performances like he's been putting together. He's the heart and soul of this Chelsea.
Back to New York and a fresh interview with Chelsea's new £60 million signing, Joao Pedro, ahead of their Club World Cup semi-final.
What is it about Chelsea that made you want to move to this club?
I think Chelsea is a big club, and my dream always was to play for a big club, to win trophies. And the Chelsea, they have a great team, young team, and I think that's why I came here.
People are surprised that you've been able to play so quickly because you were on holiday last week. Do you now feel that you're ready to start in a Club World Cup semi-final? Because of course Liam Delap is suspended.
Like I said, I was in holidays, but I always training my vacation. And if I'm gonna start or not, this is not my decision, but I'm trying to improve to be ready for if Enzo need me, and you're gonna see tomorrow if I start or not.
Tell me, were you on the beach or were you, sort of last week on holiday? What were you doing? Where were you?
Like I was in Brazil, I was with my friends.
In Rio or?
Rio, yeah.
Yeah.
But I have a personal trainer, so I train as well. I enjoy, but I have to train. I have to be ready. Like for example, imagine if I don't train and Chelsea call me to come, it will be more difficult for me. So yeah, I was in holiday in Brazil with friends and family.
Were you enjoying the beach and?
Yeah, beach, like everything.
Yeah.
Brazilian food. It's nice to be in Brazil.
Of course.
So yeah, just spend time with my friends.
And then the phone went, and sort of kind of as soon as the phone went, you were on the phone with your travel agent.
Yeah, I knew the Chelsea had interest on me, so that's why also I was training more harder.
Okay.
And when they called me to come here, I was ready.
Yeah.
Not 100%, but ready for training to come here and play maybe. And I did my debut, so I think it was great experience for me.
Yeah.
and let's see tomorrow what happens.
What would it be like to play against
You were
Fluminense?
super sharp, weren't you? You were super sharp when you came on the other night.
Yeah,
You must have felt good.
I always gonna try to give 100%. I think I need to take the opportunity, and I think I show why I came here to play.
And Fluminense, will it be special to play against them?
Yeah, of course. Fluminense, I spend a lot of years there, grow up there, so I think it will be an unbelievable experience for me. But now I play for Chelsea, I need to focus on my team, and who play better gonna win the game.
And Thiago Silva?
Thiago Silva is a legend from my country. I have a lot of respect from him, but now he play for the other side.
What do you think about Bernardo Cueva, who helped the team, the Chelsea team?
Who?
Bernardo Cueva, the Mexican trainer in Chelsea.
Oh, I think he's a good for the team. He helped us in everything.
Is it true when you scored that bicycle kick for Fluminense that prior to the game they shaved your head as a prank?
In that game, when they shave was in the league, and you play against Cruzeiro in the same week, and yeah, it was a prank. In Brazil, it's normal. Some guys don't like, I didn't like as well, but this is normal there. And I think because they did that on me, gave more like, let's say, power. I was hungry, and I think I played better in that game, and I could score a great game.
No
Joao,
shaved head though here.
What did you feel like leaving Brighton? Do you have good memories of your time there?
I had a good time there, but now I'm here in Chelsea. I just want to talk about Chelsea.
But when you left, you left after being dropped for what happened with Van Hecker. It was reported at the time.
Yeah.
What did you? What's your reflections on that? And also, kind of, is there an opportunity to perhaps show that, your real character and what you're like?
I think who know me know my character, but I think when two players want to win, this is happen. This is normal. But like I said, I'm playing for Chelsea now. I just want to talk about Chelsea.
So that's what that was about. Two
I
players,
don't know.
two players in the
I
moment.
think two players just moment want to win.
Yeah.
And this has happened.
Yeah.
Joao, when you look at the Chelsea squad, the two current strikers before you joined, Delap and Jackson, are quite traditional number 9. Do you see yourself sort of in that role, or a bit more of a free striker, maybe a false 9, number 10, a slightly different sort of role?
I think every player have a different style to play, and I think Delap have one, Victor Jefferson another one. I have my way, and I think this is just gonna be a good way for Chelsea,
And do you feel like, because they're two top players and so are you, do you feel like it'll be difficult, 3 top players competing against each other, it'll be difficult for someone to really make their mark in the team?
I think who bring more good things to the team gonna play. I think everyone need to work hard in the end. Enzo decide.
And how have you found Enzo Maresca in the first few days? What sort of impression has he made on you?
I think he's very good coach. He's very intelligent, and he tried to make the game easy for us.
And obviously when you were at Brighton and Watford before that, it was sort of, lower down the league, different expectations. Chelsea have just had a very good season. Next season in the Champions League, do you feel ready for that step up?
When I left Watford, I was in the Championship. I went to Brighton. They played the Europa League, and if you watch the group stage, I was the top scorer. So I think I'm ready to new challenge. That's why I joined to Chelsea.
Can I ask you about Esteval William?
What does the Club World Cup? What will it mean to Chelsea? I also wonder what you can provide as a Brazilian, a perspective of what it means in Brazil, and should we maybe embrace it a bit more in Europe?
I think in Brazil the Club World Cup is very important because normally the team that don't play against the team in Europe. So for us in South America it's very important. For me also. So I'm always gonna take serious this tournament, and that's why I enjoy here to enjoy of this moment, because I think it's very important for me.
wallet he dropped.
Arsenal have been doing bits as well. They have signed Martin Zubimendi from Real Sociedad. That news is official, and it looks as though they are very close to getting Victor Gyökeres from Sporting as well. As we know, one of their main priorities this summer has been bringing in a striker, and it looks as though Gyökeres could be that man. Jules, what more can you tell us about this deal?
Yeah, that's right, Kay. This is moving forward very well. We talked about it a little bit the last time I was on the show, which was maybe on Sunday night, I think it was, or we Sunday today. I can't remember really, but a few days ago, and then we wrote it on the website as well. Talks between the player and Arsenal pretty much all done. Between the two clubs, which was always going to be quite difficult because we explained there was a release clause for Gyökeres, 100 million euros, but then he kind of agreed a gentleman agreement with the club saying that he could leave for less than that, around the 60 to 70 million euros fee, which they are about to agree. The structure is still a little bit up in the air, whether it's 60 plus 10, 65 plus 5 or 7, some bonuses that should be easily reachable. That's what Sporting wants. So we're not just there yet, but it should not be too long now before Victor Gyökeres is officially an Arsenal player.
That could change things very much for Arsenal this year, Craig.
Well, Mikel Arteta hopes so. It's like kind of an admittance, and right or wrong, that the initial plan didn't really work for him and hasn't taken them to the level that they needed, which was signing Kai Havertz. Ironically, to start with, to play in the midfield as a midfield three, which didn't really work, and with Gabriel Jesus up front, and then he was shuffled Havertz up top and did a decent enough job at times with his movement and his work rate and the odd goal, but not enough to get Arsenal near enough to City or over the line, and certainly not enough to get anywhere close to Liverpool last year. So I think the club realising that, and I think have done for quite some time, there was a sort of softball bid for Ollie Watkins in January last year that I don't think was ever going anywhere. But Benjamin Sesko's been on the list, Gyökeres has been on the list. I suppose Alexander Isak was a player that Arsenal had looked at amongst others. But Gyökeres seems to be the one that the deal was going to be slightly easier to do. Scored a barrel load of goals in Portugal. He's more of a sort of penalty box striker, big guy, big physical enough guy, naturals goal scorer, hustle bustle kind of player, a little bit of everything. So, if he gets this deal done along with the Zubimendi deal, the last 2 or 3 years, they really have backed this manager, haven't they? With transfer fees and transfer funds and recruitment. And I think this just piles the pressure on for Arsenal to go this season and deliver.
Is this the final piece of the puzzle, these players coming in?
Gyökeres, I saw a lot at Coventry, and he's a player, and you described him quite well in terms of that he's a bit of everything. He was at his best when I saw him play, when balls were rolled into him around the box and he'd twist and turn. He could score goals by himself. He didn't just always play backwards. He'd try and turn defenders, roll defenders, get shots away. He's a good box player as well. He'll find that bit of space in the box. So I think it's a good signing. Now, we do a lot of La Liga, and Craig has seen a lot of La Liga. You have as well. I've watched Zubimendi on many, many occasions, and I've only ever seen him really dominate a game once, and that was in the final of the European Championships when he came on as a substitute. I don't understand what all the fuss is about with Zubimendi. He's a nice footballer.
Tidy.
He's tidy. He's a nice footballer. It's Jorginho of 5 years ago. He'll get the ball, pass it square, keep it all flowing, but I don't think I've ever seen him play a forward pass that's caused a problem.
But going back to Gyökeres quickly, I know he had this spell at Coventry. His game has to have taken to whether it's the league in Portugal or not, and he's played in the Champions League and all that sort of stuff. So he's playing at a much better level. The Portuguese league is not the Premier League. We know that, so it is going to be more difficult. But his game has to have gone from a much different level from his time at Coventry to where he's been, particularly in the last 12 months.
If you're an Arsenal fan, are you not looking across at Liverpool and looking at Nunez? But Nunez was the same at Benfica. He scored a barrel load of goals. And on paper, Nunez was a great signing for Liverpool. As Gyökeres looks like, on paper, a great signing for Arsenal.
The question is, why when he was at Coventry, why when he was at Swansea, did managers not go, I tell you what, this player can go the distance? Why did he have to go to Portugal to get all those goals and prove himself as a top-class player to get back into the Premier League? Why did people see him at Coventry?
I'd have to go back and look at the Nunez, which I haven't got, the Nunez figures. I do think, I might be wrong.
They're not as good as...
But Darwin Nunez, I think...
But you can see my argument, right?
No, I know, but coming into that season before he went to Liverpool, he had a standout season. I think if you look beyond that, his goal scoring record wasn't like blisteringly good, Nunez, but then he did have that really good season that put him on the radar. I think Gyökeres has been a little bit more consistent.
Oh, he's had 2 great seasons. I mean, he's almost scored a goal a game in the last 2 seasons.
But you have to, if you're an Arsenal fan, you have to be excited by this because you're looking for a goal scorer. On the face of it, you've got a goal scorer. You plug in some other areas. There's probably going to be at least another signing, maybe 2. They're linked with a couple of other players. So, and it's pretty early, and one of the worrying things is, for any club, is that it's the middle of August, the season started, and you're still chasing around trying to get this player.
When Jesus came, Arteta said we don't really need a centre forward. When Jesus came from Manchester City, for the first 6 months, he was absolutely magnificent and took Arsenal to the top of the table. And that's when they were playing at their very best. And then he got injured and didn't play quite so well. So maybe this is the final product.
Well, let's take a look at how that Arsenal team might be shaping up now. Jules, we've tasked you with putting together an 11 of how Arsenal could fare this season with these players in that 11. Talk us through it.
It's pretty straightforward, really. There's just nothing. Zubimendi would come in and replace Partey, and Gyökeres would come in and replace Havertz, or whoever finished the season there when he was injured. The rest is pretty normal, pretty straightforward. Timber, Saliba, Gabriel, Luis Kelly, or you could put Calafiori at left back if you want. That midfield of Odegaard, Rice will be the same, just with that Zubimendi as the holding midfielder to try to control the game. And then for now, Martinelli at left winger, but we know they're also looking at a left winger, so it might not be Martinelli if they get the player they want for that left hand side, and then Gyökeres centrally and Bukayo Saka on the right. So there won't be any tactical revolution. There won't be any twist and things that we might see from Arteta tactically. I think both in terms of personnel and tactically, it's just very straightforward. That 4-3-3 and those 2 players for now just fit perfectly in that system.
Sorry. I was going to say, there's been talk today about Madueke. I don't know. Is there any truth in that, Jules?
Yeah, I think Arteta has liked him for a while now. Even last summer, he was already kind of like monitoring a little bit the situation. The thing is, Madueke as a left footer, best position is on the right, so he would come as a plan B for Saka, or the guy coming after Saka. You don't spend 50 million on somebody that would be a sub for somebody else, so then you can play him on the left. But Madueke as a left footer on the left, I don't think has the same impact than he has on the right hand side. 1, the right hand side is his favorite position. 2, he can come inside onto his left foot like a lot of left footer who play on the right do. So I'm not really sure where Madueke would fit. But then, yeah, of course, you can play him on the left hand side even as a left footer.
So is it Madueke or Eze, or could it be Madueke and Eze? Because one
of the 2, I think.
Yeah, because that really would be. Because we were talking about Eze. I know he's not in this conversation till now.
How does that make them better?
Who?
Madueke. How does he make them better? You're going to play him on the wrong side, and what's going to happen to Wanyeri? What Wanyeri was the backup for Saka.
Okay, hold that thought.
I actually thought Eze would be. Sorry, I actually thought Eze as a signing would be more of a push for Martin Odegaard than he would have been for Martinelli. At times we were critical of Odegaard last year, who is a big. I mean, he's the captain. He's a big player for them. He's in a big position, and at times in the bigger games, particularly last year, he had his poorer games. And I felt that the signing of Eze would fill both roles potentially, because we've talked about him. He's not a guy who likes to stand on the wide position. He likes to come in and play in those holes. He likes to play passes. He likes to get turned, and he's very good at finishing as well. His final third is very, very good. And I thought that signing could probably cover a couple of roles where he could supplement the wider area if need be, or if Martin Odegaard. Because everybody's droppable. Don't matter if you're the captain of Arsenal, if you're not doing it week in, week out, and you're going for a title and you're going for the Champions League, you're droppable. And I think he needs somebody to push him in that number 10 role.
Where does that leave Moreno then? I mean, so
as a squad player coming off the bench, a very good one.
So the 11 we just showed you. What I was going to ask you, Frank, is if this is a Premier League title-winning team for you.
I think it's possible if the new signing clicks on. They can pretend to be contenders, and with the depth that they have on the bench, it can be good. We all know that we want to see if they sign Gyökeres, if he can score goals, because that was the main concern. I just want to answer to say something about what Robo said about the fact that in Coventry or Swansea he didn't show the level he should have been to interest some of the team. But don't forget that Mo Salah or De Bruyne came for Chelsea and didn't show their talent before going back somewhere
sorry,
else.
Frank, I wasn't saying he didn't show. I wasn't saying he didn't show his talent. I'm saying other coaches or other scouts or other managers didn't see him or didn't make the decision on him, and that's when they should have made the decision because they'd have got him £30 million cheaper.
Okay, I thought it was more because of his performances that you were saying.
No, he was good. He was good for Coventry.
I hear you. Okay.
I mean,
yeah, it's what I thought, and he should have been picked before. But otherwise, yeah, I think if Gyökeres score goals, you are definitely a team can be a contender.
You could easily make an argument and say, yeah, that team could win the title. Of course they could win the title. They could have won it over the last, not last year, because they were out the race. The year before, they could have won it. Just fell a bit short. You could put the Liverpool team up and say, yeah, that team will win the title. You put the City team up and say, well, maybe there's a couple of areas there that they still are worried. Any of these teams could win the title. What they had last year was some injuries and some underperformances, and obviously they lacked a real goal-scoring threat. So absolutely.
That team, if they all play to a certain standard that they're capable of, that team absolutely has got a chance to win.
And there's a much better bench when you saw the players that were down there. Suddenly, if they want to make changes, the changes are better than they were last year.
Well, you look at the changes they made last year, some of them, I mean, one of them, Raheem Sterling, yeah, that was just a bust as a loan signing, wasn't it? He was on the bench, he played now and again, he came on now and again. I mean, can you remember anything that he did? So it's been hugely important to strengthen the bench. It's one of the things Liverpool did particularly well. When you looked at the Liverpool bench last year, Arne Slot was able to go and make changes that made a difference. And I don't think Mikel Arteta...
Go back a couple of years with Mikel Arteta when he had Willian. He brought Willian to the club, and the only place he failed really was at Arsenal, because he then went to Fulham and became a good player again. So he struggled at Arsenal for some reason.
So Jules, in your 11, there's no Kai Havertz, right?
No, there's no Kai Havertz for now. I mean, if you spend that money on Gyökeres, he's your number 9. Then with Havertz, the versatility is interesting because he can be another option as a number 9. You can even, if you're behind, if you're losing, you can tweak your system, and Havertz comes in and play higher up as a second striker if you want. With Gyökeres, you can play in midfield, where we've said enough time with Craig, especially on the show, that originally, Kai Havertz was signed to be the Granit Xhaka replacement, to play in that number 8 on the left-hand side with Rice deeper and Odegaard on the right. That was the idea at the beginning. Didn't turn out that way, didn't really work out. So then he did a decent job, as we've been saying, as a number 9. But Havertz offers you so much versatility that I think as a first serve, he'd be perfect. And then there's games where he will start. There will be so many games next season for Arsenal that he will have enough game time. It's not a problem. But for now, Gyökeres will have to be the standout striker and starter.
I don't think there's any Arsenal fan going round going, whoa, I think we need to squeeze Kai Havertz in somewhere. But I do agree, and it's a lot of money, 60 million or whatever it was. But Kai Havertz, I think, for Arsenal, for a potential championship winning side, is a really good player to have on the bench for all the reasons that Joe's mentioned. Is that he's versatile. He'll get his quota of goals without being a natural goal scorer. He works hard. He's got a great attitude. So he's a good player to play in games that you maybe want to give somebody a rest, or bring on second half when you're struggling and you need something a little bit different, or even put 2 up front.
But when you look at the overall,
happy with that. If he's happy with that.
Yeah. If you look at Havertz as his overall picture, there's a reason why he went to Arsenal. Because he didn't do well enough at Chelsea. When Chelsea bought him for a lot of money, he was going to be the star player. Everybody said he was one of the best players in the Bundesliga. He didn't really do it for Chelsea. I know they say he scored a winning goal in the Champions League final. Yeah, of course, great. But overall, his performances for Chelsea weren't good enough.
Anything else you want to say about this Arsenal side, Jules? Seems as though you've got such a close eye and a pulse on them.
No, just let's see what happens on that left-hand side. And we said the other day as well, they will have to sell before being able to buy Eze or Madueke, whoever they want. But it would be interesting. I think this is the last piece of that jigsaw. If you look at that team again, just to finish on that team, Martinelli is probably the one. If you can get an upgrade on Martinelli, a more established player, maybe a better player, simply, then I think you are even in a better position, and Martinelli becomes yet another really good option to come off the bench.
Let's get to Zubimendi then. Obviously, Stuart touched on what he did and Craig as well. Let me stay with you, Jules, on this one, because obviously Arteta knows that he wants this player. He knows him well, and now he's got his hands on him. What is he going to do with him? What's the hope?
The hope is that holding role, really, and controlling, dictating the pace, which is what he's very good at in Spain. Can he do it in the Premier League with more physicality, with more intensity, with more rhythm? Nobody knows. We don't know. Arteta doesn't know. Zubimendi himself doesn't know. Obviously, the hope at 26 is that he's such a smart, intelligent player that he will adapt quickly to the way Arsenal play to start with, which is different to what Real Sociedad have been doing when he was there. And then, obviously, more importantly, maybe adapt to the Premier League and the challenges that he will face in that league, because he's always been used to one thing, being Real Sociedad has been his club forever. There hasn't been even another club, so it's not even if he'd like been from Real Sociedad to another better Spanish club. It's just Real Sociedad, and it's a massive jump to the Premier League, to Arsenal. So let's see how quickly he settles. They wanted him ready for the trip that they have in Spain. They have a pre-season little few days in south of Spain first, and then they go on the proper tour in Southeast Asia. They wanted him there for that. He would be there, he would get to know everybody, and then everybody at the club is hoping that he would hit the ground running straight away.
I suppose these are the risks you take when you talk about whether they can deliver what they've been doing in their respective leagues in the Premier League when it comes to these players, including Gyökeres as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit with Robbo with Zubimendi. I mean, I'm glad we put a picture up of this guy, because I was trying to remember what he looked like. You know, he's not, to me, I've seen the guy when things are going well, when they've got plenty of possession, he's on the ball and he's facilitating and distributing it, and he's making little passes and cutting things out. I don't remember seeing him doing anything when his team have been up against it.
He's not dynamic. That's, you know, if he plays the holding role, and I talked about Jorginho when he first came to Chelsea, and I wasn't a big fan of Jorginho, and he'll keep the ball quite nicely, but I'm doing the commentary, you know, on the La Liga, and we've done it about 10 times last year, and I'll have a little joke with my commentator, how many times is he going to pass it forward? And I'll make little notes. He hardly ever passes it forward. There's no penetrative passes. There's no goal-scoring passes. He just keeps the thing flowing. There's lots of players that can do that, and you're paying a lot of money for a player that can just keep things moving along.
But maybe he hopes he's just going to be the glue.
Maybe.
The glue's the back four and the pass out from the full-back to get the move flowing and to allow Declan Rice and Odegaard to go and push a bit. Well, certainly Odegaard will, but Declan Rice, who we saw it more and more last year, just becoming more dynamic, and he can do both those roles. And just to give him a little bit of an insurance policy to go and be this guy who busts into the box as well. That's going to be a big role for Zubimendi, because Rice, if you're giving Rice and Odegaard the licence to go and get forward, and you're going to have a lot of possession, then you're going to have your head switched on in front of that Arsenal back four for the counter-attack. So it's a big role for this player coming in. He's certainly tidy enough on the ball. Whenever you watch Real Sociedad, he never ever stands out like a sore thumb, right? But maybe that's not a bad thing. He's just tidy under the radar, and he lets other people get on with the job.
The question is going to be what you were talking about there. If you're going to let Odegaard get forward and you're going to have Rice getting forward, the one thing that you know, Arsenal are going to 10 teams in. And so the biggest problem City have got right now is when teams get out, you don't have anybody in the middle of the park to stop them. I don't see how this guy stops him. I don't see how he gets...
He's no more athletic, I don't think, than Jorginho.
He's not quick around the field.
He's not the same as Rodri. He's not going to be as good defensively as Rodri for Manchester City.
That's my problem.
You know, and you've got to be, in my view, if you're a holding midfielder, even if you're good on the ball, you have to be a good athlete. You've got to cover fullbacks. You've got to cover the midfield players that have gone forward. You might have to drop in between your centre halves at times. I don't see him do that.
What do you think of what the guys are saying, Frank?
Well, I was more positive before the show than I am now, listening to the guys. You know, that guy won the Euro, plays for Spain, is going to sign for Arsenal for 60 million. And when I hear somebody who don't know, he's under the radar, he's not under the radars, he's in the shade, he doesn't do vertical passes. The guy seems to be completely useless, so I want to give a little bit more credit to the product. So I won't be as judgmental as the guys have been, where they know him better than me. But hopefully, you know, if he plays for Spain, if he's going to play for Arsenal, he will have some some influence into the game. Otherwise, of course, that's going to be useless to spend 60 million for a player who only do horizontal passes.
Jules, what do you make of these Jorginho comparisons?
No. I completely agree with Robo. I think, that you can make that comparison. I think if it's a player that Real Madrid wanted to sign and hijack the deal to Arsenal that's been agreed a while ago, and if Manchester City looked at him as well to sign him when Rodri got injured, there's a player there too. But the question, outside of the fact that of his profile and the defensive aspect in transition when Arsenal don't have the ball, because Arsenal we often have 65-70% of the ball in the Premier League still, is how quickly or how can he, if not even not quickly, can he adapt to the Premier League? This is the big question. He might do it and surprise us, or some of us. He might struggle a little bit at the beginning, but I think the most important, and we said that the other day as well, for Gyökeres, for Zubimendi, for whoever comes in that left wing position, it doesn't matter. They will have to be ready straight away. Arsenal cannot wait 6 months for Zubimendi to be ready to play in the Premier League, because by then, as we said the other day, the title will be lost, the Champions League might be lost as well. So Zubimendi has to be ready straight away, and that adaptation will have to be really quick and will have to be very good. And again, I just don't think he's got much time for it. So let's see how quickly he can adapt, because you can't wait that long for him to get ready. It doesn't work like this.
Just to be clear, we're not saying that he's not a great football player. We're not saying he's not a good player. But we're talking about Arsenal. The question here is, does this Arsenal team win the Premier League? We're talking about winning the Premier League here. And so the points that we're pulling out basically are, if he does those things that certainly I'm not sure he can do, if he does them, then it makes the chances of Arsenal winning the Premier League even better. All I'm saying is, to win the Premier League, what he's going to have to do defensively, if he's not capable of it, that could be the difference between them not winning the Premier League. So we're not saying he's not a good player, we're just saying to take that extra step, he has to do certain things, but we don't know whether he's going to do it.
The difference between Arsenal and City, though, is, and when City got exploited last year many times, was they really didn't have much of a structure as the season unravelled. They had no structure in the middle of the park, they had no structure generally in their defensive unit, and the back four just was a shambles in the end, the two full-back positions. You could throw the centre-halves in there as well. The one thing Zubimendi and others have got going for them is that Arsenal have a really good structure about how they press and how they then sometimes set off. And when he is struggling, if he is struggling, he's got arguably one of the best back fours in European football that's behind him. And also, I think Declan Rice, and I think we all agree, he's been well worth the money.
Absolutely.
For Arsenal, what they paid for him. There's just a heck of a player in there. You know, he's not... All right, he scored those 2 goals in the Champions League, but generally he's not going to do the overhead kicks and all that sort of stuff. But generally everything he does defensively and offensively is very good. And he's been around the block enough times now that if he sees a player coming in and he's having a hard time, or he's getting swamped in the middle of the park, he'll just sit in there, Declan Rice, and say, listen, I got you back for the meantime until we're in a comfortable position. So it's not like he's going to be in there on his own. Yeah. He's got Odegaard, who's an attacking player, and he's got Declan Rice, who's one of the best around, not just in England, but in Europe, at doing both sides of the game.
Arteta thinks he's got a mixture of all three with these 3 players. He's got the dynamism with Rice. He's got, hopefully, the passing ability of Odegaard, and he's hoping the continuity of Zubimendi just picking out the passes and keeping everything going. So that's what he's hoping for, that those 3 mixtures work really well.
Gentlemen, wow. I don't even know where to start. A great final if you're the Mexican national team, maybe a little bittersweet if you're the US men's national team, a US team that was, I don't want to say dominated, but at least in the statistics, possession, they were outdone in possession, shots on goal as well, 16 shots, 8 on goal to US's 6 and 3, almost twice the amount of passes, twice the amount of expected goals. And Casey, was it really this one-sided?
Well, it was one-sided, but it wasn't like a runaway, right? Because it wasn't like out of that possession and out of a lot of those shots that were from Mexico. It wasn't like Freese was flying all over the place, having to make saves, and so I think out of a lot of what Mexico had, it was just a lot of possession in midfield. But what it did was it really stopped the U.S. from attacking, because we talked about it, while we were watching the match. How many times Diego Luna's drawn back, Tillman's drawn back. So then when there was a turnover, there was nobody there to really kind of switch the pitch and then pin Mexico in their own half. And so I think, yes, it was one-sided, but it wasn't one-sided from a standpoint that you're just reeling with pressure, but it really stopped the U.S. from being able to be maybe more productive in the offensive third.
Janis, I have to be honest, from a U.S. men's national perspective, this started out better than anybody could expect. You're on the front foot, you win a free kick in a dangerous position, a great ball is whipped in by Sebastian Berhalter, and Chris Richards is one of your important men, best players in this tournament, gets a goal, and it's 1-0. You silence the crowd. Where did it go wrong for the U.S. men's national team?
Well, after the third minute, right? Because that's when a mature team controls the game. I mean, that's the next level. We can say all we want. I mean, Mexico won this deservedly. I mean, they were much better, and you can't get past the statistics. I mean, 60-40 at times was 65-35, 16-6 shots, 12 0 corners, I think, if I remember. Yes, maybe they didn't create tons of clear-cut chances, but neither did the U.S. team after they scored that goal. Maybe one more, I think Freeman, but that was more of a mistake, long ball over the top.
Correct.
So you look at this, I never like to say, we scored too early, but remember we were talking during the game and said, we kind of did, because I had a feeling that this team is not ready. It's not at a level to now control the game. That's what it's going to take. Mauricio Pochettino had 40 days to work with this team, to mold this team, not the team that you wanted to have here for next year, because that's all that matters, right? Winning the Gold Cup would have been nice, in my opinion. I think we've all done it, but I'm past the CONCACAF stuff. Yeah. I'm looking at the next level. And what we found out today and throughout the tournament, what Mauricio Pochettino, what he found out is more who doesn't belong when I say who's not going to play a big part, rather than the players that do. Because for me, Malik Tillman and Chris Richards are the only players that I can honestly say that deserve that.
I mentioned as a quick start, it's the earliest goal the U.S. has ever scored versus Mexico in 30 years. It was a third-minute strike by Roy Waggerly in 1995. June 18th, 1995 was the last time they scored that early. Case, Janis is painting a picture as inexperienced players didn't know how to deal with this moment. I look at the Mexico side. Their roster, the starting 11, had 9 World Cup vets. Raul Jimenez is looking to play his 4th World Cup. Right. Go to the other side, you had Chris Richards, well, I'm sorry, not even Chris Richards. You had Tim Ream, Tyler Adams, and Luca De La Torre. And Luca didn't play last World Cup. Is it that simple?
It showed. That was a big part of it, because I think what we saw throughout this tournament was, even against poorer opposition, it was 60, 65 minutes, and then somehow teams got back into the match against Guatemala. I mean, we talked about it the other day. 2-0 lead after 15 minutes against the 106th ranked country in the world. And after 15 minutes where you're 2-0, you've silenced the crowd, as you mentioned, again, you completely let the 106th ranked team control the match and pin you in, and in the end, you were so happy when the final whistle went. So when you mentioned, did they score too early? Because what we saw when they were in control of matches, they gave it back. They weren't able to see matches out in a professional way, and I knew Mexico was going to be the tougher task of all the matches they played against, and I wanted to see things. I didn't think with the squad we had, you were just going to go, okay, go beat Mexico. But what I wanted to see was those little things. Can you control the game better in situations? And from 4 minutes onward, we kept saying, are they going deeper? Are they going deeper? There wasn't that time where we said, let's control a press. Let's get up, and let's pin them in their own half for a while. There was 5 minutes, 4 minutes, right at the end of the first half where you thought, okay, maybe they're not going to be afraid of this. And then the second half, it was all Mexico.
I know it's U.S. men's national team versus Mexico. It's El Clásico de CONCACAF. It's the big, rivalry here in this region. But if I'm a U.S. men's national team fan, I'm not too upset at what they did this tournament. They punched above their weight for a lot of times.
With the players they had.
With the players they had. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Caveat,
But then there's a part of me saying, you had them right there. And why is it that the most experienced players aren't the players that are puffing out that chest and leading the charge? Tim Ream, who's been admirable with the U.S. men's national team and most likely will still be Chris Richards' partner come a year from now in the World Cup. In the Raul Jimenez equalizer, he goes at it and attacks it with his left foot instead of his right foot. Those are very simple, basic things defenders should know. Doesn't do it. We look at a player like Tyler Adams getting dragged out time and time again, and maybe that's the system, and maybe that's how Mexico overwhelmed them with their fullbacks. But am I naive to expect more from these experienced players? Where were these players?
Well, that was what I wanted to see in this tournament. And that's why I wanted to see that from, let's say, Johnny Cardoso. I wanted to see that from Tyler, who obviously had a long injury spells. He missed some of earlier in this camp because of the toe issue. But that's 2 matches in a row from who a lot of us or a lot of people were saying this, very easily could be the captain in the next World Cup. Semi-final and final had to come off at the end of the match. Not a Diego Luna or Diego came off as well, but but you're not looking at these kids, okay, you got to pull them off, put somebody on. But to your point, I want to see the most experienced players in this squad rise to the forefront, and I don't think Tillman did that today, because, I didn't think Luna did that today. Because I said, that's great. I'm all for a player taking his opportunity, getting the chance to go do it. But I need to see it against the more difficult opposition in those games. And can you be that player that's making a difference? Chris Richards,
right?
Whole tournament was that guy, even today as well.
I want to get to Matt Freese with you in a second, but I want to ask you, you mentioned Malik Tillman, you mentioned Diego Luna, those players who clearly came out as winners in this Gold Cup. Clearly people have seen a stock up with those players. Did they disappoint you tonight?
No, Tillman showed his qualities, and I think you see that, the level he plays in Europe and how he plays. I thought, I'm not saying he had a great game today, but you saw his strength, the ability to turn on players, the ability to attack space from time to time. He didn't do it often enough, but he was one of the few that actually you could say, okay, at the next level against bigger opposition, he
with
can.
Maybe some different people next to him
with different
as
people,
well.
he can, right? And others I didn't. Diego Luna, it was a big test today. He didn't pass that test, by the way. And please don't tell me that he had to help Arston and all of that, right? The U.S.-Mexico, the 2-0, this was good in our time, 10, 15, 20 years ago. We've won this thing, 7 times right now. Mexico won it 10 times. We know that we can do it. We didn't do it. My worry was more so with this team, everything that came before this game, because at the very least, I would have taken a loss against Mexico in a good game, very even game where Mexico wins it, but us dominating teams like Saudi Arabia, Haiti, Costa Rica, and Guatemala. We have to be able to dominate. When I say dominate, to control the game. It's up to us what happens in this game, whether we win or lose. But we really had them, right?
What I said,
I didn't see that. And I didn't see that against Switzerland and Turkey. And by the way, we should be Switzerland and Turkey.
At home?
They're average. We should be at that level, right? Come on.
Not these players.
Well,
right now,
that's
no. My point is that even with the full team, I don't know if we're there, right? I was in Qatar. I commentate Switzerland, who are a very, very good team, had a great tournament. Next thing you know, it's 6-1 against Portugal. So, when Ronaldo controversially doesn't start, and Gonzalo Ramos comes in and scores a hat-trick, right? And Turkey, you saw in the quarterfinals against Holland in European Championship.
But what I said the other day was, this team will beat teams they're supposed to beat. They found a way to beat Guatemala. They're going to beat Trinidad.
When you say this team, are you referring to this Gold Cup team, or are you referring to the U.S. men's national team in general?
Well,
if the 8 players are here, do you feel the same? That they beat teams who they're supposed to beat, but they don't beat anybody else? Because I think that's a massive knock on the U.S. men's national team.
I would say that
your national team, very quickly, your national team punched above its weight.
Yes, correct.
Continually. But Bob Bradley's the same. Jurgen Klinsmann's the same. When has this U.S. men's national team pool of players punched above their weight?
That's what we're waiting to see. Because, I know you don't play as many European oppositions as you used to because of Nations League and all that kind of stuff. But you haven't beat a European team in 4 years.
Yeah.
You went on a 6-game unbeaten streak against Mexico. Now you lose to Mexico. You lose to Panama. You lose to Canada. You lose to Canada again. And people say, okay, Canada's supposedly, their player pool right now, what they're doing, maybe the strongest team in CONCACAF, they slip up, whatever. But you're still looking at a U.S. men's national team that you're not saying, hey, look, they can sneak a result against Argentina, against Germany or Belgium or somebody, and even in a friendly, and even if you say, oh, okay, the team they were playing against didn't take it that serious, but you still gave them that surprise.
I'd be remiss if I wouldn't ask you, 4-time World Cup veteran, played the position you know very well. What did you see from Matt Fries tonight, and maybe just in general throughout the tournament?
I mean, Matt was fine. Even in the match today, we were talking about a few different things, and he wasn't really tested. I mean, I'm not going to blame him for goals by any means. But there was little things, shot from distance that you gave up a corner that it was a comfortable shot from distance. You shouldn't be making those little issues that against different opposition in different moments just give you those little extras. And, I think Alexi said something in the broadcast, take the penalties aside, it wasn't convincing. And I think that's kind of the way I looked at it. It's like, okay, he didn't look overawed. He didn't, he made the one huge mistake, but we've all made big mistakes. But there was everything else. I didn't see, look at those 2 or 3 saves. Look at those. I said, okay, he did what he probably should have done. He did a couple things he could have done better. There was some indecision. It just wasn't maybe what we've come to expect from the position.
Okay, so who has pole position right now? In that position with the U.S. men's national goalkeeper?
I think if
everybody's available,
if you had to play somebody right now, I still think you play Turner. I just don't think anybody else. I would have loved to have seen Zach Steffen be fit for this tournament, and see if he could have.
If you're Matt Turner, why show up? Why not just go to Lyon?
Because I don't think Matt thought he wasn't going to play. I think I know he didn't have a good game against Switzerland, and fine, but what I would have loved to have seen is Matt just given that opportunity. But I also understand the idea of trying somebody else, but I don't know if Matt Fries was close enough to say, okay, you play the whole Gold Cup because I want to see if you're right there. And I think it just leaves more questions than answers, as Janusz said at the beginning with the majority of the guys in this Gold Cup.
Janusz, the defensive line was constantly under pressure, whether it was Mexico or the final minutes versus Guatemala or Costa Rica. What have you seen from this U.S. men's national team back line?
Well, I mean, I think the part of me thinks, of course, that there's going to be a different team when we see them in the World Cup.
There's going to be a significantly different team.
It's going to be a significantly team. My worry is always.
I mean, these were your 2 center backs that you're probably going to have in the World Cup.
Yeah, but I think Anthony Robinson will make a difference, and if we see Serginho Dest come back to the form that we've seen, I think that that helps us as well, of course, and the protection of the back line could be different, of course, with Weston McKennie, whoever's going to get Tyler, and I think he's going to be benefit from that. Just the communication and know-how and knowing the players around. So that's going to be a change. My worry is with the goalkeepers. The good news is that everyone's in the game still. I mean,
well, that's good for them. That's not good for us.
Yeah, it's not good for us because we continue to be a massive underdog going into these big tournaments. And any team, and we're not the only one, any team that's in that position at the very least has to have a decent goalkeeper, right? And we've seen that in our times with you, Tony and Brad, and of course Tim Howard showed that against Belgium. So you have to have that. We don't. So that's a massive negative. But the biggest worry overall right now from this tournament here is that we are going to the World Cup next summer and we're hosts of this tournament. And Mauricio Pochettino is going blind into that tournament. He's going absolutely blind.
Whose fault is that?
I don't think I'm going to put it on him. The fault.
I think some of it has to be on him, though.
Some of it, but not everything.
100%.
FIFA part of it, because they created a tournament that shouldn't be here at this particular time, right? Where a lot of the players couldn't be here, not just for.
You're talking about the Club World Cup.
Club World Cup, of course. We had players that chose to have surgeries because they had to have it. We had players that chose not to play because to them, it wasn't that important, right? They just figured that they need rest. Leave it, think of it all of what you want. But as I said, 40 days. 40 days, I mean, that's a massive amount of time with the national team. That new coach, because this is not a coach that's been here for 1 cycle or 2 cycles. This is a brand new coach.
Well, he's been here for 10 months.
Well,
I mean,
but you know what I mean. I'm saying
I'm not saying you react pretty quickly
how many,
with Mauricio Pochettino. He's got some blame. Why do you feel he's got some blame there?
Well, because
and how much blame?
What I haven't seen from Pochettino is a full commitment to the national team. I haven't seen a full commitment to the players. I haven't seen a full commitment to going and watching matches and truly being the guy to find out all those questions. Frank Leboeuf said on FC early on, he said, I think it's going to be a tough task for him because he doesn't know any of the U.S. players. So, fair enough.
That was my point.
He doesn't know them. So then you have to absolutely just dive in head first. And we haven't seen that. We've seen him doing a lot of other things, but we haven't seen him truly being represented. You hear players talking. Have you spoke with Pochettino? No, he's never called me. I've not talked to him. I don't know where I stand. I don't know. And to me, that's fine if you're a club coach. Because the club coach, if somebody in the end doesn't buy into what you're saying, you can just go buy somebody else. But as a national team coach, you only have what you have. If they've got a passport, great. And it's clearly we have 5 or 6 players that are at one level. We've got another 5 or 6 players that are kind of not quite to that level, but right around there. And then we've got a squad. Those 10, 12 players, as a national team manager, they have to be on board. They have to be 100% bought in. And sure doesn't look that way from the outside.
I've been very critical of Mauricio Pochettino, his time spent and the optics of how he spends that time. You call him 15 Major League Soccer players out of a team with 26 spots, and I've not seen him in one stadium. I've not heard about the dual national recruitment.
The only thing I've heard is he's been to Atlanta because he was there with U.S. Soccer.
Right, Como U.S. Soccer.
But to your point, Herc, I heard friends in Seattle say, oh, they've been told they're going to come and they're going to meet and they're going to talk, and nobody showed up.
I think the optics matter here. And what I've seen from Mauricio Pochettino hasn't really left me overly impressed for a federation that spent $6 million a year. There was a benefactor who wrote out a check. We're going to get two benefactors. Yep. Wrote out a check. We're going to get one of the best one of the best managers in the world right now. Where if Manchester United needed a coach, he'd probably be on that short list. And yet, I'm left wanting more against Guatemala. I'm thinking to myself, is he going to pull the trigger and make a sub here? This team looks absolutely.
Yeah. They're being ran.
Gassed.
They're being
ran all over the field. Yeah. And today, he does something we've not seen all tournament. He puts in Damian Downs in the 60th minute, takes out Luca De La Torre, and they go kind of a 2-man up top with Ajiman and Downs. But have you been impressed, Casey, with what you've seen tactically under Mauricio Pochettino?
But it didn't change because if I go with 2 big boys up front, and I think Janusz makes a brilliant point. This isn't 3 days to prepare for a match like a lot of international matches are. This is at the end of a 40-day camp. So this is where you've had time to work out and say, hey, we got a couple big boys up front. We're down a goal. We haven't had a lot of possession. Let's go route one and see if we can win some second balls in the final third and win some free kicks. Downs came on, and we're still trying to play, and it just didn't look like it was like anything different except for just a different player on the pitch.
Janusz, the way the U.S. men's national team could have hurt Mexico in this game is the way that the U.S. men's national team has historically been able to hurt Mexico in games. set pieces, transitions, you defend. It's everybody behind the ball. When are we going to see something different with the U.S. men's national? When are we supposed to see that next level?
Well, the problem I have with Pochettino is, he hasn't delivered on what he promised of what we know about him as a manager, right? I mean, he's talked about it, the high press, right? We watched the high press, dysfunctional, right? I mean, the players,
always a free man. Always a free man
15, 20 minutes left. But, today was a game, and there were moments where you could do it. If you look at history, forget who the coach of the national team was. And I'm not going to talk necessarily about the spirit, but you know how to beat Mexico. They're uncomfortable when you get very physical with them. I didn't see that today. In fact, I saw it the opposite way. It was Mexico doing this to us. Every game against Mexico that I remember, the 2-0 in our times, the Columbus games, whatever it was, as you know, they like to play in the rhythm. This is the nation that likes the combination play. We've talked about it. They're not necessarily players that will take you one-on-one everywhere. They will do that in the wide areas, which, by the way, they did effectively.
But it was almost like an inside-out wide area. It was like a player would get wide, then there'd be an inside overlap that somebody didn't track with, and then play the ball through.
But for Pochettino, who likes to kind of project himself as that, the Argentine, we know how they play. We were missing that, to stop the game a little bit, the little fouls here and there, to stop that momentum. We didn't have it, and we didn't have control almost at any point of this game. I mean, there was a little, maybe 2 minutes in the second half we noticed, but I mean, usually when we talk about 15 or 20 minutes of control, that's usually not good enough.
Right.
Today, there was zero control over the course of this game, right? I mean, Mexico controlled this game from start to finish. What we saw in the last 5 minutes.
Double-digit.
That was holding.
That desperation.
That was just
desperation we saw in 5 minutes. This is something that we usually show for longer periods of time.
Okay, so Herc, I'll go back to your point where you said, absorb some pressure and hit on the counter. Okay, let's go through some people. Some pace that the U.S. national team always had. From Kobe Jones to Ernie Stewart to Landon to Bees to, Josie, and then, then obviously you'd have like a Brian McBride able to flick stuff on and do things.
Charlie Davies, Robbie Finley has made a World Cup because of that.
Just even guys that, like you said, if you could absorb some pressure, get them frustrated looking for that winning goal, and then go route one, little combo through. I mean, we're talking about Cesar Montes with a yellow card. Did you ever put him under enough pressure after that to see if you could do that? Alvarez got a yellow card. You didn't put him under enough pressure.
The summer transfer window is gaining some momentum. So here to help us cut through the noise of what's happening next is David Ornstein. And here to break down if those latest rumours actually make sense is JJ Bull and Art de Rocher. Welcome to the Deal Sheet. Okay, let's start with something that I think, well, we're going to find out, David, is in its infancy. As reported in the What We're Hearing section of the Deal Sheet, is Eberechi Eze apparently has some interest from Arsenal. So I'm going to ask you now, what is this? What stage is it at? Am I allowed to be excited at all?
Well, you can be excited about anything, Joe. Should Arsenal fans be? Let's see, because Eberechi Eze is a good market opportunity, you could say, given the way he ended last season, given his qualities, given the fact that there is a release clause in his contract at Crystal Palace in excess of £60 million. I'm sure many have looked at the situation before. For whatever reason, they've not gone for it. And Arsenal are exploring it as things stand. So they've held some conversations, not club to club so far. So it's more with the sort of player side of things. And it would be as a potential attacking addition as they weigh up several different possibilities, such as backup for Bukayo Saka on the right side, a potential left wing addition, a number 9, of course, which we've talked so much about, and then maybe even an 8/10, and that's where Eze comes into the situation. He's high among their candidates. He's a serious consideration. And it's not like they would be looking at him and not a left winger or not a striker. It's like an additional thing. And that, I think, has maybe made the fan base quite intrigued by this possibility. But we're not saying it's going to happen. We're not saying it's advanced. And Arsenal, I think, for a player who's only got a couple of years left on his contract, is 27 years old now, wouldn't want to be going as high as the release clause. They would want to go lower if indeed they proceed with this. And I'm sure Crystal Palace would like to see the release clause met if they're going to lose their player.
That's generally what a release clause is for.
Yeah, although it's timed with Eze, so it has to be hit within a certain period. Otherwise, it's not active, and you just have to negotiate like normal. I don't know exactly what those timings are.
Right.
But there are many factors for Crystal Palace to consider in such a situation. Can we ever get that sort of price for him from anywhere? Yeah. Is he going to sign a new contract? Are we going to lose him for a lower figure subsequently? Can we sell a different player to make income less relevant? If not, do we need to think about this very seriously? What about the wishes of the player? Would he like to go? I'm sure it's an opportunity he might be open to exploring, given he actually started at Arsenal as a youngster and was released from their youth system. And it would present, Champions League football and that sort of thing. But we're not at that point yet. I'm just kind of laying the foundations for something that may develop, but in a relatively embryonic stage, as I understand it right now.
Okay, it's embryonic, Art, but I think you're intrigued by it, aren't you?
Yeah, I think everyone is, to be fair. When you look at a lot of things with Eze, it just makes a lot of sense. As David mentioned, he was at the club's academy from, I think he was 8 years old until he was released at 13. So for me, I'm just 9 days older than him, so it's quite easy to do the maths. But that's between 2006 and 2011.
Yeah.
And when you look at, I guess, the players that were in Arsenal's first team at that time, and the players who would have been, I guess, role models for any Arsenal fan growing up, or player, it would have been Cesc Fabregas, Thomas Rosicky, Alexander Hleb, Andre Arshavin. These are guys who Arsene Wenger at the time brought in as attacking midfielders, but would also play out wide because they were so good technically that they could just function wherever. And I think that's something that would apply with Eze as well. I think when you look at the recruitment of midfielders, in particular in the last couple of years, you have Declan Rice, Mikel Merino, and I'm going to include Kai Havertz as a midfielder as well.
Fair enough.
All very tall, all very physically dominating, but not as technical as players who those watching Arsenal were used to at one time. And I think Eze just brings back that feeling that a lot of people have been craving in recent seasons, and that's why the intrigue is so strong.
I mean, JJ, we've heard he can obviously play in a couple of different positions. Where do you see him in this Arsenal team? Were it to happen, a reminder that it's embryonic, that's what David said.
Yes, so we know that Eze at Crystal Palace tends to play in the left like a 3-4-3, so he tends to be in these sort of positions here. But what you want to do with Eze, I think, is get him around a striker somewhere in these positions here. Now, the almost obvious place he would play in this Arsenal team is on the left wing if you take Martinelli out. What Martinelli's really good at is running into space, especially when they're playing on the counter. But what he's maybe not the best at, and what Arsenal struggle with, is when they're playing against a team who sits back in the block, and so they have to defend against them. So you take Martinelli out, but Eze there, even though you want him to be in these positions, you can still start him in these wide areas, because you play different positions in different parts of build-up. So say you get into these positions here during build-up, that's fine. But when you get to the final third, what you want is probably you need someone to overlap, essentially. So when we look at just a random goal that he scores for Crystal Palace, so here is Eze in the middle and all the space. And the reason he's got all this space is because Tarek Mitchell, who's the wing back, has allowed them to stretch it. You see there's a lot of distance from the right back and the centre back here. And they're playing at Fulham. So because Mitchell is wide, it means that Eze has the space to move into, and he can receive the ball. Lovely little trick that Art's talking about. Very tricky technical player, goes past and then pings one in from about 20 yards into the back of the net, which is what you're supposed to do. Well, that's what you're meant to do in football, Joe. Put the ball in the net.
That's what I never understood. It's why my career didn't work out.
That's one of many reasons, yes. And so Arsenal tend to play, as we know, with Lewis Skelly as an interior midfielder, really, not a left back. His positions don't mean anything these days. And so if you took Lewis Skelly out, you could put someone in like Calafiore, who would then be able to overlap, and that would maybe give you the space you need to play him inside. But regardless, I think it still makes sense because of what he brings to the team. When you get into these final third positions, he's going to do things here, but this is where you start to see a bit of a problem, because he's going to play in this position here where Rice would normally move into, and then Odegaard will be round a bit here, and you've got maybe White pushes up. This is what we see from Arsenal a lot of the time. So you do kind of need this outside player, I think, which is something they used to have in the past, but they don't really have now. Do you think Calafiore would be doing that for Arsenal?
Yeah, he's someone who can go into those more infield kind of areas, but he's very athletic as well. So I think one thing that made him really exciting last season was when he was bombing bombing down the left, overlapping. And I think for Arsenal, that's something they've missed. Kieran Tierney used to do that for them and was very good at it. And at the time, it actually allowed Emile Smith-Rowe to do what we're talking about in terms of what Eze could do. And it really helped Arsenal at a time where they were struggling for creativity. So that's something that I think could be quite encouraging if they were to kind of advance their interest in Eze. And I've got an example that I'll show you guys afterwards, but you can just see it allows them to have a bit more of a presence inside the pitch when teams might try and clog that area up, something they've struggled to really deal with in recent seasons. They can cut through that with 1 or 2 passes, really, whereas having that, I guess, option out wide just also keeps the opposition guessing. So I think Arteta, for how much he's made Arsenal competitive in recent seasons, I think there is also a need to be, I guess, different and have variation to your game as well.
No, it will certainly be exciting to see.
Well, speaking of things that might change, so it looks like Arsenal might not change too much from what we've seen in the last few seasons, but a lot of teams, I think, are going to end up playing with really advanced fullbacks this season, like touchline fullbacks. It seems to be the trend, if you want to call it that. But the way you do that is probably you want to move a player, maybe the defensive midfielder, into a position where you create more of a 3 to cover more of the space in these situations. The Zubimendi could then dictate play from deep with a bit of space, because you can't put someone marking him there.
I'm going to ask you about him next, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
But also, rather than playing through the middle, they could go out to the left-hand side, which is quite a common thing you've seen over the last few decades, like Toni Kroos did for Real Madrid, for example. So it's another way to create a 3. So you've got a player in space deep. Granted, Xhaka does this a lot, actually. So then you can push players further up, which means you get more fun from Eze and allows Rice to still block, crash, and do these sorts of things. So we might see a little bit of variation from Arteta this season, so it's not always the same as it has been. I'm not sure this is actually what they'll do, but it's what other people are doing, and good managers tend to draw from other good managers.
A note to caution, and maybe Arsenal fans don't like to hear that when something's too good to be true, it normally is. The age profile will be a consideration for the Arsenal hierarchy normally, and we're seeing this increasingly with clubs, and I'm sure it's a view of the Arsenal ownership as well. We'll go for younger players with higher value, potential resale. For Eze, you'd be going for win now, you know, somebody who can deliver. You're not going to see that money back. You want sporting success as a result of such an investment. But, you know, among the strikers that Arsenal are looking at, which is their priority position, you've got Victor Gyökeres, Ollie Watkins in the mix, Sesko's of the younger bracket. And so if they do go for one of the older options in attack, in the number 9 role, also bringing in, say, an 8-10 of that age profile, it is a thrilling prospect for the Arsenal fans that want them to challenge for trophies next season. But it will be a factor in any kind of decision, also, and how far they're willing to push financially. And within this conversation is, does somebody need to depart? When I reported this, I said that part is unclear at the minute.
Right.
Is there going to be an exit? And there's been a lot of chatter around a Martinelli, a Trossard, maybe some of the others in there. That's something we just don't know yet, and it's worth being mindful of as supporters see the coverage around that topic.
Okay, well, something else that's still a bit unclear to me. Martin Zubimendi. What's happening there?
He's going to be announced at some point very soon.
Imminently. Could it have happened by the time this releases?
That is plausible.
Okay.
Because I think I reported, say, a week ago with our colleague James McNicholas that Zubimendi had been in London to meet Arsenal officials as part of the process of finalising and completing his move to Arsenal. Mm-hmm. That has been regarded as done and signed by Arsenal for some weeks, maybe even months. Arsenal have been factoring him into their, Mikel Arteta's, plans for the new season. What are Arsenal going to do in terms of Zubimendi, Rice, Norgard is incoming from Brentford, Marino. There's a lot of possibilities in there, and I think Arsenal are pretty pleased with how their new central midfield is going to be shaping up.
Well, just before we talk about how it might be shaping up, Norgard, to me at least, seemed to kind of come out of nowhere. What about to you? Were you expecting that one?
So it was a surprise to me, yep. no problem with that, but I didn't rate that one. But when you look at the situation, think about it, his profile, 31 years old, Premier League ready, already in London as well. Said to, he's the Brentford captain, Denmark international. He's got a pretty consistent record of appearances, not terribly troubled by injuries. He contributes goals as well.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does, and I think Arsenal will be pretty satisfied at getting him.
Well, we've alluded to it already, but what do you think it's going to look like in the midfield area? A lot of new faces.
Yeah, I mean, it'll look like this.
Right.
It'll look exactly the same as always. Norgard can replace Zubimendi when he's not there. They obviously have a lot of games to play, so you need a bit of cover. There is a world in which he could play alongside him, because Zubimendi is a very creative player and could then feasibly push up a little bit if you don't have Rice available or Odegaard or something like that. Obviously, you can't play 12 players at once. Sure. The joke I always make, which isn't funny anymore. But if you look at some numbers for Norgard, what we'll see is that Christian Norgard makes a lot of tackles and interceptions for Brentford.
Wow.
In fact, did you know?
He made one really big one in the middle there.
That was the biggest interception of all.
Wow.
An interception of our hearts. Since he joined,
he laughed at my joke. Yeah.
I need some new jokes as we have established. Since he joined the Premier League, he was promoted in, I think it was 2021. No player has made more interceptions than Norgard in the entire of the Premier League.
Right.
Did you know that?
I didn't know that, but now
I made a video about it, so you've been watching my videos. Yeah. Also, he's made a lot of tackles. I think it's like 3 or 2 players are made more than him at that same time.
Right.
Sounds like a very defensive player, but Brentford sit a lot deeper. So he's got lots of interceptions here, defensive actions here. Comparing it to Jorginho, much fewer. He's not as mobile. Jorginho is more of a lovely passing type player. Norgard's a bit more defensive. Doesn't mean he can't do that, because he plays a lot of through balls. You go through any games you watch him play, he snaps onto the ball, passes it forward, he moves things forward. He's not just he plays for Brentford and he's not really famous, doesn't mean he doesn't do much.
Yeah.
So I think this is the thing to remember. But Zubimendi's also a very defensively active player too. So I think it's just good cover to have. I like it personally. I think it's a really smart little transfer.
It's exciting, isn't it? What do you think?
Yeah, I think with Norgard, it just makes a lot of sense. When you look at Arsenal last season, they were hit with a lot of injuries. And when you're going into the new season, especially with the Champions League as well, you'd want someone like Norgard rather than having to rely on someone you don't really trust. And I think when you speak about, I guess, Jorginho, I think it helps that he has probably more physical capacity, as you mentioned, JJ. So yeah, with that one, I think it makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't say like I was over the moon excited, but I was just like, yeah, that makes sense. So I'm cool with it.
Poor Christian Norgard, you're not over the moon. Yeah.
And we talked earlier about whether there were other options. The one that Arsenal's sort of in-house recruitment team had been working on for some time prior to Andrea Berta's arrival as sporting director was the young player from Rosenborg, who's ended up going to Manchester City, Sverre Nipan.
Right.
So they were looking at somebody for the future who could be one of the next big things in football, in a way that Tottenham bought in a Bergvall a year ago, or a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
What Arsenal have ended up doing is going for experience, and we talked with the Eze possibility about a win now mentality. You know, they're also looking at a couple of options for the striker who are of an older age, as we touched upon before. They've brought in a goalkeeper in Kepa who is experienced and has won trophies, and they have a couple more positions that they're looking at. And I don't know, just say the left wing. Their options include, say, a Rodrigo from Real Madrid, who's played at the top level and has won things. So this is bit by bit shaping up to be an Arsenal recruitment operation and team and squad that, yeah, it still contains plenty of youth and there's much to be optimistic about for the future. But Arteta, with what seems like growing external expectation and pressure, I don't think that same pressure is internal. The biggest pressure is probably what he puts on himself. But to win next season and to really convert those second place finishes into maybe a Premier League trophy or getting that step further in the Champions League after reaching the semi-finals, now is the time, and maybe that's being reflected in their business in the transfer market.
I mean, it's my personal opinion that they should try to win now. I think
that'd be helpful.
I think that would be good. Okay, well, that's Arsenal. Let's talk about Chelsea now, another team that featured prominently in the deal sheet. That's the Athletics deal sheet that you should read on a Tuesday. Jamie Gittins, Joao Pedro, just two of the names that I have written down in front of me. They're still doing business. It seems crazy to me. What's actually happening here?
They have been doing business for a long time, ever since the Clear Lake Todd Bowley takeover. It's been crazy, right?
It feels that way.
Shows no sign of abating. They moved quite quickly and decisively in this market. They had the Club World Cup to think about, which didn't just mean more football, but it meant more finance too.
Yeah.
And so straight away, Liam Delap, they beat Manchester United in that context, £30 million release clause. We talked about it a lot on this show and the aforementioned deal sheet. And got him in as a number 9 option, and then started looking at how else they could build out their attack, which was an area that Enzo Maresca was focusing on. And so Gittins was a player they attempted to sign before the Club World Cup. It didn't work out, but it wasn't like they parked it, kicked it into the long grass. Maybe we'll come back to it, maybe we won't. They worked on it immediately, and despite him ruling himself out of being able to play for Chelsea at the Club World Cup because he featured for Dortmund, they got that deal done, and he will come from Dortmund as an attacking, exciting option in a position they were looking to fill on that left wing, where they'd also considered the likes of Garnacho and various other candidates.
Is that done now, do you think? Like, presumably the arrival of Gittins means Chelsea's interested in Garnacho, and Ekitike is another name I have here. Do you think that's maybe cool now, or?
I don't think it's that simple, binary, black and white, because players could leave, and so there may be holes that open up. They certainly wanted to post Sancho and Mudryk, reinforce there, and that's 2 gone and 1 in. Let's see what happens on the other side of the pitch with the Noni Madueke. Let's see what happens with the Christopher Nkunku. Let's see what happens with Nicholas Jackson. I don't think they're actively trying to shift Nicholas Jackson, but he is liked by a lot of clubs, and Chelsea are always open to conversations, and they consider trading. They've become a leading trader, a very busy club when it comes to the transfer market. So no, it doesn't mean it's closed for business. They're still being linked with Garnacho. Laurie Whitwell wrote about it on The Athletic. They're still being linked with Mohamed Kudus, who a number of reporters have pointed to. Yeah, there have been inquiries by Chelsea and conversations around Kudus and West Ham. So let's see if that develops. There are other clubs looking at him as well, and West Ham probably would prefer to keep hold of him. And then Joao Pedro comes to the fore. So he's a player that Chelsea have been considering for a long time. I think Newcastle made a stronger move in this window and tried to convince him to join. I think they would have been prepared to do a deal with Brighton, but his preference was always to join Chelsea, who came to the fore and struck a deal with Brighton. I think that's in excess of £50 million. Some are saying it ends up at around £60 million in terms of the whole package, 7-year contract, similar to Gittins, that sort of price bracket, that sort of contract length. And Joao Pedro, I heard Mark Carey on the Athletic FC podcast sort of pointing out that that's a profile that Chelsea were perhaps missing, and a lot of people like the signing of Joao Pedro, and I certainly think it's a canny old move. You mentioned Ekitike there. Most recent information suggests that the finances involved in that, from a transfer fee with Eintracht Frankfurt and a personal terms salary, are maybe a little bit high for what clubs like Chelsea are looking at. Liverpool have been linked with him too, but nobody seems to have made progress on Ekitike, and maybe it's for financial reasons. So yeah, let's see how the rest of the market pans out for Chelsea, weeks and months, because they have done a lot of proactive work that puts them in a strong position to be able to move bits in and out in the coming times, while knowing they've already strengthened their squad.
Well, just before I move on, you mentioned Madueke already. I know the Arsenal section is over, but it lives again, because you can never stop talking about Arsenal. There have been mootings. Tell me about these mootings.
Mootings, rumblings. Chelsea, as I just pointed out, are not averse to conversations about pretty much any player.
Yeah. They love to chat.
They love to chat. And Arsenal have long been looking for some backup to Bukayo Saka on the right-hand side, and how they could have done with it in his time out injured last season. Of course, they had Ethan Nwaneri there, who did very well initially, but didn't play much towards the end of the season. He's young, just 18 years old, and I think they see him more as a sort of 8-10 in the future. So who can deputise in that position? They looked into Bryan Mbeumo initially. He's on course to join Manchester United. They've looked into Madueke as an option. I'm sure they have some other options. The advantage of Madueke is he has capabilities of playing on the other side as well if needed, whereas Mbeumo very much has been in the right channel. And I think some positive conversations have been held on that too, but more the player side, not club to club, between Arsenal and Chelsea at the time of recording. Things can obviously change. So there is something there. It's not to say it's going to happen, but here's a possible departure from Chelsea, and it's why they've been looking at these wide attacking positions in the market. So yeah, watch this space.
Well, what do you make of the Madueke rumours, Art? If we're talking about Arsenal.
If we're talking about them. Excitement's not the word I'd use, especially when you look at the week of news. When you see the Eze news come out and then Madueke's name kind of joins with it. I don't think you have the same reaction across the board.
Sure.
And part of that is probably because of the Chelsea-Arsenal connection as well. Arsenal have signed Chelsea players for, I think, every season bar one since 2019.
Wow.
And not a lot of them have been hits.
How dare you disrespect Petr Cech?
Sorry. So yeah, that doesn't fill many people who watch Arsenal with a lot of encouragement. But I think you can see there is a player there. You see glimpses more often than consistent, I guess, performances, which would, I guess, help with what David spoke about in terms of having someone who could actually give Saka a rest, because I think David mentioned it would have been good to have that when Saka was injured, but I don't think Saka actually gets injured if you have that option in the first place. The one thing I would say is, in the back of my mind, more of an opinion than fact or anything, is I would like to see Arsenal maybe go a bit off track, actually scout a player, buy them when they're 19, 20 years old, like they did with Martinelli, and actually source a player themselves. I'd really like to see that at some point.
They did that with Saliba, I guess, right?
Yes. So that was from Saint Etienne. And I think that's something, obviously they've kind of gone away from because of the win now mentality. I think when you look at Arsenal as a club, historically, they've been a club that take that chance on players, and I'd like to see them do that a bit more often. But I get the climate is very hot at the minute, so the pressure to bring in players who can kind of deliver straight away is there.
Okay, but back to Chelsea, JJ. I mean, they have a lot of players there, as you've illustrated.
It's not even all of them. I've just put the ones I think might be up for a first team place.
That's not even all of them.
Yeah.
It's quite exciting then, isn't it? And to David's point, every transfer window that goes by, I start to think, oh, maybe this is a good idea. I don't know, the team looks exciting.
Well, I remember I said it was a good idea back in the day. one of very few. I like it. It makes sense. A good example of it, I think the transfer they brought in is like Mark Gueux, who is available for about €6 million or something like that when they took him in. As soon as you sign him, he's instantly worth more. You could probably sell him for like 15, so you just make money off there straight away. It makes sense to me in a trading player model.
You're a trading guy.
I'm a trading player model guy.
Yeah.
Based off what I've seen from the Club World Cup so far and what I think might happen next season with how various managers are lining up, I think it might look something like this. I think you want to have flexibility and you want to have different players that can do different things, different situations. So Palmer, we know, has tended to play as part of a three, maybe through the middle. But at the moment, and over the last few months, what we've seen is that Fernandes has basically become untouchable. He's like the second player on the team sheet after Caicedo. Because while Cole Palmer has been hugely influential, he's kind of really dropped off. So we look at his numbers. This was him from August to December last season. This is him afterwards. So the green is a goal, the blue is an assist, and then this is not as much, right? So a lot of his numbers, his underlying numbers, he also dropped down, chances created, all that sort of stuff. Touches even dropped a little bit. Whereas we look at Enzo Fernandez, who maybe doesn't seem quite as exciting a player. He has actually created the fourth most chances of any player in the Premier League last season. Really, really important. So I think you've got Enzo, or they call him Enzo, it's easier to say, who will be there for most of it. But obviously Palmer can play in that position too. But in the Club World Cup, as I was trying to allude to, Palmer has been playing off to the left, especially in the last game that they played before we recorded. And so when you play this, you're thinking, oh, is he a winger now? No, it's because what Chelsea do, I mean, the positions again don't really matter, the formations are changing in every single phase of play. So Delap seems to be the starter at the moment. Jackson's got sent off for being an angry boy. But you put Palmer, and you play him here, you actually play him kind of like a split striker. And this is what a lot of teams are doing now. So you see this sort of thing here. Kukurea is the most attacking of attacking fullbacks at the moment. You see him, he's playing like a 9 half the time. So if you can get a situation where Palmer is up here, you create your width from Kukurea being up here. But if Kukurea is deeper and Palmer's here, what he's done at Copper Cup is you drop deeper to receive the ball, which also then frees up a channel for Delap to run into or something like that, or Fernandes to move in behind. So that's one sort of thing. But then if you have Palmer, say he starts on the right and not Neto, because of course he did that in his youth, playing a left-footed, right-sided player, then you put on someone like Gittins, who has gone over here. Suddenly you get a player who can overlap, take players on in the side, and that creates space for players to run in behind. So if you're not playing Lavia, if you take him out, you've got Caicedo, then suddenly you can play Palmer in midfield with Fernandes like this. And then you've got these interior runs where they can run either side of a striker because you've got the width created by a player like that. And on the right-hand side, you could play someone like Neto or Madueke to widen the pitch.
Yeah.
But what Maresca seems to like doing is playing with a 3, and so if he has a 3, so a 3-2 shape, what I'm trying to say here. So you can get a 3-2 shape like this, you can get a 3-2 shape with a fullback going inside next to Caicedo. Lots of different options, different phases of play, different shapes, different players, and you can play different ways. But then Pedro is the interesting one because he is more of a withdrawn forward, so like a second striker. So when you play him obviously alongside or behind someone like Delap or Jackson. So let's say Palmer starts on the right, just hypothetically for one game. He's not really playing on the right, he's going to play inside. So you probably play Gusto as the right back because then you get the overlap. These all things have knock-on effects on positions. Pedro playing on the left-hand side would mean he is, again, a second striker, but a different profile to what Palmer would do. Palmer's good in tight spaces, so is Pedro. He's more of a link-up player if we look at his numbers. What he's really good at doing is scoring penalties is one thing, but he's really good at linking the play, having players run beyond him, creating these sorts of maybe overload situations where you join in, tight combinations. He's also very, very aggressive off the ball. And so Chelsea, I think last season maybe lacked some of that. So now they've got Delap, who will chase you to your house after the game. You've got Pedro, who will do the same, like really hard-working, really aggressive players, and then Fernandes is pretty good at getting a tackle in as well. Caicedo is also one of the best in the entire league at winning the ball. So they're becoming a team that's going to be very tactically flexible, different options to achieve width and creativity different ways, but also you don't want to play against them because they can be nasty and they could be fun.
Okay, before we wrap up, just a couple of quick ones from me to you, David. The first is, I read that Ollie Watkins was of interest to Manchester United. What's happening there? Because it's gone a bit quiet now.
Me and Quick don't go hand in hand, but I'll try my best. Ollie Watkins, as reported by our colleague Laurie Whitwell, is among those on Manchester United's recruitment list. I'd be surprised if he wasn't on recruitment lists of top clubs. He's such a good striker and a good lad. And they've maybe held some inquiries with his camp. I'm not sure if that's gone to Villa directly yet. As to conditions of a potential deal, as they weigh up options to strengthen in attack, there may be a departure for Rasmus Højlund at some point, there may not. So these are all sort of spinning plates and balls being juggled in the air. Okay. And that's a situation that they're kind of attentive to. I think from my conversations with Villa, they see themselves as having no intention to part with Ollie Watkins. They want to continue with him up front for them. He's on the list of clubs like Arsenal, as they've been weighing up Sesko, Gyökeres and Watkins, who they went for in January. So Ollie Watkins is definitely an interesting case for the market because he's a Premier League proven England international, pretty guaranteed goal scorer. He is on a sort of older age than some of these younger players, obviously, but he has a great physical profile, a very strong record. He delivers, he's Premier League ready, and that's why he will naturally be of interest to clubs like Manchester United. It doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Yeah. Okay, well, one last one. You mentioned him already, Mohamed Kudus, West Ham. You mentioned him in relation to one or two other clubs. You said there was other interest. I have Spurs written down here. Tell me about that.
Yeah, they've got a reported interest in him. We don't know of it being more than he's one of the options they're considering at the moment. We spoke previously on The Athletic about how they inquired about Antoine Semenyo of Bournemouth, having also previously liked Brian Mbeumo. They still like him, but his direction of travel is Manchester United.
And Semenyo just signed a new
Semenyo signed his new contract, so that one is off the agenda for you'd imagine a season until the summer of 2026. And so, Kudus is in the orbit of clubs like Tottenham, and I'm sure many others as well. West Ham, it's being suggested, might need to sell a player, and he's maybe their most obvious asset. They won't want to sell their best player, their fan base sure won't. There's a release clause. It's different for different parts of the world, such as Premier League versus Saudi Arabia versus Europe, sliding scale of numbers, and also it's a timed release clause as well. It's only applicable, like with Eze, for a certain period. The notion is that West Ham might countenance business for below the Premier League release clause, which I think is £85 million. Tottenham want to sign a winger this summer, so there's a lot of logic to this, but it again doesn't mean it's going to advance or happen. But he definitely, Mohamed Kudus, is a player just to keep the proverbial eye over in this transfer window.
Just out of curiosity, what's the Saudi buyout clause? Is it higher or lower than the Premier League?
Our learned friends can check this out on The Athletic because we did break it. It's in excess of £100 million, I believe, or euros.
Right.
Europe is then lower, as is the Premier League.
Is that a common thing now that there might be like a regionality element to buyout clauses?
I'm sure it's more common than we know, but it's the first time I've actually knowingly come across it, certainly with a high-profile player, that it's staggered for different territories. So it's novel for sure.
Yeah.
So I think Tottenham would carry appeal to somebody like him, Champions League football, remaining in London, but there'll be other options as well, and I don't think this one is close to a conclusion just yet.
Cool.
I would like to ask a question about clauses.
Oh yeah, go on.
If I may. How do agents and clubs find out about clauses in these contracts? Are they obvious? Are they listed somewhere? How do they find out?
There are some clauses that are confidential, and so a club that is looking into recruiting that player should not know about it and should not have a way of finding out about it. And they see rumours in the media and they speculate, is that true? That's the sort of innocent answer. And by the way, there are also clauses that stipulate that the agent is allowed to disclose it to potential buying clubs. And so that's, I guess, the skill of a negotiation when that contract is drawn up. But the majority of them, from my experience, are not meant to become public knowledge.
Presumably because they would be seen as like incentivizing an offer if it was known publicly.
Yeah, one of the most common things that I pick up on in transfer negotiations is let's get that player to stay for one more year, even though he's almost certain to leave in that 1 year.
Yeah.
Here's a bit more money to satisfy the fact that you never got a bigger contract. Do us one more year. We could really do with you. Here's the clause if you want to go at the end of it. And everyone wins, provided somebody comes in and triggers that in a year's time. Or they just say, the clause is there, but really on goodwill, that's just a backstop. We'll negotiate in a year's time. More often than not now, one of the conversations around renewals is, will it be with the release clause? There's a lot of speculation around Erling Haaland and his original contract at Manchester City and whether it included a clause. I remember when I broke the story about his renewal, that it was intimated that maybe whatever mechanisms existed before had been taken out. So clearly there was something there. And a more recent example that we'll look into in the coming times is there going to be a release clause for the exact scenario I just mentioned to you with Anton Semenyo. Speculation, suddenly he signs a new contract. Is there a mechanism for him to get that move at a later stage? Gives him some money, gives Bournemouth some security. Job's a good one.
It was the quickfire round.
If you like this video, please consider subscribing to the channel. The Athletic is home to some of the world's best sports journalists, including David Ornstein, Amy Lawrence and Rafa Honigstein. With the latest transfer news and insights on every Premier League story that matters, theathletic.com puts you inside football, and you can try it free now for 30 days. See the link in the description.
As you know, Bayern Munich's Jamal Musiala suffered a serious injury during the quarter-final matchup versus PSG in the Club World Cup yesterday. There's been an outpouring of support for the player, wishing him a speedy recovery. There's been a bit of a back and forth as well, and some discourse even in the studio as to what Manuel Neuer had to say about this with you guys. Anyway, here is another goalkeeper who's waded in on it. It's Thibaut Courtois, who said, "Blaming Donnarumma seems excessive to me. Goalkeepers will go for the ball. Attackers don't hold back when they come towards us either. It's a stroke of bad luck. It hurts him, Neuer, more because it's his teammate, but Donnarumma isn't responsible.
So, get me up to speed here. You mentioned the word discourse in the studio. Where are we? Where are we on the discourse?
Jan Fjordhoff said Neuer had every right to be upset because he was defending his teammate and all this sort of stuff, and we all argued that Donnarumma wasn't at fault for this. Donnarumma had every right to go to the ball.
Neuer said
It's
you
an
don't
accident.
have to go in like that.
Neuer, when I saw this quote actually yesterday, and by the way, the game, particularly the last 20 minutes of that game, it was just bonkers as PSG get 2 sent off. This was absolute. Manuel Neuer is. Sometimes players just open their mouth, and I get the emotion. Sometimes we've all unfortunately seen players on the field with a bad injury. But as Robert said, anybody watching that knew that a goalkeeper coming out fast to stop a play is not a new thing. He had absolutely it's an occupational hazard, unfortunately, that these incidents happen. It was a really bad dislocation by the looks of it. But Manuel Neuer here is talking the biggest load of nonsense. He should know better.
And he's got a very short memory because there's a game against Leverkusen where he got sent off in the cup, where he comes for a ball over the top, he comes charging out, and he's got his knee and his foot high up against the centre forward, whatever it was, I can't remember at the time, and he gets himself sent off. And he's, okay, I've got sent off. That was reckless, that was dangerous. What Donnarumma did, he had to go for the ball, and he didn't do anything.
I mean, that's akin to saying another player's, he hasn't intently caused it, but he's basically saying you've caused that by an action that you didn't need to do. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
He's the only person on the planet that thinks that.
No,
and the chief executive.
No, that's 3 people.
Oh, wait a minute.
Jan, sorry, Jan.
Oh, sorry, they're to do with Bayern, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's a shock. I mean, I don't understand, what does Neuer think that Donnarumma's supposed to do? The one way you will get hurt is if you don't go fully. So what's Donnarumma supposed to go? He's talking about, well, he shouldn't have gone for it that way. Was he talking about he should have went for it half-hearted? Or, I mean, what is he talking about? It's just complete garbage. It's just one of those things. It's unfortunate, and he's opened his trap.
And Donnarumma feels bad about it himself. It's only going to make things worse. Now he's going to have half the German population against him, and because he was booed every time he got the ball, it's not going to go down well.
No, he's a big lad.
Do you agree with the guys, Frank?
I do. When I saw that coming, I screamed because I saw Musiala keeping on going, and I saw his leg coming down or below Donnarumma. But Donnarumma goes for the ball. I mean, it takes more risk for a goalkeeper to go like that because he has to dive and he has to put his head on the level of the legs of the players, so it's very dangerous for goalkeepers. But you cannot blame him. You can blame Pickford on Van Dijk's injury, but you cannot blame Donnarumma on Musiala injury. I'm sad for Musiala. We know the history of the player, just came back, blah blah blah. But Donnarumma just did his job, and I saw that on networks, social networks. And I say, people are so stupid. The guy is a professional player. He goes for the ball. He has to dive, and the consequences of his dive made Musiala's injuries, but not on purpose. That's absolutely, as Stevie said, unfortunate.
So, Jules, what do Bayern do now? Because Jamal Musiala is going to be out for an extended period. Leroy Sané's gone. Muller's ended his career with Bayern. What happens next for them?
They need to recruit, but the problem is they've struggled really this summer to get the players that they want, or just even players full stop, to strengthen that squad really even more now with the departures, with the injuries, all of that. We're not sure what's going to happen with Sacha Boey, for example, who's not a starter but can play right back, left back, as we saw in the PSG game. And if he goes, then he will also have to be replaced. Stanisic picked up an injury in that PSG game. It's a hamstring injury, so that's no problem. But still, you need more numbers, you need more bodies. And from Nico Williams to Bradley Barcola, they've tried already many players to play on that left-hand side to replace Sané in terms of a number in the squad. Could not get anybody. Now they need a left winger, they need a number 10. They need probably to be fair, another striker as well, considering Müller has left and Müller could play as a 10, as a second striker. Matistel has been sold to Spurs too. So you could argue they short 3 players in attacking position just to start with that, let alone maybe another defensive midfielder, let alone maybe another defender. Palhinha is on his way out too. So, and we are mid-July already, pretty much. So there's urgency massively for Bayern to sign players now.
Football's an ironic business, isn't it? Because, here we have one of the most talented players in world football, Jamal Musiala, has been for a good 3 years or so now, maybe a bit more, who's going to be missing for half the season at least, unfortunately. And we saw and have seen for the last couple of years, 2 or 3 years, Florian Wirtz at Bayer Leverkusen propel them to a title. For all the will in the world, he was going to leave Leverkusen at some point and go to Bayern.
And the two wouldn't be able to play together, some people said, didn't they? But it was rubbish anyway.
Yeah, well, there was going to be an issue with the balance in the side if he went there, because you've got 2 sort of superstars. They have played together at Germany, but that's a different scenario. But he goes to Liverpool, albeit he said he wanted to go to Liverpool. But, the noise is coming from Bayern, Ole Hoeneß and all the usual cohorts where we're going to get Florian Wirtz. And then you lose the player that Florian Wirtz would have came straight in and replaced. It's an ironic business, but he would have been perfect for them, as he is going to be for Liverpool. But you just don't have that crystal ball when you're in a football dressing room, because you don't know what's around the corner and what's going to happen.
Yeah, that is true. One thing we can find out what's going to happen on now, because we have Jules with us, is the Gab and Jules podcast, though, Jules. What's on the menu for the latest edition that's coming up?
It's tomorrow. We talk about the Club World Cup, obviously, because all those big games, the PSG Bayern game will be the main segment, and then a bit of Real Madrid, previewing the semi-finals as well. Both very interesting ones between Fluminense and Chelsea, and PSG and Bayern, and PSG and Real Madrid, of course, the Mbappe derby.
Oh, okay, yeah, we look forward.
I'm Gab. He's Don Hutchinson.
No Jules.
No Jules today. He's traveling at the Women's Euros. But don't worry, we'll take good care of you. We'll do our best. I'm back in the studio. I feel like I've come home, Don.
Same.
And you're here to greet me.
Same. Being away at the Club World Cup, it's nice to be back home.
There's a lot to get through, because obviously we've got the Women's Euros had started, the Club World Cup. We've got our semi-finalists, and we're going to start actually with Paris Saint-Germain. Oh, and we've got lots of transfer stuff. Don't worry, we'll be talking Gyökeres and whatnot. But Paris Saint-Germain and Bayern.
Yeah,
this was the heavyweight clash. Paris Saint-Germain go through. What I was struck by just watching this is how it was almost like mirror images of each other. What I love about Paris Saint-Germain is Luis Enrique he's really good at playing a possession game when they so choose.
Yeah.
Or otherwise, they're good at pressing you.
Yep.
And it felt like, certainly the first hour or so of this game, was just high press, lose the ball, everybody run back, high press the other way, lose the ball, everybody run back.
I watched PSG at the Club World Cup, and I've done quite a few of their games, and I worked on the Inter Miami game, not just the Inter Miami game, but what they've done in the Champions League. And I really get the feeling, Gav, that football's now evolving. I think probably just before Pep, but more so Pep was all about possession. Not necessarily a slower tempo game, but it was keeping the ball, don't give the ball away, 5, 10-yard passes, no high-risk 30-yard passes when you can give the ball away. I watch Luis Enrique since he's been the Spanish manager, and he bored me to tears when he was the manager. They had like close to 1,000 passes a game, never looked like scoring. Now I'm watching him with his PSG
This
side.
man was a professional footballer and a midfielder who was known for his passing, and passing bores him.
His Spanish side passed bored me to tears, because it was almost like...
Because Morata couldn't finish, I know.
It was almost like, let's have 1,000 passes because we're guaranteed to win a game. And it was boring. Right. Now I'm looking at a guy who's got a young, energetic side that can beat you by closing you down, that can beat you by their skill. In my opinion, when I watch PSG now under Luis Enrique, they're the best team in the world. They are the most exciting team in the world to watch. That's why I think now everyone's going to try and copy what PSG are doing. And that's why I think over the next 18 months, football's going to evolve from that passing style to wingers who are exciting, taking players on. Whoa. Best 2 fullbacks in the world, best midfield 3 in the world, all the dynamism at the top end of the pitch.
Okay, I'm not sure to remember football, but you're pressing the high press is nothing new in
No, I
football.
know,
It's not an evolution here.
I know.
But all right, let's save that for later for the podcast chat. What I want to emphasize here is that Bayern, until Musiala got hurt, and we're going to get to that in a minute, Bayern hung in there.
Yep.
And I think they certainly had the chance. Donnarumma had to make some huge saves.
He did.
Donnarumma in the news also because of when he came off that clash with Musiala, it looked horrendous. Those reactions on the pitch. Now we know Musiala, the injury could have been a lot worse. It looks like they're talking 3 to 4 months. I know you are not a goalkeeper. What's your take on this? Because we heard very different versions of this from Manuel Neuer and Thibaut Courtois. Courtois saying, I would have done the same thing. It's normal for a goalkeeper. You don't have time to react.
Yeah.
Neuer saying that it was rash and it was dangerous what he did. Let's remember, no foul even
I
called
think
on
probably Neuer's probably seen that from his team and his players' perspective.
Or maybe he remembers himself doing that with Gonzalo Higuain not that long ago.
Well, maybe. But I think when you look at the incident and you look at it and you go, total accident. Both players committed to try and get in the ball. A 50-50, that happens all of the time. And every now and again, one every couple of years, a player comes off.
Hello. Can you hear me? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. God is good all the time. Are you guys all right? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Everything working good? So we are here for the semi-final of the Club World Cup between Fluminense and Chelsea Football Club. Thank you for stopping by. If you can push that like button, it will be much appreciated. Arsenal for life. Nice to see you, brother. And you are praising Fluminense already. Well, that's what Arsenal do, though. Arsenal just celebrate other people's victories. So Arsenal are gonna win the Champions League if Chelsea lose against Fluminense, right? That's what you mean. So that tells you the level of your club. When you have bad faith and you want other people to fail so you can enjoy the failure of other people, what are you doing with your life? What are you doing with your own team? You know what I mean? So, yeah, I know, man. It's all banter, though. Anyways, so he said that, come on, Fluminense, all right. And you'll be surprised how Fluminense and Thiago Silva are going to be smashed tonight. It's said to knock him out, Mr. Thiago Silva, but it's about Chelsea. It's about the badge, not about an individual. He's packing today and going back to Brazil. We need to send Thiago Silva back home. So it is what it is. But Arsenal really, oh my goodness me. All they know is like, let's pray and let's celebrate when Spurs or Chelsea loses, and that is your only time that you can celebrate. We are celebrating titles. We are celebrating trophies. We don't care about what is happening to Arsenal. You know, you can get Gyökeres, you can get Havertz, Sterling. We just don't care. You're still getting carried away yourself. And then in the end, same old Arsenal. They're going to bottle it when you need them the most. So, yeah. Philip Smith, Arsenal want to be in top 5 next season. Well, you never know. It's not rocket science. It's just Arsenal, what they do, they bottle it all the time. But it could be just like Tottenham Hotspurs, right? They don't win, and then they ended up by winning. So you never know. You have to give them the benefit of the doubt. The problem with Arsenal is they just don't know how to zip it off. Just zip it off. They talk for no reason, and then in the end, they win nothing. If Anthony Taylor doesn't help them in the final or something, they just don't win. Smith said, "Come on, Chelsea, proud of London, bring the trophy back home." Yeah, this trophy is possible for Chelsea to bring it. I'm not afraid of PSG or Real Madrid. I think we have more than enough quality. Now that we have Joao Pedro, we have the best midfielder in the world with Caicedo, Andrew Santos, Isugu, Fernandes, people like that. I think we can compete now. The defense still a little shaky, probably need a cornerstone over there. The goalkeeper is suspect, but other departments Chelsea are good. So I think Chelsea got a chance. Everybody got a chance, you know. It's a football game. It's not played on paper just because you won the Champions League or people are praising you. It means nothing in the end. PSG lost already a game in this tournament, just like Chelsea lost one game. So it's not what people think about PSG. They are a good team, but come on. It's going to be very, very interesting. So thank you so much for your comment and all the good stuff. If you want to call, the link being provided. If you don't want or you have no time, it's no problem at all. 46 minutes to go until we have the lineup, and we're going to start talking about the lineup. So get around, tell a friend to tell a friend, so we can have many people joining us. Okay, let's go to Twitter. Interact with Twitter. Bam. So this is my page here. If you want to promote it a little bit, you want to follow each other. Good. Good. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's match day. This is my page here on Twitter. This is what I said. So my lineup is gonna be, as you see, Sanchez, Cucurella, Tosin, Chalobah, James, Caicedo, Santos, Enzo, Palma, Neto, and Joao Pedro. I think it's a very, very solid team right there. I want my midfield to be compact because our defense still suspect. So the battle yeah, is gonna be won in that midfield. Even in the final, imagine Chelsea play in the final against PSG. They have Vitinha, they have Neves. Zaire Emery also plays from the midfield, and it's gonna be interesting. And PSG, they have probably one of the best wingers in the world right now. Desiree Doué, Barcola, Kvaratskhelia, and Chelsea needs to be very careful. But let's go game by game. Today is today. You win this game, you progress to the final, and then we're gonna have time to think about the strategy, who's gonna play, who's not. But yeah, game by game, starting tonight. Beat Fluminense, send Thiago Silva back home, and then we go from there. Phantom of Many Topics was here like hours ago, asking what 1 o'clock Eastern time. I didn't even get your question, and then you said test. I didn't see it. Like when I put my countdown, like when I put the video and it's just counting and giving you like news feed. It doesn't mean that I'm there. Like I was far away in Indiana. Come back. Like this thing is just going it. So if I don't reply to your question, it's just because I'm not there. Reason why I put it in advance is just so people can know that we are live and find something to entertain themselves before the game. So yeah, here I am 1 o'clock 16 Eastern time. So let's now go and double check if there is any update. No, Chelsea just said it's match day. They're just showing the MetLife Stadium and all that stadium built for American football, NFL. Now they have massive, huge stadium in America, bro. And sometimes you struggle to fill them because this is not normal for Americans, right? It's not normal to have this kind of tournament in this time of the year. People have so much to do. People need to work and all that. So it is what it is. So Chelsea official website here, you see that there is nothing special. Showing the boys in training and Palmer begging for fans to come and support. Fluminense don't need anything really because they have a lot of fans already. You know, when Brazilian teams travel around the world, they bring like the entire village with them. So many people will go to those games. Even if you look at what happened in Abu Dhabi for the World Cup. Oh, it was in Qatar, huh? If you look at it, you like, wow, there are so many people from South America following Brazil and Argentina. They will go everywhere. They will spend a fortune. Somebody that I was watching, he said that he sold his house to go to the World Cup. I'm like, brother, don't do that. They're not gonna pay you anything. You're just going to encourage them so they can get more money. They literally don't care. So why would you sacrifice your future selling the house just to go on tour, spend the money on watching multi-millionaires kicking the ball? Does that make sense? I don't think so. So we don't have the lineup yet for the game. Let me double check on some other people if we have some headlines to talk about. Christopher Nkunku is keen on the move to Germany. He remained on Bayern Munich radar. Yeah. So Christopher Nkunku, we all knew that he checked out already. Last season was very difficult for him. The first season at Chelsea, he had a lot of injuries. You know, he was most of the time out because of injuries. And then when he came back at the end of Pochettino's season, he did good. He did okay. And then Maresca came, the system changed, the position changed, and he's not been given enough playing time. So many issues that happened to Nkunku. I don't believe that he's a flop or anything. I believe that he can play football in a very, very good level. Now it looks like Bayern Munich want him. Vincent Kompany. They lost Muller. Muller is leaving, right? And then you lose Jamal Musiala. Hello? You lose Jamal Musiala. He's going to be out for like minimum 6 months. So they need bodies. They need people. I think Nkunku is going to cook. Nkunku is going to cook. All right, my brother, Phantom of Many Topics, what are you saying? I think we can win 3-2. I would take that. You know what I mean? I would take even an own goal. I would take even the hand of God goal. I don't care how. I just want to go through the final. So yeah, 3-2. I would take that, definitely. But that means it's going to be a very nervy ending, right? You know? When you have Fluminense pushing, attack to try to get the third goal. We've been a little bit reactive lately. We have to be proactive, right? You go for it. Direct, you score a couple goals, and then you close the shop. These teams from South America, they are so good, man. They are very, very good. Never say die attitude. So there you have it. So Nkunku to Bayern Munich. Good luck to you, my brother. But it's still 2 games to play for Chelsea today. And when is going to be the final? This weekend, right? This coming weekend. So 2 games, Christo. 2 games. When you are called upon, just do your best, score a goal, work hard for the team. We're going to shake hands and say, thank you so much for your service. Goodbye. All right. And let's move on to this news here that came not long ago. Petrovic to Bournemouth to replace Kepa Abragadabra over there. Because remember, Kepa went there on to Bournemouth on loan for the season. And after that, Arsenal triggered his release clause, which is 5 million. So they got Kepa for 5 million. So the same team that took that took Kepa on loan are trying to get Petrovic, but Chelsea are demanding 25 million. I don't think Bournemouth got that kind of money to go and blow on a goalkeeper, you know. They have a small budget, so they're going to have to use their money wisely. But Petrovic, Strasbourg wanted him on permanent. I don't think he want to go there. I think he'd been hoping that a team in the Champions League can come and buy him. Okay, see people. So still a little bit. It's hot, but it's cold inside for some reason. AC is on full 100% working right now. Anyways, so Petrovic. This is the guy that I would like to see at Chelsea because Mike Maignan is gone. It's over, man. We missed our opportunity to sign one of the best goalkeepers in the world. And then you stuck with Robert Sanchez. Come on. Come on, man. Robert Sanchez, give me a break. He's good on his day. But most of the time, brother, just is average. You know? Especially playing out from the back thing, it's not his thing. You keep it simple. He can do this. He can do something. All right, people. So we continue. Let me read another comment from Phantom of Many Topics. He said, I feel bad for Nkunku. Well, yeah, me too. I wanted to give him a chance to play from that number 10, number 8 position, but the manager don't see him as number 10, number 8. He likes to drift him from whatever position it is. So, Phantom.
Okay, so the key to winning the Premier League this coming season is goalkeeper, because now we have strikers and we have wingers, we have midfielders, and we have defenders or center backs or whatever. We need goalkeepers.
Yeah, but it looks like your manager thinks that we don't need any goalkeeper, though.
Sanchez is behind Kepa. Sanchez is not as good as Kepa, and Kepa certainly wasn't anywhere near good enough.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I respect your opinion on that. I think Sanchez, because I like my goalkeepers to be tall, right? To command the box. The thing that were making me angry about Kepa is he is small, bro. He's very small. He's 6 foot or something, which is good size, but his arms are very short like T-Rex. So he doesn't reach top bins, top corners. So people were targeting him all the time. Long shot, just try your luck and it's gonna be a goal.
Why did we not keep Petrovic?
That is a good question. Because the manager don't like him.
Based on what?
I don't know. He never even worked with him together. Like he already assumed that he's not good enough, and let's keep.
Or either that, or my theory then is that he is not really Maresca's choice. He's Clearlake's choice. Because Clearlake overpaid for him.
Who?
And they don't. Clearlake. No. Sanchez is not really Maresca's choice because Maresca is just a puppet. He has to do whatever the master says, and Clearlake is the one who overpaid for Sanchez.
Yeah, good conspiracy theory, but they bought him before Maresca got here. And he did very well. He did very well under Pochettino. Everybody knows that when he was in goal is when we started pushing, and we tried even to qualify for top 4 in the end, but it was already too late. So he found him here. Now, second of all, if that was the case, Maresca was going to play Joao Felix, Carney Chukwuemeka, Renato Vega, because they are the club signings. So if he's a puppet and only do what the club is telling him to do, and then he was going to use those players they were going to force him to use them. But you can see he doesn't like you. No matter how much money they paid, he's just not gonna play you. Like that period, that shows me that he's not a puppet the way we think. He's just stubborn on his own way. He makes up his mind and say, I have this 11. Nothing can change me. It's only them. The rest, you are crap. Even if you are Messi, Yamal or whatever, I already made my mind. So Enzo Maresca looks like those kind of people, like extreme stubbornness. Because it's going to be for the benefit of the club if he plays Petrovic and save money instead of bringing Jorgensen, That is 25 million again spent on another goalkeeper that the manager don't like. So if he was a yes man, they were going to tell him, hey, we just bought Felix 60 million. What are you doing? You have to play him. But for him, it's no, I don't care how much you spend. If I don't like you, you're not going to play. So that tells me that he's not a yes man. He's sending a clear message that whoever you bring here, if I don't agree, I'm not going to play him, and you're going to have to sack me if you want. Because
the new goalkeeper we're looking at, his name begins with an M.
Mike Magnan?
Yeah, okay. That guy. Are we going to get him?
No, ever. The deal is off. He's going to stay at AC Milan. Allegri, the manager there at AC Milan, came out today to say he's very happy that Mike is staying. He's the captain now, like full-time captain of Milan. And no, it's not going to happen. So it's like gone. We missed out on that opportunity. It's not going to happen anymore.
Okay, then here's my prediction. I'm going on loan in the January transfer window somewhere then. Because
what if we win this Club World Cup? We have two.
I consider this a Mickey Mouse trophy, sir.
No,
because Liverpool wasn't in it, huh?
This is big. This is big. This
we won
trophy
this before
is big.
We won this before with Tuchel, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
But
so
it was
we already
different.
had this trophy.
No, this is different because they started a new format. Now it's 32 teams, like the best of the best around the world, playing in this competition. But back then, it was champions of Europe, one team, only one team from Europe, one team from, few teams from South America, like 2 of them. And then you're going to have a team from Africa, the Champions League winner in Africa also, the Champions League winner in Asia. So it was like few teams. You have like, you play a couple of games and you're already in the final. But this one is 32 teams. Look how long we've been since, I don't know, June, what date it started, like June the 10th. Until now,
the players didn't even have like an off season this year, right?
Exactly. Like Chelsea continues while other teams already stopped, went to on vacations, and they are coming back from vacations now to go on pre-season. But Chelsea keep on playing. We already played 63 games this current season, and we keep on playing and going.
Wow. So I don't think Chelsea is win the Premier League or the Champions League.
It's possible.
But,
it's possible.
Okay.
If we can get a good goalkeeper or keep Petrovic in goal, I'm just a little bit worried about our defense too. Like, I would like to see another really good centre back or somebody who can play pretty much in every position. Somebody versatile.
There is a great center back out there that we could get, but he probably doesn't want to come back. His name is Antonio Rudiger, but he probably doesn't want to come back.
Yeah, why would he come back when you play for Real Madrid? And he's like 33 years old already. So it's a little bit too late and struggling with injuries. I think his time is done. Let's just keep it that way. Andreas Christensen also left us. He's like 28, 29 now. And the Barcelona are trying to sell him. So,
is today the day that we're playing Thiago Silva?
Yes, Fluminense is Thiago Silva. Yeah.
Okay, and then the next team. Well, actually, this is a meaningful trophy if we play Mbappe, right? If we can beat Mbappe, then it's a meaningful trophy.
Oh, it's between Mbappe and Dembele. So PSG against Real Madrid, they're gonna play the second semi-final tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm hoping we get to play Mbappe, because if we beat Mbappe, then it's a legit trophy.
What if they beat you?
Huh?
It's legit. It's legit. Let me tell you why it's legit. Manchester City were here. We're in the tournament. They are a very good team in Europe.
Manchester City, they placed 5th, right, this year?
Inter Milan was here. Inter Miami with Messi was in the tournament. Al Hilal, very, very good over there in Saudi Arabia. They were here.
Yeah.
Flamengo from Brazil, the most popular club in the world, apparently.
It's not the team that beat us.
Yeah, they beat us. That's why I'm telling you to consider also your definition of, I don't know what you say, but you consider
Mickey
that.
Mouse.
Yeah. It's not a Mickey Mouse. 32 teams, the best of the best in the world. And we are playing without preseason, the season long, with all the fatigue and more. This is going to mean a lot to us if we win it. I don't care. We win it, parade in London. We have to parade it in London.
You have to admit the Conference League Cup was a Mickey Mouse trophy, right?
Yeah, it's Mickey Mouse, but a trophy is a trophy. You know, the feeling.
Yeah, well, we needed that trophy because we didn't have it.
Yeah, we completed the big 3 or big 4 or whatever it's called. We didn't have it. We have it now, and we're not going back there anymore. So it's like bye-bye, one-time thing. We got it.
Well, there is still one trophy out there we don't have, which is the English Championship trophy.
I'm not going to the championship.
Fulham has one.
Chelsea, no, I think we got one. We just don't talk about it. back in the day, like in the 40s, 50s.
No,
Chelsea,
Division 2 doesn't count. The English Championship is a different league. It's just
yeah,
like
and I know, but if
Premier League
ever,
is a different league. Yeah.
I was just trying to make sense that we've been relegated at least 3 times in our existence in the top division, but not like in the Premier League Championship era, because the name changed, many things changed since then. But I'm trying to tell you that, yeah, even because the Championship is like the second division, right? Basically,
Right.
is the second division. So
It's kind of like the second division.
yeah, so we were there, and we came back from there, and we are in the first division. So kind
Right.
of we
So
won the
yeah,
championship
yeah.
already. Yeah.
I had this debate with someone. I go like, no, because the championship is younger and the Premier League is younger. So it's not like if you won a Division 1 in 1957, it means you won the Premier League. So why would you
Well,
say that?
well,
Why would you say that about this?
until today, Real Madrid are counting like 15 Champions Leagues, right? But back then, it wasn't called the Champions League.
Champions League.
You know, it was called like, I don't know, I forgot the name, but it wasn't the Champions League. So it doesn't mean that you didn't win it just because the name wasn't the Champions League.
The same, yeah.
Yeah, so let's say the Carabao Cup is changing every year. It used to be
Carling.
like a Carling, yeah, that's right. Carling Cup or Capital One Cup or something.
What is the Papa John's Cup? What is that one?
That one is like a regional kind of a tournament in England. There is some divisions, some lower division in English football that got like Papa John's. It's like
is that?
It's
Is that
like
like a League 2 or League 1?
No, it's not even League 2, League 1. I think they are the league below League 1. You know, it's those low leagues there before getting
Didn't
promoted.
Wrexham win one of those? Like
Yeah, Wrexham.
Yeah.
Wrexham won pretty much every season they got promoted. Now they
Wow.
are in the championship. I'm afraid
They're coming to the Premier League at some point.
Yeah. Imagine for 3 times now in the row, they keep on coming on every single division and qualifying for the next. Now they are in the Champions League. Imagine what story is gonna make if they can qualify for the Champions League next season. Oh, for the Premier League next season, it's gonna be amazing. What a story, huh?
Yes. Well, they have Ryan Reynolds, the international superstar, as one of their owners. So that could attract attract players, attract money, whatever.
Yeah.
But if you started a team now, it would take 19 years to get to the Premier League if you won every stage, right?
I don't even know. Probably.
Because there's like, I don't know,
It's
there's
gonna
a bunch
play-
of
it's gonna
leagues
take
down there. Yeah.
a lot of time. Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah. So, but anyway, okay. And second thing, have you heard anything about the stadium? Are we gonna go to Earl's Court or what?
Still, I don't know. 2 weeks ago, Chelsea owners were they had a meeting with the mayor of London mayor, but we never heard anything about it. Kind of discouraged about this thing.
Oh, okay. Well, I think, like I've said many times before, I am in support of the Earl's Court site, and not just because of money or logistics or anything else, but it actually is in Chelsea. It's located inside the borders of Chelsea, whereas Stamford Bridge has never been inside Chelsea.
Yeah, we are in Fulham, right?
Right, we're in Fulham, and some guy goes like, I've been there, it's only like 15 meters. Well, 15 meters is still 15 meters from the border, right? You know, it's like, even if it's just a short distance, even if it was 1 meter, it's still in Fulham.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
So that's, I guess that's that. But the time I went to the stadium, it was nice, but there's a lot of facilities that are bad, like the restrooms and the food court, and just it was very it wasn't as bad as Fulham Stadium. Fulham was the worst.
Okay. Yeah, Fulham also are trying to expand their stadium. They're gonna put like pool, like top of the roof pools. You know those
Oh.
pools on top there. So they are trying to create
Yeah.
more entertainment there, so people can pay VIP ticket and go watch games there while in the pool, sitting
Yeah,
on the pool. Yeah.
Fulham will always just be a mid-tier team, but no one expects them to win anything. I mean, success in Fulham is being in like the top 8. Eighth place is a very good year for Fulham, whereas with Chelsea, you have to win either a trophy or you have to win the Premier League trophy in order to be a good year. And I don't think that in order to win either the Premier League or the Champions League in this expanded format, you really have to have depth. So, and I don't think Chelsea has that kind of depth. You'd have to. And why do we trade him? We traded Bettinelli away, right?
Bettinelli went to Manchester City.
Yeah, and I think Bettinelli is probably even better than Sanchez, although we'll never know because Bettinelli really never played.
Yeah, I think it's okay though. I don't have any problem letting him go.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if you played the FIFA. He's very good on the PlayStation.
That's funny.
Because as some of you can create your own team on the PlayStation, and I always try to get Bettinelli because he's cheap. So,
Yeah.
Do you play the PlayStation or no?
Yeah, that we have a football manager at home. I don't play it. I feel very odd playing it. The kids can play that, but I'm not. I'm not good at it at all, to be honest with you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm horrible.
There's another one coming up soon, right? Should be around September, October release.
Yeah.
A new one. Yeah. So, and the season starts when? August 15th?
The season for the Premier League.
Yeah.
Yeah. Around that time.
When are the players going to get any kind of break? This is like a year-round. It's nonstop.
That's the problem because the players are very, very tired.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you kind of have to have almost like two. It's not starting 11. You kind of need a starting 22 at this point, right?
Yeah, and that's why they've been changing from 3 subs to 5 subs. I think something need to be done because it's the same players that are playing international tournament. They're playing with their countries. They're playing with their club. They go on tour all the time. People are tired, and football is losing its value because it's too much football all the time.
Well, if we, actually, I think that, like some of the Carabao Cup and some of those can maybe be played by either the bench players or even maybe academy players. I don't know. That way, you give some of the people a rest.
Yeah.
But you can't keep playing. I think he's overplaying Palmer. Palmer plays too much. Yes.
Yeah, probably.
Not only too many games, but he plays sometimes he plays the full 90.
Yeah, that's the problem though. You don't want somebody like Palmer to get injured.
Yeah.
You just want to keep him happy and healthy.
Yeah, remember when they said Mason Mount was being played too much?
Okay, so let me cut you a little bit and report the lineup is already out. Robert Sanchez in goal, Malo Gusto, Chalobah, Tosin, Kukurea, Caicedo, Enzo, Nkunku, Palmer, Neto, and Joao Pedro.
Who did you say goalkeeper? Sanchez?
Yeah, Sanchez. Your boy
Okay,
Sanchez.
so that's why I said 3-2, right? Because it's not going to be a clean sheet.
Yeah, to be fair to him, he's not that bad. The problem is the way we play. The way we play is killing Sanchez even more because he doesn't know how to play out from the back. But Maresca wants him to do that. He said, if you don't do it, I'm gonna take you off.
Why does every team have to play out the back? And there was a time when, a long time ago, before I started watching, I would see these older games where the goalkeeper just kind of like kicks it way down the field, and then like the forward all the way to like the forward line, and then the forward takes it and then scores a goal with it. Why can't we do that anymore?
That is a good question.
Why does it have to be all this possession based all the time? Like very slow, pass it back and forth. This what do you call it?
Everybody copy tiki-taka from Pep Guardiola. Everybody want to copy Pep Guardiola, and it's not necessarily the football that people like me. I find it very slow. Unless when it works really beautifully. But when you don't have enough people to play the system, you can't force.
Yeah. Well, I used to see the ones where the goalkeeper would just kick it past the halfway line, and then maybe the midfielder or the forward would take it all the way in from there, and it would surprise the other team. And maybe once in a while, at least we should. I saw Kepa even doing that early on.
Also, another thing is you need also players that can play that way. Because remember, we tried it like one time. Jackson got a red card in 4 minutes, right?
Okay.
Because you need somebody who can hold the ball. You need a bully, somebody who is powerful, tall, who can win the first ball, and then the second ball you're going to take advantage. But you don't just kick it long when you have giant in the opposition team and you have Jadon Sancho in front. Or Pedro Neto, he's like 4'2". How are you gonna deal with those kind of balls? So you have to go always down. So I think now with Pedro, Joao Pedro, and you have who's his name? Delap, right? Delap. Delap is another guy who can play with his back to goal. Those players, now you can afford to play that long balls. But before we had, oh my goodness, short people. Have you seen how Jackson had the ball? The ball just can come and just come to him and hit his head and go. Like he doesn't have any sense of direction with his head. Like he's terrible.
Or either that, or maybe you just need speed, like Timo Werner.
Yeah,
someone who can just run down and get the ball. Or if you're saying about being big and bully, why didn't we do that with Lukaku?
Yeah, Lukaku. Yeah, that is another story. But
yeah,
I got you.
But I miss our old team, the team that won the championship, the one under Tuchel. That team. This is like a completely different kind of team.
Yeah,
that clearly put together. That's not this post-Abramovich era where they're only. I mean, do you think Clear Lake would have gotten someone like Thiago Silva even if he was almost free?
No
way.
That is not their policy.
They sign these kids to 7-year contracts and then they find out they're not good enough, and it's like,
and then they can't even get their money back.
Yeah, and then you have to sell them cheap.
Yeah,
because you're not going to get that $100 million or $80 million transfer fee that you bought him in for.
That's right.
Like Mihailo Mudryk. Although I think there was some politics behind why they got Mihailo Mudryk.
Yeah, you might be right on this because I didn't see anything really.
He was Ukrainian. That's why. That's why they chose him. That's the reason why they chose him.
To break with Russia, because Abramovich is Russia, so Abramovich Russian. So let's go and get somebody from Ukraine, so people can look at us differently.
So politically correct.
Yeah.
So I'm glad the Ricketts family didn't get. Oh my God, the way they messed up the Cubs. Apparently
they are racist. They say some terrible stuff in the past Apparently,
Well, and
because I
also-
don't know if it's true.
They're not very smart either. I mean, they make a lot of bad moves in baseball, because the 2016 Cubs could have been extended to another few years with those players, but they just dispersed them. It's all based upon I don't know if you know this, Oggs, but the most profitable teams are not the ones that win, at least in American football or in baseball.
Yeah, yeah.
For example, my own team, and I don't want to get too far away from
Cowboys.
football, but the Cowboys are the most profitable team in football.
Yeah.
But we haven't won anything in 29 years, but it doesn't matter. You don't have to win to make money. And it sounds strange because it seems logical, but my own baseball team was $5 million in debt the year they won the World Series. But now they're a very profitable team, and they're almost always near or in last place.
What do you think of that? Is because of like a draft system where the loser is gonna choose the best players, or what makes that? Yeah.
The thing is, in order to win, you have to pay a lot of money in order to win for the best players, especially either in NFL or in Major League, especially in Major League Baseball. In NFL, they have more parity because there's a draft system that comes out of the college, right? In international football, in soccer, you don't have a draft system, you have academy, so you're growing your own kids.
Yeah.
In the American football system, you don't grow your own kids, you get them from the college, and the worst team gets to pick first.
Yeah.
So it's kind of funny at the end of the year. Sometimes, what are you going to tell the coach on the final day of the season? If you lose today, we get the number 1 draft pick. But if you win, we might drop down to the number 7 draft pick.
Yeah.
So the coach has to pretend like, oh, we really want to win this game. But a team in that situation never does win that final game. Right?
Yeah,
Even if the opposing team is already in the playoffs and they put out their worst players, that team is going to find a way to fumble so that they get the first pick.
Yeah. That.
In basketball, they said, well, we can change that. Is like the top 8 teams will go into a draft system, a lottery, to see who's going to be the number 1 pick, and that way people are not tanking the last game of the year.
Yeah, that makes sense because it's gonna a lot of corruption and cheating might be going on if you are in that position.
Yes, but as far as the way FIFA is going, maybe we should just eliminate like the Carabao Cup.
Yeah, at some point, because Carabao Cup now they eliminated certain phases of the competition. Like it used to be like home and away. At certain stages, they just put it 1 game, and then that's it. You get out.
That's the way the FA Cup is, right?
Yeah, they are changing small rules here and there because it's too many games with the league, the Champions League, and other competitions, international competitions now. Even international games, they changed the name just to make it more value. Now, you don't hear anymore about friendlies between, USA and Jamaica, for example. It used to be that way, but they changed it now to Nations League. This is the Nations League, so they give it a plastic trophy to win in the end. So it's a so it sounds better. It sounds like a competition. It's a trophy to win. So I don't know.
It is a Mickey Mouse trophy then.
Say it again.
Right now, the Community Shield is a Mickey Mouse trophy.
Yeah, but Arteta said that he won 2 of them. So for him, he called them trophies.
Well, I don't know. There is a in Japanese baseball, at least, if you finish in 2nd place, that is an achievement, whereas it doesn't seem to be in the Premier League.
In a Japanese league?
Yeah. If you finish second place, it's kind of like the way in a horse race. The first three teams actually there's an achievement for that. If you don't win, but you're second place for like 10 years in a row, that's an achievement, right? Whereas Arteta's not getting any credit. He's been winning second place for what, three years in a row now? Four? Isn't he been in second place for how many years now in a row? 3, 4?
Arsenal, maybe 3. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, but don't you think that's an achievement? Isn't that worth one
The problem is with that is like you don't win anything. Man, in terms of money, you get more money than somebody who finished third, because that's how they share the money in the end. The champions got more, and then the second, the third, and then the rest. You get money, but in terms of trophies, in terms of banter, in terms of bragging right, they're gonna say, the second is the first loser or something like that. People always say is a loser. Like the second place is a loser's place. So
would you rather have 5 second place finishes or 1 Carabao Cup?
Well, depending on I want to be in the Champions League every single season. So Carabao Cup won't count. Like for me, if I have to sacrifice the Carabao Cup to qualify for the Champions League, I would do that.
Yeah. Well, second place will get. Arsenal's been in the Champions Leagues.
Yeah. But for what? This time around, they made it to the semi-finals, and they got knocked out by PSG. They beat Real Madrid, and they were bragging how they're gonna win it. This is our year. Every year that the Pope dies, an English team is going to win the Champions League, blah, blah, blah. What happened? The Pope died, and Arsenal didn't win it.
Well, that's kind of... I think Arteta's not a bad manager. If I had, like, a team, I don't care whether it's Crystal Palace or whatever, I'd be glad to have Arteta.
You like Arteta more than Enzo Maresca?
I like Arteta more than Maresca, of course.
Well, but let me tell you what is more valuable, the FA Cup or the Conference League?
I think the FA Cup is more valuable than the Conference League. The Conference League is a Mickey Mouse trophy. We were playing teams that were beating 5-0. Maybe we should have put our academy kids up for a fair fight.
Still a European competition, right? That's still in the continental. That is continental
full of losers,
level.
Though. It was full of losers. It's like the NIT basketball tournament in college basketball, right? It's after all the NCAA teams go to the major tournament, it's the leftover teams that play in a Mickey Mouse tournament.
But it's still something. I think Arsenal never won European trophy. So they can even trade their FA Cup if you give them a Conference League.
Well, if they fall down to what do you need to be in to get in Conference League? 5th place, 6th place? 6th place, right? If they fall down to 6th place, I'm sure that they could have won the Conference League this year if they were in that.
But that's the problem. If they win the Conference League, believe me, Arsenal are going to brag about it and say that this is the best competition in the world. But when they don't win it, every competition doesn't count because Arsenal are not winning it. But if they win it, I tell you right now, it's going to be an open top bus parade in London. They're going to parade it. They're going to brag about it. They're going to find more narrative to talk about and to give some kind of value to the competition.
Well, for me, these tournaments, a worse team can win. Like Chelsea, certainly, I think Chelsea was a Cinderella team the year that Tuchel took. I mean, we barely made 4th place, right? If Tottenham had either won or lost their game, we would have been in 5th place, right? The same year that we won the Champions League, right? It was up to Tottenham to save us. on that final
and
day
they
because
did.
we lost.
They did save us the last minute. Yeah.
Yeah, because we were not good enough to beat who was it, Crystal Palace or somebody?
Yeah.
The previous week, right?
Tottenham
So
helped us because they went.
that's
I think they went away to beat Leicester City to allow Chelsea to qualify. Yeah, they did the job for us.
Oh, okay. Hey, I just felt my laptop. It's really hot.
No
So,
problem, my friends.
Now you have someone else to help you out. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Phantom of many topics is gone. Aziz, what you saying, bro?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Good. I'm good. Waiting for this game to start.
Oh yeah. Before we start, shout out to Musiala.
Yeah, man. Very, very sad what happened to him.
Yeah, it's so sad, but that's soccer, man. That's football.
Whose fault was that? Because I saw Manuel Neuer blaming Donnarumma. Do you think that Donnarumma did it on purpose?
It was a collision, though. Let's be frank. It was a collision. Musiala should have gone for the ball. If Musiala didn't go for the ball, they'll blame Musiala. Why didn't he go for the ball?
Yeah.
And if Donnarumma catches, you understand what I'm saying? It's a 50-50.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know it sucks, but that's how soccer is.
Yeah. That's part of
That's
football.
how soccer.
That is
That's how
accident. It was an accident, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. That's how soccer is. That's how. But just have to
Your boy is starting today, Joao Pedro.
Oh,
Joao
really?
Pedro is,
Oh.
yeah. The lineup has been here for forever. You want me to read?
Yeah. Tell me the lineup.
So
I've
the
been-
lineup we have Robert Sanchez, Malo
Oh, yeah?
Gusto,
Oh,
Chaluba,
yeah?
Tosen, Kukurea, Caicedo, Enzo Fernandez, Nkunku, Palma, Neto, and Joao Pedro.
Oh, I see.
So what Nkunku is doing here? Like I don't know. Why are we playing?
To be honest, yeah, the game against Palmeiras, he did all right. He did all right.
You know why he did all right? Because he played from the middle. But when you have a Cole Palmer there and you're gonna push him you're gonna push Nkunku from the side, I think he's gonna be absolutely useless. Everybody knows about it.
Well, one thing is that I don't know if this coach can take accountability to do this stuff. I saw it work in Premier League. Do you remember when people were saying, "How will Ferguson play Tevez, Rooney, Ronaldo in the same squad?
Yeah.
How does it work?" Remember, the three of them were rotating.
Yeah.
So if Tevez stays here first 10 minutes, Ronaldo comes. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. But Maresca don't do that though.
Yeah, that to me, I would have just said, okay, why can't Nkunku and this guy be always rotating?
Like Cole Palmer.
So, yeah.
He doesn't
So I'm just saying, I'm just giving an example. So it's going to be hard one player because, I'm taking Nkunku. I'm taking Kopama. Where will I be? You understand what I'm saying? It confuses the defense.
Yeah.
But that's the greatness of Ferguson. That's what I'll say.
Yeah. So what do you think about Jackson? His time is gone, right? Because he's not playing now. After the suspension, 2 games in a row that he's
let's. This is why I talk about accountability. You don't go out there and taking stupid red cards unnecessarily. Putting your teammates, I blame the coach because trying to make him the main man, and you are trying to be the main man, but you're not helping out. Like, this would how will I put it? Last season, Jackson almost cost us from going to Champions League. Do you know that?
Yeah, he missed a lot of chances, but still.
I'm not even talking about. Chances and Jackson I've already accepted. I am talking about the game against Newcastle. The game wasn't going against us, but you don't come out and take a stupid red card to put your teammates.
He was frustrated. He He was frustrated because.
Mr. Hall, can't stop making excuses. He's an adult. He's an adult. You are an adult. I would tell an 18 years old. I would tell Tariq George to do that. I won't tell him. You've been playing football for at least. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I would tell. Nicolas Jackson has been playing in Spain. He has been playing football for at least 5-6 years. Don't tell me you don't know they are putting hands on somebody's face. Putting hands on somebody's face is going to result to red card. Come on, man. Okay. And if you are going to do it, be intelligent enough to do it. Yeah, people can say, oh, Diego Costa, this. But Diego Costa was always in. He gets his card. You feel me? It's not that you go out there and put two hands there. It's not that you go out there and see if you want to break somebody's leg. Come on, let's call it.
Yes, brother, you are breaking a little bit, but Mr. McKean, are you still there? Aziz is struggling a little bit with his audio. McKean.
Yeah, Aziz going crazy over there. Big up everybody. So
Yes,
big
sir.
up.
Aziz,
Big up.
Yes, we lost you a little bit, so let's. We can hear you now. Let's go to McKean, and we're gonna come back. McKean, yes, go ahead. What do you think about the lineup, starting 11?
Yeah, it's nice. I like the lineup. I personally, I understand it might be controversial, but I would have started Madueke because he's proven big game player for Chelsea Football Club since he's arrived. He's been a big game player, and the numbers have shown it. And since this Club World Cup, I don't know why the favoritism has shifted to Pedro. I understand that, but I don't think we should compare them because they're not playing the same amount of games. They're not playing at the same times. They don't share similar minutes, and Pedro's he's just the guy that they want there at the moment. So there's no need for us to compare and bring the player's profile down because we don't like the profile.
I don't think Madueke. I think it's about politics. I don't think it's about his football.
Yeah.
The manager said if you don't want to be there, let him go. Kind of putting some digs on Madueke the last time in the press conference. I think because they are planning to sell him, the negotiations still going on. So they don't want to take any risk in him getting injured. So he's going to be used just in case Chelsea are looking for a goal for the last few minutes and you bring him the way they did the last time. So that tells me really clearly that Noni is gone. Noni really is gone.
Yeah, we have to accept it. We have to accept it. It's just that we have to keep the Chelsea-ness that we have. And you know how we are really, really strong guys in the finals. If there's one thing about Chelsea, they might not have the best gameplay, best tactics, overall gameplay, but they are a horrible team to face in the final. And that's from back then, from when we first started winning stuff. The worst team you want, if there's one team you don't want to face in the final, in the cup final, it's Chelsea. They will give you a hard time. And
so
I want
you think we can beat Real Madrid or PSG in the final?
Oh.
Because it's going to be one of them.
Yeah, but you know what? Real Madrid, cakewalk. PSG, we could struggle. Because they have the Ballon d'Or there. They have the Ballon d'Or guys there.
But I feel differently. I respect your opinion, but I feel differently. I think I would prefer to have PSG than Real Madrid. Real Madrid.
Really? Why?
Well, PSG, you see people just getting carried away by the vibes. They are the champions of Europe. They play beautiful football, but they have also a lot of weaknesses. I know that the midfield is going to be won by Chelsea. We have Caicedo. We have Lavia is going to be fit there. We have even Andre Santos. I'm not afraid. The only issue I have surpassing PSG is the wingers, Vasquelia and Desiree Doué. And knowing you are a coach, you understand what I'm saying, because many kids on social media
the
don't
battle.
understand. When we invert Reece James in the midfield, and you have also Kukurea coming in the midfield, we less acres of space behind. So if you have a fast winger like Desiree Doué, that is a dream for him to play in those space, because the time that our fullbacks go back to their position when we lose the ball, it's already too late. It's just a few seconds, bam, 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 you get exposed at the back. But if we can keep to play like traditional fullbacks, so they can cop like 1v1 against Vasquelia or Doué, let them do one-on-one. When you do a one-on-one, somebody else can cover you also from the back. But the way I see Maresca is, he's so obsessed with overloading the midfield that those space at the back is just our worst nightmare.
But you know what? He doesn't, like, as a coach, he doesn't have to do that. If you have the right rotation at the right timing, you don't even have to do that, because
That's the
you
problem.
can't make
He's
up.
obsessed by doing that.
Yeah, overloading like like we're back in the day with 5 midfielders. You don't need to be acting that way, you know. But I'm surprised you feel like Real Madrid will be a harder opponent. But what are the difference in weaknesses here that you think that Real Madrid? What makes Real Madrid stronger than PSG this year? I don't see it.
Real Madrid is because of the name, because of it's Real Madrid, you know. They always find a way kind of narrative. Yeah, they're also weak, but they have Rudiger, they still have Mbappe, they have Vini, they have Rodrigo, they still have Thibaut Courtois, the snake. Who else? They just got Bellingham is still there. They have Trent now serving them. So you have more established players than PSG are champions of Europe. They are very good, but still young, still have weaknesses. They don't even have a proper goal scorer. Dembele is scoring, but just by default. Ramos is not even playing because the manager don't trust him. So they still have their weaknesses that we can exploit, but we have to be clinical, though. We have Pedro, you know, Joao Pedro. When you have that one chance, you kill them off. You have to score. So I
that's
mean,
very true.
I mean, it is what it is. We're gonna play against anybody, but my only fear is the setup from Chelsea. Chelsea are gonna be their worst enemy themselves. If we go with this tiki-taka inverting, we are gonna get exposed and we might lose. But fingers crossed, man.
With guys like Vitinha.
Yeah. Vitinha, Vasquelia running at you. You have Desiree Doué running at you. And then Barcola coming from the bench. Dembele, you don't even know what is his strongest foot. The guy can play left, right. Everything looks the same. So you need people who are focused on defending and not somebody who is running to cover that position. He's going to get undone. The time you got there, Dembele is going to make just one feint and you are over. Like he's going to finish you because your mind is focusing, overloading the midfield, and you running back because you just lost the ball and going back to the full back position. You know that you're not stable. You're not going to be stable. He's going to get you down. So,
hey, Mr. Oza, can I say something?
Yeah, go on.
Can I say something?
Go on.
Do you know PSG defense is not as good, is not as great as everyone thinks? Their back four is not that good. They are good for going forward, but not defensive wise.
Yeah.
Do you know that?
I tend to agree with you, and you know that they lost already one game in this tournament, so they are not invincible the way people want us to believe. Yeah.
The only thing I can say PSG have ahead of us is the midfield. There are three midfield. No, because their midfielder is more. They are more tactical than us. They will surely keep the ball more than us.
Yeah, I agree with you, but also we have one of the best midfield in the world right now in Europe. If everybody is fit, just imagine Caicedo is there, Lavia is there, and
Oh yeah.
Andre
Yeah,
Santos
but
is
you have
still
you
there.
have to keep them busy, Oaks. You have to keep them busy.
Yeah, that's the problem, because I think we're gonna have it's gonna be technical against also physical, because we have more.
Yeah, that is what I'm about to say. Physicality, because we can beat them. Okay, let's go back to the game that Arsenal played against them. Arsenal won the midfield, but they beat us now in terms of concentration and pace. Because if Arsenal had taken all their chances in the second leg, Arsenal would have won that game, let's be frank. Thanks to Donnarumma.
Yeah, but you have to admit, PSG are vulnerable in the midfield. When you have a guy like Fabian Ruiz, yeah, he's practically a passenger. That's how you know Joao Neves. Like, Joao Neves is the heart, and Vitinha is the brain. And Fabian Ruiz can do a few things here and there. But if they had someone solid there instead of Fabian Ruiz, yeah, it would be a very long day. It would be a very long day. So we have a chance.
We have a chance, bro. I think we're gonna beat them. I think it's coming home. It's coming home, man. It's coming home.
Yeah, it has to. It has to, because if you think about it, yeah, the teams, all the main teams are out, so we only have 2 games left. We can push through this. That's all it is. That's all it takes.
2 games left, and we can do it, people. We can do it. You heard here first. 40 minutes to go until the kickoff. Let me double check if Palmeiras.
Hey guys, I want to ask you guys a question.
Yes,
What's with this Arsenal will be a problem next season, though? With the Gyökeres? Yeah.
Well, I'm not afraid of Arsenal, because that's what we say every single season. They're going to be a problem. They're going to be a problem. They start, we're going to win the quadruple, and then in the end, they win nothing. So I'm not afraid.
No, because one, everybody knew what Arsenal is lacking was a goal striker. Them buying a goal striker. Like Gyökeres is the hottest striker.
Well, I'm not too sure about that brother. Hear me out. I'm not sure that brother is overhyped and overrated in the Portuguese league. He didn't make it the first time when he came to Brighton, right? He went to the Championship, did okay, went to the Portuguese league. Now, the space that he got there, he's not going to get it in the Premier League. He's not like a physical box presence kind of striker, right? He likes to drop and connect and all that. But how many headers he scored? He is like Jackson when it comes to headers. He doesn't have that presence in the box. He's like more of a flair kind of attacker. So I think in the Premier League, he's not going to have the joy to cook the way he used to be there.
Arsenal don't need him to head. They have Gabriel and Saliba nodding the ball. They have bigger guys nodding the ball.
But sorry, Aziz, but you know what it is, Oggs?
Yes, sir.
I see what they're trying to do, though. I see what they're trying to do. Like, it's not like they're shooting the floor. They're shooting at the wrong target. They're being strategic. But it's just that for us here, we don't understand it, that we've covered here most profiles of what kind of striker you can have. We have a guy here that knows how to play within the lines, yeah. We have a guy that's technical, that can do the Firmino job. We have a guy like Delap that can do what Gyökeres does.
Yeah.
Like, now all we need is a one-touch finisher. That's it.
Yeah, so you still believe that we need another striker, or you think?
Yeah. Haaland, one-touch finisher.
So how about Sesko? How about Sesko?
He's not a one-touch finisher.
Oh, yeah?
He touches the ball too much, in fact. That's why, like, he's easy to get bullied. He's not no nonsense, bang, bang. You know, that's we still need that profile to cover all profiles that we need to win, like to be in the top two. If we just have that one profile, I can't think of the top of my head any more one-touch finishes, but I know Osimhen is the guy. Like, when I think of it, I think
Yeah,
of
he's
Osimhen.
moving to Galatasaray though.
Yeah,
Osimhen. Looks like he rejected a lot of money to go to Saudi, and he's staying at Galatasaray.
Wait,
because you know that aggression.
was that
in
not
the
where he
box,
came
yeah?
from? Was it not Galatasaray he played for last season?
Yes,
yeah.
but it was on loan.
Okay.
So now they are trying to get it permanent. But Napoli are firm on their decision. You paid 75 million, you got him, or go.
If I'm Osimhen, I'll punish Napoli. I'm in my last year of my contract. You know what I will do? I will stay till January. Then somebody come get me.
See, you like money too much.
But
You
the
like money
problem
too
is we have AFCON in December. You have to play for your team, right?
Yeah, he's still gonna be playing in the. He's still gonna be training with the on the what's it called?
Under 17 or under 21?
Yeah.
Well, it's not competitive. It's not like you're playing week in, week out games. That is just like killing your career, man. You're gonna disappear from the face of earth if you are in that situation, and people are gonna call you greedy. You love more money than your career. Still, you are getting crazy amount of money regardless why you're doing this. People
When he was being disrespected and being racist too, nobody talked about that. When they were calling him, comparing him to a coconut head, what did everyone say?
Yeah, that is another story, but this is like the
No,
business.
I'm just saying, if I was Osimhen,
You see out your contract.
I'll see out my contract.
Yeah. Huh. I don't think himself, for his dignity, for his honor, he's gonna look bad. Because remember, people like Osimhen, they have sponsors, right? You see the jewelry that he's wearing, the shoes, the car that he's driving. Some of them are coming from sponsors. And you have to be there. You have to be on top there to maintain the sponsors, Nike or whatever company sponsors your shoes and your stuff. So you have to be visible. People need to see you. And if you see you're gonna sit in the academy to see your contract out, that doesn't even reflect good to you yourself, because people are gonna just call you money grabbing, because you're not happy. You get a lot of money. You are a multi-millionaire anyways. So why can't you just play football and forget about probably
Mr.
your 10
Oz,
million?
you the same brother that taught me that educated me about these players. They got the family. They have their life. They have to live. It's not everything about football. They need to save money. And I'm calling.
But I understand your position. The problem is, I say that when
As an African brother, as an African brother, I advise him go for the money. You've done everything you can do in Europe.
That's what I said. He can go to Saudi and grab the bag. But sitting at Napoli just to wait for your money and see the contract out makes no sense. Because Saudi are going to pay you 45 million a season. That is generational money. And he refused it because he want to be in Europe. So why you want to be in Europe to play football, and then you go on strike and say, I'm not leaving Napoli because I want to see my contract out. It doesn't make sense, in my opinion, because money is not the problem for this brother. If money was the problem, he was going to sign for Al Hilal long time ago.
So then what's the aim then? What's the end goal? Like, because you don't want to go, because the bigger teams, like you're not linked to them. The teams that really want you set your prices so high.
Yeah.
You went to Arabia, it didn't work out. So then when you come back,
Question you're asking. It's a very good question.
yeah. So like you come back, why do you have the same conditions? Like,
I think he really is too confident in himself. He thinks that You know, he deserved to be in big teams. But big teams probably don't see him that way. And listen, Galatasaray is still a big team, you know. But it's not in the same caliber than the team that are regular in the Champions League and winning it, like Real Madrid or, you know. So it's different. I think he is so confident, and he didn't think that he's going to get to this level of nobody really. No big teams in Europe, like one team for some reason. But Galatasaray is still a big team, but, you know, Turkish league and stuff.
Because I'm tired. I'm tired of getting my hopes up. Yeah, every time I see this guy, it's like a dangling carrot. You know, when you have a carrot, yeah,
Yeah.
then you put it in front of the donkey. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how I feel like I'm getting taken for a walk every time I see his name pop up. Yeah, it seems like this guy might come to Chelsea, or you know, Hail Mary, last minute. Oh, the boy's back in his home. You know, but no, this guy and his conditions and. I don't know if you given up going over there across the world, then your conditions have to change because you don't like what we have already, or maybe he's just twerking for Chelsea and Chelsea are not responding. Maybe
Yeah.
because it could be like a Kudus situation where Kudus we know deep down Kudus you brothers Chelsea than Tottenham, but based on the conditions, he's going to have to accept it, if you get where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Because they're the only team that's going hard for you like this. So it depends if it's Chelsea just standing on business, basically. It could be that. I've seen not too long ago, it was like 43.8 to buy Osimhen, like as an offer. And now I haven't heard anything since.
Yeah, it looks like he's determined to go to Galatasaray because no big teams that he hoped, you know, or the money that he's asking, like Manchester United asked him to take a salary cut, and he's like, what? I'm leaving the money on the table to go to Saudi to come here, and you put my salary down. I have to pay almost half of the price to the government for tax. So yeah, man, it's yeah, go on.
It doesn't make sense here because it's an odd case, you know, like Osimhen's one, because it's like you understand that we all know like what kind of team you'll fit into, but it's like he wants to extract the most whilst having the best deal at the same time. And it's like I'm starting to feel like is Osimhen a diva?
Yeah, probably. I think sometimes he's confused. Like this saga of transfer, he's gonna go, he's gonna leave, he's gonna stay. Been there like for almost three seasons now.
Yeah,
it looks like it's too complicated. Like I'm even sick and tired of hearing it all the time, bro. Yeah.
But how do you feel about the Nwaneri? Is this a real thing?
Well, I don't know how I feel about it. First of all, I don't want to sell Noni, but I don't make decisions, so it's going to happen. And especially selling him to Arsenal, man. So in order for Chelsea like to feel good, like, oh, we got your youngster from your academy, for the banter side of the story, I would do it just to give trouble, just to make Arsenal suffer. But in reality, if you look at our academy, we might find few guys who can do the Nwaneri job at Chelsea. So instead of wasting money, I don't even know how much he's gonna cost because he's like 1 year left on his contract or whatever. And for the banter, but I'm struggling just to figure out how good he is compared to the kids that we have. What is his natural position to begin with, Nwaneri? What he does?
He's like Phil Foden.
Okay, it's like in between 8, 10 winger kind of area.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
very, very crafty, very intelligent,
Okay.
and he's got that. You know how you see how Cole Palmer sometimes doesn't know how to lie or doesn't feel like it, or he's just
Yeah.
too obvious, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That dopey side, you know.
Okay.
Nwaneri has that.
But he's still like 18 or 17. He's still a kid,
Yeah,
though. Yeah.
yeah, he kind of has that, and he doesn't know how to hide the fact that he's a Chelsea fan. So I like that about him. You know, he's his favorite players, Hazard, and gameplay wise, he, he's he's a step up from Madueke.
Really?
He's a step up from Kudus.
Wow. That is a big statement. That is a
Because
very big statement.
it's a realistic one, though. Because if you think about it, Arsenal, they know how. You see, Arsenal is a breeding ground here for making the best players, like making the best like talent. They don't necessarily use them themselves, well, for at their best potential, but that's their breeding ground. But you see, us Chelsea, we have that at Cobham, but we don't
Use
utilize
them.
it the way Arsenal does,
Mm.
because we extract more than we improve.
Mm.
So if you see a guy like Lewis Skelly or the guys that play odd games for Arsenal, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they're on a different level. Like it's very high. It's kind of like City. Like I remember when I used to coach, yeah, like City,
Mm.
Arsenal, they were like number one, like for like the youths, like top.
Okay. Very
So I
interesting.
trust I trust him.
So what
Yeah.
is your position on this one? Are you ready like to sacrifice Noni if you have to get Nwaneri?
I'm not gonna lie, I think I would accept that, you know. Although Noni is a goal scorer, Nwaneri is not really a goal scorer. Like Noni can challenge your centre back directly. Yeah, he's
Okay.
very direct and he's flat footed like Gareth Bell, you know.
Mm.
But the kind of game that we play here, Nwaneri would fit it more, even more than Kudus would. The kind of style, and he would give the right competition for Esteval.
Oh wow. My
Yeah,
problem is
yeah.
my problem a little bit is like I'm kind of sick and tired of a kid already. I'm a big fan of the academy. I defend kids, but when you always buy kids, I think certain positions you need just to bring the finished article. The guy that can do it today and now, instead of, okay, Nwaneri is still young, he got potential, we can get something out of him in 3 years. At some
Because you
point.
need to realize it that they're trying to. Sorry about that. They're trying to. It's either him or Rogers,
Yeah.
and Rogers is £100 million player for some reason.
That's so expensive. Yeah.
If you look at the gameplay, Nwaneri is a bit better than Rogers. Gameplay, not end product.
Yeah, the hope is that they're still young and they can still practice, and sometimes goal scoring don't come out of the blue. You have to work on that to get to a certain level. So
So you don't think we need any strikers? You don't think we need? Are you content with what we have?
no, like for now, if I have to choose like few positions, I don't want to like spend more money on strikers. I would prefer to go for a left back. Because Kukurea, just imagine when this guy is injured or tired and we are screwed. So I would like to have a very good, versatile guy that can play from that position on help as a center back or whatever, just like Vega was. But Vega, Maresca don't like him for some reason. So,
Yeah, Maresca don't like him. Yeah.
So I think we still need somebody in that position. But other position I can tolerate now. I can say, you know what? If we didn't get Kudus, and then Estivao is coming. So I'm gonna hope that he hit the ground running, for example.
But you see, you still need you need to give him time though,
Yeah,
because
that's
he's
what I
never been
say.
here.
Mhm.
But Nwaneri's proven, if you get what I mean. Like he's a Saka challenger.
He plays a lot of some games in the Premier League, even Champions League he
Yeah.
play. But I am not sure that we can give him the status of proven. I don't know if that is right. Like a proven for me is like somebody who been there, done it week in, week out, kind of for starting 11. But when you have
He's done it for Champions League, and he played like 40 games or 37 games. He plays a lot.
Yeah, that's a problem though. Like playing games, like in football, if you play for 5 minutes, they count it as a game. So it's different than playing 90 minutes or 80 minutes. That's what I'm saying. Yes, he played, but for how long? For how many minutes?
Yeah.
Probably because everybody was tired and they took advantage because he came for 5 minutes and you saw like, oh wow. But it could be also the opposition is already weakened. They're just tired and can't do it anymore, don't have legs. I'm not saying that he's bad, but we have to look at many aspects. And I don't want like to get him and then make him sit on the bench. He's too good to sit on the bench.
Yeah, he's too good. Yeah.
The kids like this, they need to play games week in, week out, and you're gonna be surprised the end of the season and he's in another level. But if he's gonna come, you're leaving Arsenal because of lack of time. That's what you want. You don't want to sign a contract. You want some playing time guarantee. And you come to Chelsea and you have to compete, and you sit in the same position, even worse. You don't have playing time. So what the point of even leaving Arsenal? That's want to make sense to me.
You know what it is as well. We have to take into consideration is the Palmer aspect to it. Do you get what I'm saying? Like for example, you see when Palmer first came, it was because of minutes. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the same situation. Cole Palmer scored a few goals here and there, 5 minutes, but the 5 minutes that he played, he made it recognized, and he scored in the FA Cup final, if I remember. So this is what I'm saying. Is sometimes I'm not even a youngster fan type of guy myself, but when an opportunity like that presents itself, I like to look at it. Don't forget, like I love Madueke too, you know, and I love Kudus even more. But I have to go with my brain. Nwaneri, he's a good replacement for Angelo Gabriel, because we were supposed to keep Gabriel instead of Noni. And ever since we've been struggling on the right hand side, and he reminds me a bit of Angelo Gabriel.
All right, people. So the game is about to start in like 20 minutes. I'm just checking some news here for you guys so I can report. I'm going to take a break and come back at halftime because I want to really focus on watching the game in the big TV in the living room so I can analyze and come back at halftime. So stay watching some funny videos here. So stay tuned, people, until the end. If you are at work and you want to just listen to the audio, feel free to do it because it's going to be amazing commentary. All right. Okay, so nothing really is happening here, Chelsea. They're just showing. Okay, so give me your score prediction before we take a break. I have to take a break, make a quick sandwich, get a drink, and watch the game.
Fluminense. These guys, I don't respect them as much as Flamengo. Flamengo, that was the scariest team like in the whole tournament. Yeah, now that they're out the way, I feel much better about things. I feel like we could win this game probably 3-0 even. Yeah, 3-0. I'm very confident about this one.
Oh wow.
Flamengo's a different that's Baghdad. These guys they're a bit nicer. How about yours?
Me, overall, in the end, it's going to be 3-1 to Chelsea. I think we're going to make a stupid mistake at some point and concede a goal. But, yeah, I'm confident like you that we're going to win. The first half, I think it's going to be 2-0. I think Joao Pedro is going to score his first goal for Chelsea today against his former club, Fluminense. I think Cole Palmer is going to score, and I think Pedro Neto is going to score because he needs that goal so he can celebrate Diogo Jota, you know, video game celebration, you know, just to say goodbye.
Yeah.
So I want really him to score today. So 3-1 for Chelsea, yeah. And
But didn't Dembele do that already?
yeah, Dembele did it. I think Mbappe also did it.
Yeah, that was cool. The way Dembele did that, it was cool, man.
Yeah, man. It's sad what happened, but it's good to see that people are thinking about him. So, yeah.
Yeah, did you hear about Cristiano Ronaldo not going to
not going to the
Jota's
funeral? Yeah, they're showing him here on vacation and whatever, showing abs. But what I heard, I'm not confirming. What I heard is like he didn't want to take attention from anything. He didn't want to take the moment away from the family and friends that came there, because when Cristiano Ronaldo is there, it's going to be journalists and everybody just want to film and talk about Cristiano Ronaldo than the sad news that is happening. So he didn't want to steal that moment to the family and friends. That's why he stayed away. At least that's what I read on social media.
There's such a shocking accident, you know. It's so surprising, you know, out of nowhere. And such a prolific guy, you know, a very good player. You know, usually these things, it kind of happens to like players you don't really know or second division or, you know.
Yeah. He's absolutely a bowler. He was just struggling with some injuries here and there, but when he's fit, absolutely bowler. And life, man, life. He just got married 10 days ago. And then, boom, an accident. And then 2 days later, he was under the ground. Like, you just don't understand. Like, what is this? Like, hello? What is this? You know, it's incredible. Just imagine the guy who went to announce that to his wife. You know? Or his parent, telling his parent that you just lost 2 sons, not 1, 2 of them the same time. Imagine how that is. It's just crazy. I can't even imagine, bro. This is a very sad news in the world.
And this is a millionaire we're talking about, a young under 30
millionaire, multi-millionaire driving a Lamborghini. And that's
just when you think you know life. Just when you think you know what life is.
Yeah. And you realize that you know nothing about life, because anything can happen to anybody, no matter what your stature is. Oh, man.
Crazy. And then I saw yesterday Jamal Musiala's injury. That was insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was horrible. Insane.
What do you think?
A Ronaldo type of injury, isn't it?
Ronaldo say what? What he said?
Is that's the type of injury R9 had, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if that's the same.
With the knees.
Well, it wasn't his knee though. It was like an ankle. It was like ankle turn and broke a lot of ligaments. All the way. Yeah. They have to take a private jet, like a medical jet, to carry him from America to Germany. I think today he's gonna have a surgery, or those kind of surgery. They might wait a little bit, like to wait it until the swelling is down to do it. But they're gonna fix it. But the recovery is gonna be slow. And
That's
this kind of
insane.
injuries, you just don't know if a player is coming back, 100%, or it's going to take him time, or he's going to become injury prone, or he's going to be afraid of like putting tackles because of, mental damage on that. We don't know, but fingers crossed, man.
And it's a collision, isn't it? Donnarumma.
Yeah.
Donnarumma's weight, because Donnarumma's a huge guy as well. We're forgetting.
Yeah. He's
All
a
that
giant.
weight. Oh, poor guy.
Yeah.
But all right then. I will see
I'll
you
see
at
you at
halftime.
halftime when we beat them 2-0 in the first half. The second half.
Yes,
All right,
sir.
my brother.
Yes,
See
sir.
you. Thank you so much for
Peace.
helping. All right. That was my brother. He's gone. Listen, I'm going to take a little break, but I'm going to leave you with commentary and everything good behind the scenes. Stay tuned because we are here. We are here to take your calls. We are here to listen from you if you have a comment. Do we have any comment here? No. Mr. Chukwedi said that, good evening, sir. Good evening to you, Mr. Chukwedi. I have a lot of people promoting their illegal streams here. Aliu Nbu said that, hi, guys, Portugal League is not the same as the Premier League. Yeah, I agree. That's why that brother could a little bit, what's his name again? Jokeres might struggle a little bit in the Premier League because the Portuguese League is not the Premier League. In the Premier League, we have the best defenders. We have the best of the best. So it is what it is. So people, I will see you in a little bit. Stay tuned because we have commentary and everything behind the scenes, okay? And I will be taking calls at halftime again. So let's go.
Least expected? Save the day by using the Bank of America customized cash.
perspective, very focused and protect the set pieces. Set pieces, I think, are going to be crucial in this game.
Yeah, with Chelsea, their set pieces, they've been so good throughout this entire tournament.
No, definitely, they're a big team. I mean, even Trevor Chalobah, we played together at Palace, and he was our leading goal scorer at one point from set pieces. So, like you said, set pieces can be really big today. I'm really interested to see who's gonna be the player to kind of write their name in the stars today.
And I feel like when you get to this point of a tournament too, the semifinals, it comes down to the leadership. Who's going to lead? Who's going to step up in those moments where you feel like your backs are against the wall? I feel like Fluminense has so many of those experienced, I guess you could say older guys that are 40, 45 years old and Fabio, but how much does that help too?
It helps a lot because you know that you're going to face difficult moments throughout the game. It happens. It's just the nature of the game. But there's so many individual quality in these two teams, in particular in Chelsea. They do have, if you look at Palmer, Neto, Joao Pedro, they do have the ability, Enzo, Caicedo, they do have the ability that if you want with one play to change the face of the game. So that is important to have the likes of Fabio, Thiago, concentrating and helping the teammates to be very compact.
And for you, Cole Palmer, obviously he's been getting a ton of shots on goal, but he finally got one to go in. In the last game, he had 16 shots on goal throughout this entire tournament. How much does that feel like?
Of global success. A place in the FIFA Club World Cup final awaits for Fluminense or Chelsea. The men from Rio reaching the semi-final without losing a game, led by 40-year-old Thiago Silva, who has deep-rooted Chelsea connections. Today, his former team faces Brazilian opposition for the third time in the tournament and the second knockout game in a row after beating Palmeiras in the quarterfinals. It's Fluminense's veteran core against the youth of the Londoners.
So Fluminense have not lost in 11 matches, and they've been electrifying at times in their performances. But today, Luke, it's a clash between style and strategy, with both managers' philosophies on display. Chelsea, though, they will not be caught off guard once again like they were against Flamengo.
The referee today Francois Letexier from France, 36-year-old who takes charge of his 4th Chelsea game and was referee at the 2024 European Championship final last year between Spain and England. From 32 clubs down to the final 4. As we get the first Club World Cup semi-final underway here at MetLife Stadium. It's Chelsea kicking off, having beaten Palmeiras in Philadelphia by 2-1 in the quarter-final. Fluminense 2-1 winners against Al Hilal in Orlando to make it to this stage, yet to be beaten in the tournament. Fluminense with 4 changes from the quarter-final win against Al Hilal. Renato Gaucho has Rene back from suspension. Guga gets the start, having come off the bench in that game a few days ago. Thiago Santos making his first start of the tournament, and Hercules into the lineup as well. He came on at half-time, replacing Martinelli, who is suspended today, and he scored against Al Hilal.
Yeah, the one player I'm keeping an eye on is the left-hand side of Thiago Silva in that back 3. Thiago Santos, 35 years of age, and he's playing on that left-hand side. And with the suspension of Freitas early with that yellow card warning, this is going to be an interesting challenge to see what the shape and identity looks like defensively for Renato Gaucho.
Tosin at the back for Chelsea. Goes across to Chalobah. 3 changes in total made by Enzo Maresca today. And Tosin, one of them at the back. Moises Caicedo comes back from suspension, and Joao Pedro, a recent signing, makes his first start, having made his debut in the quarter-final. Reece James back on the bench today.
Yeah, Luke, a couple early adjustments that we've seen throughout the tournament for Enzo Maresca. With Nkunku popping in that central part, overloading with Caicedo and Enzo. The build-out out of the back is going to allow Malo Gusto width and height on that right-hand side.
Strong challenge from John Arias on Cucurella. And the free kick is given the way of Chelsea.
Cucurella combative and competitive over the course of the 90 minutes. You just wonder if that's an early message being sent by the Colombian international, John Arias.
Tosin making his 4th start of the tournament. Finds Cucurella. Fluminense with 2 players starting every game of the tournament. Fabio in goal, one of them. John Arias is the other. He has been one of the standouts of this tournament so far. John Arias, he's played every minute. Colombian, 27 years old, with a goal and an assist so far.
Now you can already see Marc Cucurella right there flaring out and trying to apply the pressure on Guga. Where exactly his starting spot is, Arias loves to find pockets like this.
And Arias is away over halfway. He's got support wide to the left side. The cross comes in towards the edge of the area. Cano tries to strike it first time. On the right touchline, Gusto looking to bring it away down that far side here for Chelsea. Tosin finds Caicedo back into the starting lineup today. Moises Caicedo's 4th start of the tournament. The 23-year-old from Ecuador inside for Enzo Fernandez, and the Argentine midfielder all the way to the left in a first opportunity here for Pedro Neto down the left touchline to try and have a run at Guga. Paul Palmer. Palmer's cross in, and Fabio is able to claim, the 44-year-old goalkeeper. For a goal kick here for Fluminense. Fabio with 3 clean sheets in this tournament, the oldest player in the Club World Cup. 1,379 senior career appearances, and very much experience throughout this Fluminense side. While Enzo Maresca was talking yesterday about the youth of his Chelsea squad, one of the youngest squads in the Premier League and one of the youngest squads here.
Well, the one thing about Chelsea is you look and you see the depth is 22 to 27 years of age collectively in this starting 11, and it was capped off by not only a top 4 finish in the Champions League, but also a top 4 finish, the win against Real Betis in the Conference League. So this team has grown quite extensively throughout the course of the season, figuring out ways at home and on the road to win games.
Hercules driving forward, and he's got support from Guga wide on the right side. Blocked by Cucurella. Guga, the 26-year-old right wing back today, finds Hercules. His 4th start of the tournament. He scored in the last 2 games. Back through Thiago Silva they go. What a story for Thiago Silva, the 40-year-old who spent 4 years with Chelsea before making the move last summer to Fluminense. Over 150 appearances for Chelsea. He won the Champions League in 2021, a club legend. Referee is giving the free kick here. Chelsea not happy with the decision.
Well, as Enzo goes into the challenge, he's left his legs, he's come through, and it's a bit of a scissor motion where the referee has an easier decision to blow that whistle. Kano checking back, feels the pressure from behind. But Enzo, not yellow card worthy early enough for just the talking to from the referee.
2 players out suspended for Chelsea today, Levi Colwill and Liam Delap, both missing the game. Second semi-final, 24 hours from now, between Paris Saint-Germain and Real Madrid. The final right here at MetLife Stadium to crown a Club World Cup champion on Sunday afternoon. Fluminense fans already in wonderful voice behind the goal that Fabio was defending in the first half. John Arias brings it forward. Guga down the right side. Cucurella trying to get back to defend, and the flag is up here. It's offside.
Yeah, he drifted in offside position, but the physicality of Cucurella takes the bump, and understanding that Arias, once that ball is played, Guga is in an offside position, but watch Cucurella as he turns and just puts a body on Arias as he tries to play through and get to that end line. Highly competitive, highly physical is the expectation between these 2 teams.
Chalobah, the England international, across the back through Tosin to Cucurella. Chelsea's 3rd Club World Cup appearance. They were the UEFA Champions League winners back in 2021.
It was interesting, Luke, listening to Enzo Maresca pre-game talk about this low block of Fluminense. I think that's not a real descriptive conversation to be having about Fluminense, because as you can see, it's a 4-3-3 without the ball. They're starting on top of the center circle and not afraid to look to condense about 20 yards between the front-line attackers 3 and this back 4/back 5 at times, trying to deal with the numbers flooding forward of Chelsea. Right now, it's about giving simple possession to the 2 center backs.
Tosin back into the side today, having come off injured 5 minutes into the second half of the round of 16 win against Benfica. Dropping deep there, Joao Pedro getting onto the ball. And now the new Chelsea acquisition with some space down that right side it goes. Good turn. Chalobah, who was on loan at Crystal Palace during the season. Cucurella down the left side. Neto cuts inside against Guga, and he's fouled. And a free kick coming here for Chelsea, about 10 yards outside the box.
Yeah, we'll see if Nonato gets a similar warning or a conversation from the referee of what we saw from Enzo's challenge a few minutes ago. He knows exactly what he's doing, leaves the leg in. He's overcommitted on the scissors from Pedro Neto, starting on this left-hand side as opposed to being on the right-hand side. Malo Gusto tilted really, really high, and Cuckoo in the pocket underneath. And right now, the back line of Fluminense having to figure out Joao Pedro or Cole Palmer. Who stays, who goes?
This one is taken quickly towards Cole Palmer, and he'll play this one towards the penalty spot. Chalobah was in there, couldn't get there. Cucurella climbs, but the header straight towards Fabio. Cucurella's 53rd appearance in all competitions this season. He's played every minute in his 4 previous starts in the Club World Cup. Picked up by Fernandez. Down the left side, Neto. Back for Cucurella. Fernandez. Picked up by Cole Palmer. And Kunku. Lovely turn from Palmer against Bernal. Palmer swings that ball in and comes across to the 6-yard box. Fabio has to punch it away under pressure. Cucurella steps in, John Arias battling for it, but out to the left for Pedro Neto once more from the ball forward by Tosin.
Once again, those dangerous second runs out of midfield. Enzo got his goal against LAFC, the second on the afternoon in the opening of the group stage at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. If you're not paying attention to the 24 Argentine, you can find yourself really tested across that back line of Fluminense.
Palmer, wide for Gusto. He's appeared in all 6 games. It's his 4th start. Linking up with Nkunku. Bernal tries to get a foot in.
So 2 things happening with Nkunku. He's pulling Bernal deeper and deeper, and that's allowing Cole Palmer to peel off Hercules, who's paying attention to Enzo on his right-hand side. Cole Palmer's finding a lot of space when Nkunku's either off his left shoulder or pushing just a little bit higher parallel to Joao Pedro.
Chalobah. Nkunku back over halfway. Mentioned before that Reece James is available, having missed the last game through injury. He's on the bench today, as is Noni Madueke, who is currently being linked with a move to Arsenal. Enzo Maresca says he believes Madueke is still fully committed right now. This is Caicedo tracking forward down the right as it goes out to Gusto on the far side. Up against Rene, Gusto's cross into the middle, and Fernandes drives it in. Well, Pedro couldn't get there. Cucurella putting a pressure on Arias, does well to win it back.
That's a great
Santos away.
Yeah, it's a great press right there, a counter press from Chelsea, and it all starts with Marc Cucurella, the left back, pushing all the way through, stays with the run, gets stuck in on the tackle. And Chelsea right now doing a fantastic job, not only challenging for the first ball, more importantly, Luke, winning that second ball and recycling that possession closer to Fabio's goal.
Chelsea finishing second in their group with 6 points. 1 point behind the group winners, Flamengo. Enzo Fernandez chasing this one, just unable to keep it in play at the byline. The flag was up anyway for offside, so it will be a free kick here for Fluminense. So Chelsea beat Palmeiras in the quarterfinals, lost against Flamengo the first time they played a Brazilian side in this tournament on match day 2, 3-1 in Philadelphia. Pedro Neto giving them an early lead in that one. 3 second-half goals from Flamengo. They had Nicholas Jackson sent off in that match.
Now, Luke, it's the 3rd time in the first 13 minutes that Enzo Fernandez has had a little dip of the shoulder and left Hercules biting. They have to figure out not only the man-marking responsibility, but better communication and reaction. Proactive as opposed to reactive with dealing with that darting second run out of midfield for Chelsea.
Lugar inside and played forward here towards halfway, where Herman Cano is in a bit of a battle there with Tosin.
It's so smart. He's just leaning the entire time, and Tosin has the size advantage, has the strength advantage in terms of the comparison of the player profile. The 37-year-old knows exactly what he needs to do to try to bait the referee into blowing that whistle.
Herman Cano with a goal and an assist so far. 37 years old from Argentina. Has appeared in every game. This is 5th start in a row. Enzo Fernandez trying to win it back here. Thiago Silva clips it up towards halfway, where Cucurella is in the battle with Guga. Nonato steps in there, John Arias as well. Nonato bringing it away, gets away from Caicedo, and there's space over on the left where Rene carries it forward. Back in the side after suspension. Rene's ball in, cleared away by Tosin, and out for a throw on the far side.
Well, the decision to go back to Rene after his return from suspension instead of Fuentes gives you width, gives you variation of service, and gives you a consistent outlet down that left-hand side for Fluminense.
Fuentes and Xavier dropping to the bench today for Fluminense. Freitas and Martinelli suspended. They had both started every game of the tournament up until this point. Freitas at the back, Martinelli in midfield. Scored the first goal in the last round against Al Hilal, a 2-1 win in Orlando. Al Hilal leveling that one just after half-time. Hercules, who is in the starting lineup today, was the match winner. talked earlier on about Thiago Silva and the story surrounding him, but it's also a big day for Joao Pedro, who makes his first Chelsea start against his boyhood club. Came through the youth ranks at Fluminense. His mom moved with him to Rio at the age of 10 so that he could join their academy.
Well, Chris Richards doing a fantastic job in the descriptiveness of what Joao Pedro, the physical battles that he brings to the table. Obviously, his size and strength is an easy couple of bullet points, but the intelligence in which the 23-year-old interprets the position. 10 goals, 6 assists, 27 matches at Brighton. And think about heading into the off-season summer vacation and all of a sudden turning around and joining up in his first start for Chelsea against his boyhood club.
He was in Rio on vacation, but he said he kept a personal trainer close by and is ready to go, despite the fact that he was on his vacation in his native Brazil. And Nkunku steps away from Bernal and then gets the free kick.
Well, I think the referee doing a good job of allowing the advantage to be played, and then secondarily the challenge that upends him is Thiago Santos, number 29, just sticking a leg in. Right now, this midfield battle, which we thought was going to be a huge one, definitely being dominated by Moises Caicedo, Enzo Fernandez. What a fantastic season, playing so well. Neither's transfer fee even being a reference point in 2024, 2025.
Enzo Fernandez standing over it. Flipped in by Fernandez. Tosin was rising to try and get the head to it. It's wide. Flag up anyway for offside.
Oh, he's a big body and a big aerial threat. And in the pregame show, we talked about the art of the short corner, but we should also talk about the art of set pieces. It's deceptiveness, a bit of acting, and a good header one pushed just past the outside of that right post, but flagged in an offside position before getting to that header.
Well, this Sunday, the stage is set. The FIFA Club World Cup final live from MetLife Stadium. The winners of this match taking on either PSG or Real Madrid for ultimate glory. And coverage begins from 1:30 Eastern Time. Pedro Neto down the left side. Neto whips that ball into the middle, comes all the way out here, and an opportunity for the top corner! And a magnificent moment for Joao Pedro on his first start for Chelsea. A wonderful finish. And the new man makes an immediate impact.
$55 million spent by Chelsea Football Club to bring Joao Pedro, the 23-year-old, over from Brighton. And in the midst of a FIFA Club World Cup, not as he joined, but the 36-minute performance by Palmeiras, plus the suspension of Liam Delap, leads to his first start, an emotional one against his boyhood club. Combination play down the left-hand side, the hitch in his gait. Pedro Neto, isolated 1v1, swings the ball in first clearance, right into the foot of Joao Pedro. He sets himself up, and he has eyes. Far post, side net, just to the left of Fabio, full stretch. And what a phenomenal goal, his first for Chelsea.
Spectacular from Joao Pedro, and Chelsea have the advantage in the semi-final of the Club World Cup. Enzo Maresca handing Joao Pedro his first start today. Probably wouldn't have been in the starting lineup had Liam Delap not been suspended.
And maybe not the petulant red card taken from Nicholas Jackson against Flamengo as well.
Chelsea on top early as Fernandez turns. Cucurella down the left side, right in front of his manager Enzo Maresca, who patrols the edge of the technical area. Fluminense have been so good defensively. 5 clean sheets in their last 7 matches. 3 clean sheets at this tournament.
Great possession, great build-out.
Cucurella down the left, finds Pedro Neto. Tosin. Caicedo. Just the 4th goal given up by Fluminense in this Club World Cup. Here's Enzo Fernandez. Down the left it goes to Pedro Neto. Running at Guga. Nicely done by Pedro Neto, and the header in straight at the keeper from Nkunku.
Well, it's a continued rotation for Enzo Maresca and the interpretation of what this group will give him with this starting 11. We've seen it with Reece James, now we've seen it with Gusto. He's starting as a right back, but he's tilted so high up this right-hand side that he's not only a secondary run, but he's a secondary late run at the back post that's going to give fits to Fluminense defensively.
In the round of 16 and the quarterfinals, 11 of the 12 teams who scored first went through. Chelsea in front here, the 18th minute goal. As this one is played over the top, Cole Palmer won't reach. And it's through towards Fabio.
Well, Luke, I think one of the things we've seen with Chelsea throughout this tournament is new prospects, integrated opportunities, but also for Chelsea handling the responsibility of carrying possession and the game, quite frankly, over the course of 90 minutes. And right now, Fluminense, technical ability on the ball is obvious, but in transition moments, can they pick the pocket of this Chelsea midfield? Something we haven't seen other than maybe a couple times in this first 22 minutes. Very dominant start from Chelsea.
The only exception to teams scoring first, not advancing, was in the Al Hilal Manchester City game, where Manchester City got the opening goal and got knocked out. Guga through the midfield for John Arias. Rene down the left as Gusto goes across to defend.
Chelsea is just not afraid to go man-to-man in these build-out moments. Good decision right here from Rene.
Rene coming inside to get on the ball there as it's played out by Thiago Santos. Down the left side, that ball from John Arias cut out. Chelsea looking to be in control at the moment.
Well, similar to what we saw in the first 45 minutes against Al Hilal, John Arias struggling to find the ball. And when he does so, he's got the freedom in the setup from Renato Gaucho to really start roaming and find those free spaces where he can be at his best, and that's dribbling at a defender on his heels.
Enzo Fernandez, wonderful crossfield ball. He played back into the middle, comes towards Nkunku. Guga gets it away. Moses Caicedo in with a strong challenge, and a free kick is given.
It's got to be so frustrating for Fluminense. The moment that they think they have a transition moment, Caicedo and Enzo just close down. Front and back, and the speed in which they do is terrifying. It's a dynamic duo in the heart and soul of the Chelsea midfield. Pedro Neto still unhappy about the bump he took from Guga on this sideline.
Thiago Silva turns it back to Fabio. And he's looking for Cano, just short of halfway. Won by Tosin in the air. Challenge from Enzo Fernandez. Bernal tried to get there, but Cole Palmer was first to the ball. Then Fluminense able to bring it away, and Renato is fouled.
Well, not only the bench, but Nonato also wants a conversation about persistent infringement at this stage, and I know it's early in the match. But Chelsea is doing a phenomenal job of walking in that gray area of professional foul, tactical foul. It's breakup artistry at its best and taking away any transition moment for Fluminense.
Cucurella on halfway. Lovely little flick towards Cole Palmer from the goal scorer, Joao Pedro, who will now press on Fabio. Rene down the left side. Moses Caicedo gets there in the challenge, but Bernal able to bring it clear here. Nonato, support coming from Guga down the right touchline. Chelsea looking to bolster their attack with the off-season additions of Liam Delap and now Joao Pedro. This is Hercules. Hercules linking up with Cano. Hercules continuing to chase. It's cleared off the line. Is it by Cucurella? It did not cross the line. The referee confirms that as Fluminense go close to levelling things up here. Ignacio striding forward, but the challenge coming in, winning it back, and Nkunku has it here for Chelsea. Hercules, who has scored in back-to-back games, heavily involved as Fluminense get their first real chance 25 minutes in, but here come Chelsea. Enzo Fernandez running forward. Couldn't find Cole Palmer. Chelsea yet to concede a first-half goal in the tournament.
It's not a good look. Enzo down and holding his head, so the immediate attention from the referee and the need for the medical staff of Chelsea to sprint out on the field to assess him immediately. Transition moments is what we've talked about from the opening whistle, but watch the responsibility of Cucurella. That is absolutely brilliant from Marc Cucurella to protect his goalkeeper's back shoulder. Any defender at the highest level will understand the moment that his goalkeeper vacates the space. The responsibility of the furthest defender off the back shoulder is to make sure that those type of balls don't cross the end line. Hercules, after goals against Inter and Al Hilal, almost got another against Chelsea. What a brilliant moment from the Spanish international.
Hercules with the opportunity to make his 6th appearance of the tournament. Started the first 3, came off the bench in both of the knockout games. Well, the zone brings you another blockbuster boxing fight. Alexander Usyk and Daniel Dubois facing off again for the undisputed heavyweight title in London on July 19th. You can buy now on DAZN.com. Well done, Joao Pedro with the only goal of the game so far. It came 18 minutes in from a player who just a week ago was on his summer vacation in his home country of Brazil, in Rio, trying to keep fit while he worked out where he was going to play his football. Not only does he come in having impressed in his first appearance off the bench for Chelsea in the last round, but makes his first start, scores 18 minutes into it, and does so against the club where he came through as a boy.
Yeah, we take a look at his goal line technology. No goal. Great read from Marc Cucurella. Listen, Luke, life works in mysterious ways. And had it not been for Liam Delap unnecessarily giving the referee a verbal barrage to be shown yellow, I'm not sure Joao Pedro is starting this match. And if it wasn't for Nicholas Jackson to pick up an unnecessary red card after 4 minutes coming on against Fluminense, or excuse me, against Flamengo, it's not for this opportunity from Joao Pedro. Worth every penny in the start, 18 minutes in, his first against his boyhood club, to pick out that far post side net. An extraordinarily well-taken goal from a technical aspect.
Well, Chelsea have won 12 of their last 14 matches in all competitions. The only 2 defeats in that time against Flamengo on match day 2, and a 2-0 loss at Newcastle in the Premier League on May the 11th. Up against a Fluminense side unbeaten in the last 11 matches. 5 clean sheets in the last 7. And here, just short of the half-hour mark, the cooling break is over at MetLife Stadium.
Yeah, it gives an opportunity for both sets of players to have a conversation with the manager and get some liquid, no doubt about it. The heat and humidity of Eastern Coast right now is, listen, we're sweating up here in the booth, Luke. So for these players right now, it's an opportunity to get the small little conversations in. And the cooling break certainly helping Fluminense against Al Hilal. And those were the moments where Thiago Silva had convinced the manager to go to a back four and change the system, which ultimately saw out that 2-1 win against the Saudi side.
Good defending there from Chalobah. Trevor Chalobah, 25-year-old, made his England debut just before the Club World Cup back on June 10th in the 3-1 loss against Senegal. Joao Pedro putting pressure on here as Fabio clears towards halfway. Caicedo. And now Cole Palmer.
There's a lot of rotations in possession right now happening for Chelsea. Very distinctive, the back three anchored with Cucurella to the left. Malo Gusto all the way pinched up very, very high in that upper left-hand corner for switches like this.
Gusto onto that one against René down the far side. Joao Pedro couldn't get there. Challenge coming in from Thiago Santos, and then well defended by Chalobah, who plays across to Tosin.
So much intelligence with the way Trevor Chalobah recognizes if that ball gets into space, Arias has the burst to create a troublesome moment.
Palmer running at René, and out it goes for a Chelsea throw. Chelsea's first game here at MetLife in this tournament. Fluminense started the tournament with their first two matches here, a 0-0 draw against Dortmund, 4-2 win against Ulsan.
Yeah, they deserve more out of that Dortmund draw. They were fantastic. I think outplaying Inter as well, Al Hilal in the last match. They've been really, really impressive, but we knew from the opening whistle this was going to be a massive, massive test. When you talk about age, quality, and spend on this roster over the better part of the last 3 to 4 seasons.
Chalobah all the way back from Nkunku to Robert Sanchez, the 27-year-old Spaniard. Picked up by Bernal in the midfield. Arias, Nanato with a little flick. Bernal back towards Guga. Fluminense coming into this one a little bit more, just past the half-hour mark. And Arias picking it up down the right touchline, up against Marc Cucurella. Guga making the run to the byline, and Cole Palmer tracking his run and puts that one out for a corner.
Well, defensively, it's a great tracking run from Cole Palmer because he reads the outside back run from Guga. And John Arias was just dancing. He was just waiting for that little bit of a flick to give enough time for the underlap of his right back to get forward.
Ignacio is forward. Thiago Silva is in there as well as John Arias stands over this corner. Arias with the outswinger. Good distance on that header away. Put straight back into the box and once more flick clear. Arias up against Palmer. Arias with a decent ball in towards the back post. Wonderful header away from Joao Pedro. A vital intervention.
Yeah, really smart his position taken against Ignacio.
Free kick here for Fluminense, just outside the left corner of the penalty area.
Well, the bench of Fluminense up in arms and having to go with the fourth official because at this point they want a yellow card shown. Mistimed, you can see the idea, nothing malicious. Arias floating this ball up, but Joao Pedro gets inside, takes away Ignacio. Great flick header, great awareness. Very, very intelligent decision from the 23-year-old Brazilian.
Fluminense attacking the goal behind which the Chelsea fans are standing.
Yeah, 2 yards inside their penalty spot. They're going to hold a tight line. It'll be interesting to see what the bumps and the physicality looks like from Fluminense to clear a little bit more space.
Arias and René standing over it. René's left foot swings it in. Appeals for a handball. The penalty is given.
And it looked to be called against Trevor Chalobah. And with the laws of the game in the updated versions, handling, intentional or not, has been one of the biggest talking points specific here in the United States in the last 48 hours. As the ball comes in, arm extended, it's down to his side. The idea of natural, unnatural, it's unfortunate. There's zero intent whatsoever. That doesn't matter. No hesitancy whatsoever to point to the spot. And in terms of this decision, is there any judgment from VAR Nicolas Gallo from Colombia that this needs to have another look over at the monitor from our referee?
The answer is yes. The video assistant referee does not think this should be a penalty. Will it be a let-off for Chelsea here with 10 minutes to go until half-time? Francois Letexier coming to the screen. His last Chelsea game was the Champions League quarter-final back in April of 2023 against Real Madrid. He sent off Ben Chilwell that day. Is he going to award a penalty against Chelsea after looking at this one once more?
Yeah, Luke, it seems to come off his arm before, or does it come off his hip? Here's the judgment. Comes off his arm, there's no doubt about that. There's no motion to the ball whatsoever. And so the determination of the referee is what we'll hear right now.
It didn't take him too long looking at the screen.
And ball committed by number 23 of Chelsea. The hand is in a normal position, natural position. This is not finishable. I'm going to restart by drop ball. No penalty.
Well, there's the clarity from the referee. Natural position for Trevor Chalobah. And that was the argument, not only of his teammates, but for him as well. As this ball comes in, arms down to his left-hand side. There's clear daylight. There's no question the ball hits his hand. But the determination, laws of the game, it's judged not to be a handling situation.
Renato Gaucho, the 62-year-old Brazilian on the Fluminense bench, their head coach, not impressed at all. And some of the substitutes still deep in conversation, animated with the fourth official. Just being ushered back into their technical area. But we've seen that chance for Fluminense there, and the Cucurella clearance off the line. Really, they've had the better opportunities over the course of the last 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, Luca, and again, I think there's such a unique conversation to handling inside the penalty area. And is it or is it not? And we see it different from national team. We see it here at the FIFA Club World Cup. It's different in Premier League versus Major League Soccer. And it's the application of the law itself, taking the words and trying to voice that then into the determination why it either is or is not. One of the most difficult things to try to explain in modern football in 2025.
Cucurella's ball forward put out with a challenge from Arias for a throw here for Chelsea.
And now we're looking for the responses. Once again, we take another look, and the definitively ball coming off the left arm. Now we see from the referee's view, no hesitation, immediately pointing to the spot until VAR intervenes and he decides to change his original decision.
Cucurella's header forward, headed away by Ignacio. Hercules gets a touch to it, picked up though by Nkunku. Here's Caicedo. Gusto, the 22-year-old French fullback, down that right side, finding Palmer.
I've been very impressed with possession and the control from this start for Chelsea. They've done a great job, and when it's on, speeding the game up and slowing the game down and really trying to drag Fluminense's rest defense around a little bit.
Enzo Fernandez. Nkunku towards the edge of the box. The way opening up a little bit into the feet of Fernandez. Couldn't dance his way through, and it's cleared away. Only as far as halfway, where Chalobah will keep it in play on the far side. Palmer, fifth start of the tournament. Scored against Palmeiras, just his second goal in the last 27 appearances. The other was a penalty against Liverpool on May the 4th. Here's a free kick, the foul by Hercules.
And take it for what it is, Luke, but Reece James has been warming up for the last 4 or 5 minutes just to the right of Chelsea's bench. And maybe the assumption is we might see him for the second 45 minutes. I thought in the time that we've seen him in the couple of games for Enzo Maresca, we've seen him in a rotation of a right back that then puts him in the central part of the midfield, and then outright as one of the midfield trifecta with Enzo and Caicedo. If they can keep him healthy, what a season they could potentially have.
Lovely skill from Neto down the left side and still going before he runs into Bernal, but wins Chelsea the corner.
You know, the constant conversation, which side is at his best with a predominant left foot, loves cutting in, and we've seen multiple goals. LAFC, Benfica, Flamengo, as he cuts inside and has it on that preferred left. Today on this left-hand side, the quick little dip, scissors, and a constant threat when he's isolated 1v1 against Guga. Now we'll see the art of the potential short corner, something that Fluminense tactically is already setting up for.
This time Pedro Neto waves everybody away. Neto's ball played in, Fabio can claim.
Well, Fabio, as he comes up, gets in amongst the trees and comes down, has embraced himself. And you can see immediately just asking for the referee to blow the whistle. Drop ball situation.
He's been with Fluminense since January of 2022. Spent 17 seasons with Cruzeiro, made almost 1,000 appearances for them. Long ball played forward by Thiago Santos.
I think people sometimes forget how many games are played in the calendar year for Brazilian football. But the simple conversation is that if he truly is indeed in the conversation to break Peter Shilton's record of matches played in a professional career, that gives you a virtual understanding of how good and consistent Fabio has been at 44 years of age.
Caicedo across to the right, and this is Nkunku. Gusto down that touchline. You talk about the number of games played in Brazil. Like Joao Pedro was just able to stay on side. Now the flag does go up. But yesterday at the press conference, Enzo Maresca was bemoaning the fact that Chelsea had played 63 games this season, and he thought that the Brazilian sides looked like they had a lot more energy. And one of the reporters then challenged Maresca and said, well, Fluminense has played 70 in the last calendar year in the same amount of time, and Maresca didn't really have an answer.
Yeah, Juan Pablo Angel talking about that in the pregame, that there's a deeper conversation there, but the understanding is that we are constantly focused on European football, specific to English football here in the United States, and sometimes we forget that the amount of games, including Copa Libertadores, Copa Sudamericana, means that in the calendar year, these teams out of Argentina and Brazil are playing significant sums of matches, similar to those that are the elites in European football.
Inside the final 2 minutes of the first half, plus time to be added on for one VAR check. A couple of injury stoppages, short though they were, and also the cooling break as well. First ever meeting between Fluminense and Chelsea in official competition for a place in the Club World Cup final. And it's played out down the right side for Guga. John Arias. Renato. Arias down the line finds Guga, up against Cucurella, who cleared off the line to ensure Chelsea keep the advantage here. Renato. Guga inside, looking for Arias. Caicedo got a foot to it. The referee allows play to continue. Arias has it and has Guga down the right. Hercules is in the middle. Cano there as well. But the ball stolen off Arias first time by Caicedo. Now Guga with the cross into the middle. Brought down by Hercules. Just got it caught up in his feet and driven long downfield for Joao Pedro to chase onto. as Thiago Silva is the first one back.
Yeah, and just a moment where you think maybe Hercules would have taken that with a second opportunity a bit differently, as opposed to trying to settle the ball inside the 18-yard box. Luke, I'm not sure if he was in an offside position anyways. They've had some half chances, and the best so far was the clearance from Cucurella off the back shoulder.
As the ball was played forward, the positioning from Thiago Silva, as you would expect from someone of his experience. But he just strolled across to get there like a classic car, vintage.
Yeah, his performances in this tournament have been timeless.
Five minutes of time being added on at the end of the first half. Bernal, his third start in a row, gives it away towards the goal scorer, Joao Pedro. And here's Enzo Fernandez. He's got Neto away down the left side. Pedro Neto racing into the box. Neto's ball in, blocked by Ignacio. It's out for a Chelsea corner.
As much as it is physical, it's psychological in these dying moments of the first half. A completely unnecessary turnover from Facundo Bernal. And if not for Thiago Silva, this is an opportunity and a transition moment where Pedro Neto is testing the goalkeeper and trying to make it 2-0 heading into the halftime break.
Once again, Palmer and Cucurella come across for a short corner. But Fluminense, well aware to the danger here, send three players out. Tosin at the front post, Chalobah in the mix as well. Played in, Tosin tried to get the flick. It's knotted on there by Nkunku.
That's just not good enough to end this first half. The last thing Fluminense can afford is for Chelsea to get a second. And that's just poor marking from Hercules. The number 35 had an opportunity to make it 1-1. The flip side had an opportunity to give away a 2-0 lead right before the halftime whistle. Not goal side, not touch tight. And Nkunku and Malo Gusto have had two great opportunities in this first half at the back stick.
Hercules against Enzo Fernandez. Enzo Fernandez did the referee's job, pointing for the throw, and gets the decision. Enzo Fernandez, the 24-year-old Argentine who won the World Cup in 2022 and the Copa America final here in the US last year. Started both finals. Renato Gaucho, the coach of Fluminense, lost in the Club World Cup final in 2017 with Gremio, 1-0 against Real Madrid. Cucurella bringing it forward over halfway. Neto down the left side. Midway through the 5 minutes being added on. Tosin. Forward for Palmer. Goes down by Hercules, back towards Tosin. And Bernal finds René. René's ball away towards Cano. Picked up here by Ignacio. Forward for Cano on halfway. Caicedo with a tug of the arm. Might be fortunate not to get a yellow.
Oh, very forgiving referee in this first 45 minutes. Plenty of challenges that potentially could have been the line drawn in the sand and a yellow card shown.
Well, that was ambitious from Hercules, and the raised arm acknowledges that it maybe wasn't the right execution. We should mention that the yellow card's now reset, so if anybody has already got a yellow in the tournament so far and they get another one today, they will not be suspended for the final. So Robert Sanchez taking his time with this, gets the whistle from the referee to move things along in the final 30 seconds or so of the first half. One by Ignacio at the back. Cucurella keeps it in play. Joao Pedro losing out. Hercules and Renato, they're battling for it. This is Arias. He goes down and gets the free kick.
The tactical fouls have been brilliant. The recognition of Chelsea in moments where Fluminense can break out into transition. They've done a phenomenal job, and until the referee decides to start showing yellows, where you can see at the bottom left-hand side of your screen, Renato Gaucho, once again in disbelief that Chelsea is... Chelsea has done everything correctly in this first 45 minutes, carrying the weight.
No changes to either side as we get set for kickoff in the second half at MetLife Stadium. Fluminense looking to try and find a way to keep their Club World Cup hopes alive. Yet to lose in the tournament. A win and 2 draws in the group stage. Wins against Inter and Al Hilal, scoring multiple goals in both knockout games. Against Al Hilal in the quarter-final, they scored with 2 of their 3 shots on target. Just 1 shot on target so far for Fluminense today, 3 for Chelsea. They've had 55% possession, the Premier League side. Thiago Silva forward. Thiago Santos up over halfway, brought down by Chalobah. And across for Tosin. Cucurella forward down the left side. Appeared in the final 21 Premier League games of the season after missing a game against Everton in December through suspension. Tosin.
great decision.
Driving into space, and he has support to the right side. And Nkunku finds Gusto. Arias putting pressure on here as they go back towards Robert Sanchez, who only made one appearance in the Conference League this season as Chelsea won the UEFA Conference League, beating Real Betis 4-1 in the final. Finished 4th in the Premier League, 3 points ahead of 5th place Newcastle, 2 points behind 3rd place Manchester City. Sanchez with the long ball downfield, looking for the goal scorer Joao Pedro. Thiago Silva winning it in the air, picked up by Nkunku. Bernal with the challenge. The tackle from René on the near side, puts it out of play for a Chelsea throw. And Palmer finds Gusto.
Well, similar to the start of this match, I'm really keeping an eye on the number 29, Thiago Santos. He's been asked to play deeper with Fretes being suspended for this match in really interesting positions, pushing forward in the midfield more often than not, and leaving Thiago Silva isolated 1v1 with Joao Pedro in the back.
Neto couldn't keep that one in his possession on the far side after Palmer's big crossed field switch. Cucurella heads forward. Cole Palmer first to react. Enzo Fernandez. Chalobah wide to the right for Gusto. Nkunku inside. Caicedo again sends Neto chasing, and Guga was able to get a touch to that one to put it out for a Chelsea throw.
Well, again, Enzo Maresca continues to just add these little nuances to possession, and as much as Nkunku's on this right-hand side, it's Enzo in the pocket with Pedro Neto providing the width on the left. It's constant overloads and width provided for Chelsea in possession.
Moses Caicedo with a chance to shoot from distance. It was always rising.
And Luke, here we are talking about all these pockets of overloads, and it's Cole Palmer just drifting away from Bernal, sets up Moises Caicedo. And you can see the idea, but gets underneath it just a little bit too much up and over the crossbar.
Moises Caicedo missed the last round, suspended, having picked up 2 yellow cards in the opening 4 games of the tournament. Had an assist on Neto's 3-1 goal against Benfica. The only Chelsea player to start all 38 Premier League games this season. Caicedo's ball forward finds Palmer. Cole Palmer across for Cucurella, who has space here. Chips that ball into the middle. Joao Pedro with a header. But across by Gusto in towards the back post and behind from Guga for a Chelsea corner on the far side.
Yeah, an important little shove at the last second from Guga, and then just make sure that he puts it out over the end line. Not sure where Enzo's hunting from behind. Really smart idea from Cucurella showing up and picking that ball up. He initially showed shot from distance, elected to clip that ball in the box, and then creating heavy traffic in front of the goalkeeper, Fabio.
This time they'll go short with Neto finding Cucurella. Palmer. All the way back towards Moises Caicedo, 23-year-old Ecuador international, hoisting it high. Chalobah tried to meet it, drops towards Gusto. Caicedo covering on halfway.
Chelsea's doing, Luke, such a great job in challenging for the first ball. More importantly, winning that second ball and recycling possession.
Nkunku. Down by Neto on the far side. Pulled back for Enzo Fernandez. Tries to find Cole Palmer but can't. But it's out for a Chelsea throw, and they have the possession inside the final third in the opening 5 minutes of this second half.
Sly smile right there, Enzo. That was a deft little chip trying to set it up for a first-time left-footed volley for Cole Palmer.
Caicedo turns, finds Chalobah. Gusto down the line. Joao Pedro will chase. Good challenge coming in there, but picked up by Gusto, and the referee has given a free kick here. It's offside.
Well, that goes significantly back in the build-up to that early entry ball to Joao Pedro as he comes through and steps on the challenge. Both players just go body to body, hit the deck. Enzo Maresca has set his team up with width within the style of how Chelsea wants to play, and right now that's what's breaking down this low block of Fluminense and allowing Joao Pedro to pull apart the two center backs and create the time and space of trying to get in the shadows and drag Thiago Silva in particular around quite a bit.
One of the things Enzo Maresca talked about with Joao Pedro was his flexibility. The fact that he can play in all the attacking positions, whether it's wide, as a straight number 9, even as a 10, if he needs to, whereas he compared to Nicholas Jackson and said, I only see Nicholas Jackson as a number 9.
And as a front runner, as a guy that with his player profile, which now leads to a really fascinating conversation of what role does Liam Delap have after coming over from Ipswich Town.
And Nkunku. Joao Pedro. Palmer turns and finds Gusto down the right side. And Nkunku couldn't find that run down the right from Gusto, who had kept going, but it's picked up by Joao Pedro. Fernandes. Across to the left, it's Cucurella. A chance for a shot from distance, and he pulls it wide.
Well, this is the brilliance of the last time Cucurella found this similar spot. He showed shot, but then deftly chipped the ball back across the face of goal. There's a hesitancy as a center back. Then to wait that split second this time, makes no mistake about it, sets himself up, just doesn't get the accuracy or the power he was looking for.
A double change is coming for Fluminense. Everaldo will be coming in. And also Keno.
Your time matters. Your peace of mind does too. At Amica, we make protect.
A double change. Herman Cano, his afternoon as over. He's replaced in the 54th minute by Everaldo. Keno comes in. He had that goal against Ulsan. He replaces Thiago Santos. And one would assume they go to a flat back 4 for Renato Gaucho.
Chalobah's ball forward down the right, finds Nkunku. Chalobah. Gusto inside for Caicedo. Neto up against Guga. Neto cutting inside. Options in the middle. He's got Cucurella over there as well. Guga able to win it back, and John Arias brings it away. Sends Everaldo chasing. The striker just off the bench. Straight into the action here. Everaldo, can he get a shot away on goal? Drives it in, and Sanchez can make the save.
Well, there was a heavy collision between Everaldo and Trevor Chalobah in the center circle. It would have been really interesting had that ball found the back of the net if that was judged a foul in the attacking phase of play.
This Saturday, July the 12th, the night before the FIFA Club World Cup final, a huge night of boxing on DAZN. Shakur Stevenson putting his WBC lightweight title on the line against unbeaten William Zepeda. Also on the card, fireworks expected, Edgar Berlanga and Hamza Shiraz. 2 major fights, one night, only on DAZN, and you can buy now at DAZN.com. Joao Pedro's goal the difference. He's the 10th Chelsea player to score at this tournament. 4 of Fluminense's 8 goals at the Club World Cup this year have been scored by substitutes. It was Hercules in the last game. Keno, one of the substitutes on now, down the left side, plays it in towards the edge of the box, and that's driven in by Bernal to the edge of the area. Bernal sliding in, Palmer tries to get away, managed to keep the ball, and here's Enzo Fernandez with the ball down the left side. Joao Pedro in. It's an opportunity here to make it 2. Oh, what a strike! What a match for Joao Pedro against his boyhood club. 2 outstanding finishers.
And the breakdown defensively starts with Fluminense so focused on trying to take away the transition moment of Cole Palmer. Outside right back Guga comes over, clatters. Referee plays advantage. A fantastic decision in favor of Chelsea, because Joao Pedro was isolated on that far side, 1v1. Not one challenge, not two challenges, but a third, trying to take out Cole Palmer. Referee plays the advantage, Joao Pedro. He's isolated 1v1. Big step over, inside, takes away. And that is a phenomenal finish. Gets away from the center back Ignacio. Clips the underside of the crossbar. And gets his double against his boyhood club in his first start for Chelsea. What a start for Joao Pedro.
What a view from the referee cam. 2 goals worthy of any game, and they come in the Club World Cup semi-final for a man on his first start for the club. And now, a huge ask for Fluminense to deny Chelsea a place in the Club World Cup final. Goals always look better in off the bar. What a moment, what a strike.
Well, maybe a byproduct of switching the system and going to 4 in the back, but Renato Gaucho had to have risk versus reward, and the risk there was imbalance in the transition moment. Cole Palmer still having a conversation with the referee about those 3 challenges that led to that transition opportunity.
But he kept going.
Yeah.
It was Cole Palmer's tenacity
100%.
in those challenges,
Yep.
and then a lovely little back flick to be able to get that ball out of trouble.
Yeah, the brilliance from Enzo to find Joao Pedro on that left-hand side. And the the brilliance from Joao Pedro to recognize in the space that was wide open on the left-hand side of the attack for Chelsea. He's in trouble right now with that challenge from Keno.
And a yellow card coming, the first of the game, towards the substitute, Keno, the 35-year-old Brazilian. It's a second brace in 4 matches for Joao Pedro. He scored 2 for Brighton against Leicester back in April.
Right, he's got stepped on from behind, and from the referee's perspective, Keno's made no attempt to play the ball, only to grate the back of the Achilles.
And Chelsea are going to make a change anyway. Nicholas Jackson will be coming in.
And the final touch of the match, the goal scorer Joao Pedro in the 18th and the 56th. His afternoon has done, and it's the return of Nicholas Jackson after that red card 4 minutes on, after coming on as a sub against Flamengo. What a performance from Joao Pedro.
Superman, I'll destroy you.
Your obsession with me is getting a little creepy.
His performance deserves, and plenty to be excited about from Chelsea fans watching their latest acquisition, who, as we mentioned in the first half, if it hadn't been for the suspension of Delap today, probably would not have been in the side from the start.
Well, and Enzo Maresca, quite honestly, could have turned back to Nicholas Jackson even after his return from the challenge that got him a multi-game suspension in the red card against Flamengo. So Enzo Maresca once again has the opportunity to think about 3 different versions of the player that could play in the number 9 position heading into 2025-26 season.
Nicholas Jackson getting his chance for a moment of redemption, coming in here, having been sent off against Flamengo. Hasn't played since until this moment. Started and scored in the Conference League final. Missed the final 2 Premier League games, suspended as well, and he'll miss the opening game of next season, a red card for violent conduct in a loss at Newcastle in May. He can't compete for the striker's spot if he's not available. So big moments here ahead for Nicholas Jackson. Keno racing into the box. Fluminense looking for a way back in, but it won't come like that. Fluminense scored 2 goals in the quarter-final against Al Hilal. They scored 2 goals against Inter, despite only having 33% possession.
And for Enzo Maresca right now, probably thinking about which players he wants to get on the field and which players he wants to protect.
Nicholas Jackson trying to get in around the back there, but it's through towards Fabio. Does it look right now as if this could be a step too far for Fluminense?
Yeah, I think that was always going to be the challenge. If you're talking about value on paper, Chelsea's hovering around $1.27 billion. Flusao has done an amazing job in this tournament, specific to their performances. And they've shown all the grit, the heart, the soul, the determination that we've come to expect and that we've seen at the FIFA Club World Cup. But we always knew that this was going to be the biggest of the challenges, with the short turnaround time and maybe the lack of ability off the bench that manages what Enzo Maresca is capable of turning to.
Nicholas Jackson fouled. Ignacio with the challenge that is penalized by the referee.
Yeah, looks for the potential of Madueke to be the next player off the bench for Enzo Maresca. As the challenge across, and for Nicholas Jackson, it's not only in training sessions and finishing drills, now it's about showing what he's capable of doing every second he's on the field. That is going to be a tremendous battle for those three players for that number 9 position.
Caicedo. Picked up by Nicholas Jackson. Here's Fernandez. Kunku down the left side, cutting in. Still support there as he gets away, and that takes the deflection on the way through, and it's out for a corner. Chelsea in control right now.
Well, a lot of questions still surrounding this young man. 27 years of age, great read right there from Thiago Silva, and that potentially adds sight line for that far post side net. Talk about legends. Cafu and Kaká here at MetLife Stadium.
Saw Fabio Capello earlier as well. Our own legends on the post-game show. Chris Richards, Dimitar Berbatov, Juan Pablo Angel. We'll have all of the reaction post-game for an hour following the final whistle here at MetLife Stadium. Enzo Fernandez will take this corner. Fernandez in towards the front post. Cucurella got the flick. Gusto. Now Nicholas Jackson. Fluminense getting set to make another change. They'll bring on Jefferson Soteldo, who had a short spell in Major League Soccer as a designated player with Toronto FC.
He didn't hit the tune that we expected to see in Major League Soccer. Left rather quickly in a time where Toronto FC was trying to find its feet after the departure of Tim Bezbachenko and thinking about the transition underneath Greg Vanny. But for Soteldo, little used in this tournament, especially with the caliber of player we once thought he was.
Palmer. He's got Neto to the right for support. Jackson through the middle. Palmer rolls it all the way across for Nkunku. It's a chance for a third for Chelsea. Lovely footwork. And a big clearance from Thiago Silva, the former Chelsea man, to get it away. Chelsea seemingly able to cut through at will at the moment.
A fantastic read from Thiago Silva, similar to Cucurella in the first half, protecting the back shoulder of his goalkeeper.
Jackson. Everaldo giving chase. Tosin defending. Support from Arias down the left side. Joao Pedro double has Chelsea in front here. Arias up against Caicedo. And here comes the change. Renato will make way. Soteldo coming in. Soteldo, an attack-minded player. Trying to get on the ball immediately to try and create something. Very disappointing spell in Major League Soccer. Palmer racing at the backpedaling back line. Palmer cutting inside. Now Neto hoisting it towards the back post, headed back across goal by Nkunku. Ignacio high, headed away on the far side by Keno, only as far as Cucurella. Here's Gusto from distance. What about the skill from Palmer? How many turns?
Oh, he's inside, outside, a couple of croises, and he's had the vision to really open up that left-hand side for Nkunku as well as Cucurella, but Malo Gusto starting right back. He's continued to roll in centrally, and as he picks his spots, and the initial clearance off the line from Thiago Silva, similar to Cucurella, just a little bit further out inside of his own 6-yard box. One of the best to play the position and timeless throughout the course of this tournament.
Noni Madueke is getting set to come in.
It's like Reece James as well. A quiet performance on this left-hand side from Pedro Neto. And Malo Gusto's afternoon is over. Reece James will replace him on that right-hand side.
Enzo Maresca said that he believes that Madueke isn't distracted right now by all the noise surrounding him and his future. Potential move away from Chelsea, Arsenal being heavily linked. Said he came on and did the job that he was asked of against Palmeiras. And he puts him on once again today for the final 22 minutes or so. Fluminense getting set to make a couple more changes as well.
Yeah, it looks like the Uruguayan Canobio, who's recovered from that cheek fracture, and Lima, the player primarily used off the bench in these last 20 minutes or so. Well, Bernal's taking a chunk and goes on the inside of that left foot, and Cole Palmer's had a few conversations, not only with the fourth official, but with the referee as well, for some of these later challenges as he's trying to bait the midfielders from Fluminense in possession.
So Renato Gaucho making the double change. Facundo Bernal comes off in the center of midfield as Lima comes in.
Yeah, the assumption is Hercules this afternoon is over. Canobio will come in. It'll be interesting to see exactly what position he takes up. I thought he was dynamic and fantastic in the opener against Borussia Dortmund, but primarily over on that left wing.
That was one of his 2 starts at the tournament. Started against Dortmund on match day 1 of the group, and Mamelodi Sundowns on match day 3. Joined Fluminense in January. 6 goals in 26 appearances for Canobio, the 26-year-old Uruguayan, who is in here for the closing stages of this opening semi-final at the Club World Cup. Lima wins it. Maresca is furious that a free kick hasn't been given. He's right in front of the fourth official. Palmer back on his feet now as Arias plays it out to the left side. Lima. Canobio. Soteldo down the right touchline. Canobio towards the byline, pulls it back, looking for Soteldo. Driven in by Lima.
Well, it's the effect that Renato Gaucho's looking for with these substitutions, throwing everything offensively on the field for Fluminense in hopes of just at least getting one back. Lima's been antagonistic in the role that we've seen him, the 29-year-old coming on in the second half and trying to either close out games or figure out if he can stretch the lead. And Canobio, one of the most dynamic Uruguayan players in a weird time with the national team right now, but when he's been on the field, he's been electrifying for Fluminense.
Fluminense missing 2 players today through suspension who had started every game. Martinelli in the midfield, Freites at the back. Soteldo up against Cucurella, and Cucurella caught by Soteldo.
was a swing with that left arm, and he's going to be shown yellow for it.
The free kick, though, has been given the way of Fluminense for the original challenge.
Oh, he's frustrated, and he extends that arm. It's more of a slap than an elbow to the face. And we know for Cucurella, from the opening whistle to the final whistle, he's going to be combative in that left back position. Now he's got words for Jefferson Soteldo.
Cucurella actually had the best goal-scoring season of his career. 7 goals in total, but they all came at Stamford Bridge. Scored against Manchester United back in the middle of May. Joao Pedro's double has Chelsea under 20 minutes away from confirming a place in the FIFA Club World Cup final. Their 3rd Club World Cup appearance. Canobio. Flag is up for offside. Chelsea winning in 2021. They beat Palmeiras in the final 2-1 after extra time. Not much doubt about the offside call. Lukaku and Havertz with the goals the last time Chelsea played in the Club World Cup final. That competition now being renamed the Intercontinental Cup, with this being the new expanded Club World Cup, which will take place again in 4 years. In 2012, Chelsea's first Club World Cup appearance, they lost in the final against Corinthians. But in 2021, it was a penalty 3 minutes from the end of extra time that won it from Kai Havertz. Chelsea set to head to the final once more. Thiago Silva. Canobio. Lima turning in the midfield, closed down by Enzo Fernandez.
So fresh legs and a new thought process in the attacking phase of play. And a better last 5 or so minutes. As I say that, good possession one from Chelsea.
Nicholas Jackson running forward into the path of Cucurella. Options in the middle, and it's glanced away for a throw. Really good defending at the back.
Oh, pinch ball in the midfield. Cucurella just buries one right across the front of the 6, and a delicate little kiss right there from Thiago Silva, alleviating the pressure from 3 players at the back door.
Reece James. He was looking for that ball forward for Palmer, but it played away by Thiago Silva. Lima in the midfield. Palmer snapping at his heels, trying to win it back. Caicedo picks up the ball, and Palmer frustrated with the referee because he gave the foul there, and Palmer points back towards the midfield as if to say, well, you didn't give anything then when it was the other way around. But here comes the cooling break. 15 minutes to go, and Chelsea heading towards a final against Real Madrid or PSG. And you can join us tomorrow for that semi-final. Real Madrid's Kylian Mbappe facing his former club PSG for the first time since leaving the club last summer. Both teams will be looking for a spot in the final, probably against Chelsea. Coverage is live, free and exclusive on DAZN from 2 p.m. Eastern. Don't miss a moment. Fluminense, of course, in the early stages of their league season. 6th place in the top flight in Brazil after 11 games, 4 points behind first place Flamengo. 20 points taken with 6 wins, 2 draws and 3 defeats. And they will look back, if it is to be the end of the road for them in this Club World Cup, on some big moments, including that 2-0 win against Inter in Charlotte in the round of 16.
Yeah, and Luke, I think there's probably a conversation somewhere in there about for Chelsea losing 3-1 against Flamengo was maybe the best moment for Enzo Maresca to redirect the focus. Here's the look of the transition moment where Trevor Chalobah was fouled in the build-up, or at least seemed to have been, from Evervaldo. Referee allowed the play to continue, and it was a good, strong save to his right-hand side, Robert Sanchez. Probably the clearest of the opportunity.
Sanchez. It's been a fairly quiet afternoon for the Chelsea goalkeeper. Picked up by Arias down the left side. Arias still going towards the byline. Turned around by Chalobah. Comes back for René.
That's such a great read by Reece James right there.
Been a quiet afternoon for Arias, who had such an impact earlier in the tournament for Fluminense. Integral to everything that has gone well for them here in the US at the Club World Cup is Enzo Fernandez. Wide to the left side, and Nkunku. Nkunku cutting in to try and beat Guga. He's got support from Cole Palmer towards the byline. Guga gets a touch. Went off Palmer.
So his frustration's going to get hit a boil with some of the challenges and the calls not going his way with this referee. But again, the byproduct of the switch and going to 4 in the back is leaving a lot of space on that right-hand side in big transition moments for Chelsea. And the feel is that very soon they could potentially get their third.
This Cole Palmer's 51st appearance of the season. 16 goals and 12 assists for the 23-year-old England international. Here's Soteldo. Arias. Thiago Silva's ball forward. And now one back by Nicholas Jackson. The referee allowing play to continue. Jackson drills it into the side netting, and Palmer kicks the post. Furious that that ball didn't come across to him.
Well, apologetic to Cole Palmer. It's great back press. He picks the ball up off the defender, gets his head up, and from an acute angle tries to drive low and hard to the right post. And Fabio seemingly having that covered. That draws the ire of Cole Palmer. He wants a cutback ball because he's unmarked at the top of the 6-yard box.
René away down the left side. It's out for a Fluminense throw. Madueke will take it. 7 England caps for the substitute who joined from PSV in January of 2023. 11 goals this season. That was the most of his career. Had 9 in 2 seasons with PSV. He left it for Reece James, and the referee, I think, has given a foul throw here. Two goals from Joao Pedro in the 18th and 56th minute. 2 really well taken goals. This is Everaldo. Soteldo on the far side, in towards Lima. Looking for Keno with the crossfield ball. It was nicely done. And then Reece James gets in there with the challenge, and Madueke gets it away here for Caicedo.
His
up
1v1.
towards Palmer.
Yeah, 1v1 defending from Reece James is outstanding.
James injured ahead of the last game. Returned to training the last couple of days and comes off the bench today. And now space down the right side for Madueke. Madueke rolls it through. Jackson takes the shot. Chelsea still looking for a third to make sure here. Ignacio. Lima turns under pressure from Fernandes. Back towards Thiago Silva. Thiago Silva returning to Fluminense last May for the first time since 2008. Won the Club World Cup with Chelsea, 18 major honours in 8 seasons with PSG. Rene carrying it forward. Canobio. Wide for Soteldo on the right side up against Cucurella. Jefferson Soteldo towards the byline, headed away by Tosin and behind for a corner for Fluminense. Maybe they aren't finished just yet.
Well, it's been a need down that right-hand side for Jefferson Soteldo to actually run a Cucurella, put him on his heels and see if he can get him leaning one side or the other. But this back line of Chelsea has been fantastic in the way that they've controlled the Fluminense attack from the opening whistle.
Soteldo will take the corner. The right foot outswinger set to come in. Thiago Silva is forward. Ignacio in there as well, the other central defender. In towards the front post, headed away by Chalobah. Soteldo, closed down by Cole Palmer. Canobio. Soteldo. Everyone back defending here for Chelsea as Canobio tries to find a way through. Soteldo still there for support on the edge of the area. Looks for the cross in, which took a deflection. Off the head of Enzo Fernandez. Drops for Keno. This is John Arias for Fluminense. And that one goes out off Moises Caicedo for a corner for the Brazilian team. A little over 5 minutes plus stoppage time remaining at MetLife. Arias standing over this one. Soteldo there for the short corner. Up against Palmer. Soteldo towards the byline. Gets a decent cross in towards the back post. And it drops down on the line. Free kick given. Thiago Silva was in there. He got ahead to it.
There was a heavy collision at the top of the 6-yard box, and that drew the attention of the referee. Was it Everaldo? Good battle. And as the ball turns, header one, and 2 players go to ground. Was it a handling situation with the arm coming off the body? It comes into the chest of Everaldo. Andre Santos getting set to come in.
And Kieran Dewsbury Hall as well. I think a double change coming up here for Enzo Maresca. Enzo Fernandez and Christopher Nkunku making way. Seems like it's job done for Chelsea. Andre Santos, the Brazilian-born player, 21 years old. Played 90 minutes in the quarter-final against Palmeiras on his first Chelsea start. Made his debut off the bench against Esperance on matchday 3. Comes in for the final few minutes here. The Rio-born boy against the club from Rio.
Yeah, I thought he was really good in that 90 minutes against Palmeiras. coming on with the injury or the niggle that Rhys James picked up in pre-game warm-up that put Malo Gusto at right back and sent Andre Santos right into the heart of that midfield alongside Enzo Fernandez, with Moises Caicedo out suspended.
The other player coming in, Kiernan Dewsbury Hall, has a goal in the Club World Cup. Cucurella. Back it comes to Robert Sanchez. Rhys James. Tosin almost got in a difficult situation there, but it's forward down the left side of Madueke, running at Ignacio. Soteldo. It's a throw for Chelsea, and Renato Gaucho showing some frustrations on the near side here with Kano, the substitute.
So he's had no effect since coming on in the 54th minute on this left-hand side. He's been completely anonymous. And right there, for some odd reason, just allows that ball to roll out of bounds instead of coming back and helping out Rene.
There were moments in the first half at 1-0 where Fluminense had the opportunities to get back into the game. Cucurella cleared off the line from an effort by Hercules. There was the handball that was given by the referee, Chalobah, with the handball inside the box, but the VAR asked referee Francois Le Texier to come and look, and then that was overturned. But really, second half, it's been a well-managed game by Chelsea, limiting Fluminense in terms of chances on goal. They've controlled large parts of this game, haven't they?
Yeah, we knew this was going to be a huge clash between budget, strategy, and style. But credit to Fluminense for what they've done in this tournament, outlasting Botafogo, Palmeiras, and Flamengo to go the furthest of all the Brazilian clubs in a tournament where theoretically we were always wondering in high performance moments how teams would react and how teams would play, especially against some of the giants of European football. But today it was a huge test, and so far this test has been passed by Chelsea.
Moises Caicedo. Now Rhys James, who's looking for the run of Dewsbury Hall down the right side. Not much doubt about the star of the show.
Yeah, what a performance that young man had. First start, 2 goals against his boyhood club, the emotion of the opportunity.
Well, one back by Cucurella. Here's Cole Palmer racing towards the edge of the box here. It's Cole Palmer off the back of Thiago Silva. Andre Santos trying to skip that challenge. Palmer looking to get some space to get a shot away, rolls it out towards Madueke on the far side. Madueke looking for Nicholas Jackson, comes all the way towards Rhys James, but here's Arias. Fall for Everaldo to chase. Six minutes of time to be added on.
Well, for a pair of center backs that haven't started a single game together here at the FIFA Club World Cup, Tosin and Trevor Chalobah have been fantastic in the heart and soul of this Chelsea defense this afternoon.
Rene. Thiago Silva across the back for Ignacio. Fluminense will see their 11-match unbeaten run come to an end here. Their last loss was against Atletico Mineiro in the league back on May the 11th. Canobio. And Andre Santos goes down. He gets the free kick here from the referee. He was the youngest ever referee to take charge of a Euro final last year. 36-year-old from France. He let a few things go early on, but settled down a bit second half.
I think as players, Luke, we love the ability to kind of operate in that gray area. And I think the referee, specific to the first 45 minutes, allowed some of the challenges that maybe we've seen in the second half that has been shown yellow. I think he's done a fantastic job, and he's done a really good job in terms of man management and communication.
Picked up here by Arias. Cucurella gets it away. Canobio from distance. It took a wicked bounce, but Sanchez able to make the save.
Well, this afternoon we talked about half chances, and you can see the idea as this ball comes out, hits it first time inside the right foot, trying to curl it past the left shoulder of Robert Sanchez.
Soteldo. Lima. Norgard turning into touch, and Chelsea 4 minutes away from a spot in the final. Cut out there by René. Played forward towards Arias. Moses Caicedo came a long way quickly, but got hurt in the challenge. And Arias now looking to feed Soteldo. Soteldo's ball played in. Keno with a header. And Moses Caicedo is down on halfway. And concern here for Enzo Maresca and the Chelsea bench.
Oh, right here, watch the bump from Reece James at the last second. Keno gets the earlier of the jump, but can't generate the power, the placement, nor the accuracy. And just an important late jump from Reece James, just to slightly change the trajectory of Keno's ability to win that header cleanly. And coming around is big reach for Caicedo, and he just jams up, and you see him pop. And that's what you never want to see. The challenge is on the right-hand side, but he's got that little skip from the left-hand side.
Moses Caicedo back into the starting lineup today after missing the last round through suspension. Scored in the Conference League final. Another one of those players who have made the move from Brighton. Caicedo did it in August of 2023. Brighton to Chelsea, a familiar pathway, as we see Joao Pedro, who has just made the move to London. A word for the Fluminense fans who have lit up this tournament, not only in stadiums but around cities as well.
Yeah, and in a couple of these stadiums we've seen them recreate the idea, or at least the essence, of Maracanã. Flusao has been phenomenal in these 6 matches that we've seen played.
One of the real highlights of this tournament, not only seeing the different teams from around the world and how they apply themselves on the pitch, but also the way that fans from all corners of the globe have turned up to support their teams in various different ways.
Oh, what about you are red? I mean, well, we saw the Saitama recreated up in Seattle, obviously with Boca Juniors, and what they did with their support specific to down in Miami. It's been incredible to see the iconic culture and just the feel of what these clubs represent, especially when you kind of hear the clubs' iconic songs being played inside the stadium respective to one another before the walkouts.
Moses Caicedo,
yeah, I'm not sure
off the pitch. They've used their substitutions.
Yeah,
so.
But right now up 2-0 with a minute left, I'm not even sure. And right there, Enzo Maresca, I'm not even sure it's worth getting Caicedo back on the field and risking any type of injury with the short turnaround time ahead of Sunday.
He wants to come back on. Enzo Maresca is in the ear of the 4th official, who has had a busy afternoon. Ivan Barton from El Salvador. Thiago Silva forward for Lima. John Arias. Moses Caicedo does come back in for the final few seconds here. Guga's ball forward. Tosin chasing across to defend against Everaldo. Into the path of Soteldo against Cucurella. Is there a consolation here for Fluminense? And overhit by Soteldo, out of play for a throw, and that should just about be it. Chelsea leading by 2 goals to 0. 6 minutes of stoppage time has elapsed. Reece James with the throw, deep by his own corner flag. Fabio away. Ignacio. Guga wide towards Soteldo. Under pressure there from Madueke. Lima looking to get the ball out to the right side. Canobio has it as the referee allows play to continue for a few more seconds here. Canobio down the right side, up against Cucurella. Support there from Soteldo. Flipped in by Soteldo. Everaldo! He tried the spectacular. It didn't quite come off. And Caicedo is down again.
Well, incredible athleticism, and at the last second you see it comes off his shin as opposed to coming off the top of his laces. But again, beautiful interpretation of the moment right there from Everaldo.
There can only be a matter of a few seconds remaining here. And Caicedo needs more treatment, having tried to come back on. This is the venue that will host the World Cup final next year and the Club World Cup final this coming Sunday. Chelsea with goals in each half. Will be another clean sheet here. A third of the tournament, a second of this tournament for Robert Sanchez, the Chelsea keeper, who missed one of the group games. And this time, there will be no return for Caicedo. Sanchez will take the goal kick. And still no final whistle just yet. Out for a throw here for Fluminense. Thiago Silva takes it in towards Lima. Lima through the middle. Arias looks to turn. Support from Keno down the left side, up against Reece James and Dewsbury Hall here. Keno's ball in. René tries to switch it across towards Jefferson Soteldo. Cucurella across defending. And Soteldo went down, but didn't get the free kick and is still going on the far side. Madueke coming across with the challenge, but this is taken quickly. Canobio hooks it in, couldn't find Everaldo. Cleared away as far as Lima on the edge of the area. Skips the first challenge. Can he get the shot away? Lima!
The Chelsea defenders continue to ask for the final whistle from our referee. Another half chance. Lima can't keep it on frame, similar to an earlier opportunity he had right around the 80th minute mark. Shuffles his feet, gets away from closing defenders, and never from a moment coming off his laces did that have a chance to really test Robert Sanchez.
The final whistle goes. Chelsea are headed to the FIFA Club World Cup final. They'll play either Real Madrid or Paris